Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
in so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays!
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
I get down, I get show me just what you got. Turn around, don't ever
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.
Oh, hello there. Hi, Internet. It has been so long. I have missed you. I missed all my creative family from around the world. Welcome to the 3D Motion Show. I'm Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, here in Maxon, Los Angeles, or just north of Los Angeles. But we're here for the last show of the year. It's like a happy, sad that I'm feeling right now. I'm happy that I'm here, but also sad that I'm not going to see you until the new year. So I hope everybody is well, everybody's safe, happy, and excited. We have an amazing lineup for you all today. For those of you who could make it out to the MoGraph meetup, sponsored by Maxon, oh toy, it was amazing. It was great to see everybody's smiling faces. So thanks for making it out. For those of you who haven't, but still want to stay connected, make sure you still register at 3D Motion Show 3dmotionshow.com. So you can just check that out. Go to sign up and you can sign up. The good news is we have prize winners. So we're going to be announcing those. So stay tuned for that. And I also want to thank our sponsors. So our sponsors, Dell, for help supporting the show all year round as our main sponsor. We also have Tool Farm and everybody else you've seen in the lineup from Wacom to Insidium. It's all been a great supportive year from all of our friends over there. So we have, starting off the show, we always have our news and announcements with the one and the only Paul Babb. So let's bring Paul on it.
Hey.
Hello, sir.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Yeah, I'm with you, Matthias. It's a sad day. It's our last show, but it is the holidays, and yeah, we got to hang out with a few people on Saturday, which was really good for the soul. It was wonderful.
So what do we have in news? What's going on?
If you haven't been checking out the Maxon website and checking out the news, there's been a ton of news. Let's see, we had the Unreal plugin was finally released. We've had been working on that one, the Unreal plugin for Cinema 4D, as well as we actually announced Magic Bullet for Unreal. That was a really good one. There was a release of holiday assets, Gingerbread Man and those types of assets for Cinema 4D. I think Otoy announced that next year they're working on it. We announced a partnership. They're going to be bringing Redshift to RenderNet, which is pretty darn exciting.
Yeah,
super exciting. I think I think everybody didn't miss this one, but if you did miss it, please go find the news item on our website and the link to the YouTube video of Beeple on the Tonight Show. That was pretty amazing, pretty fascinating. The fact that he got through it without swearing it not once.
Yeah, congratulations. Not on this show.
Not once. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what it is. He was able to get through it without swearing, but here, no.
Well, we don't have censors.
Yeah, we don't have censors.
So I gotta do that. And then we did have just recently we did release Trap Code 17.1. There was a nice incremental update, as well as VFX 2.1. I believe came out just yesterday. And keep your eyes open. There will be. This is not the end of it for us for 2021. There will probably be a couple of other little announcements or incremental releases before we hit Christmas holidays. So maybe next week there might be a couple of things that will pop out, little updates and things like that. So please keep your eyes on news.
Don't get lost in the eggnog.
Don't get lost in the eggnog just
always
yet.
Something going on.
Give us one more week. We've got some more fun stuff coming at you. But anyway, I think if you've been around long enough, you know that every year Maxon we sponsor a little animation. We've had some fun ones over the year. Chan Erdeman did one last year based on the Le Artista animation, and we've pretty much had a fun little animation every year. This year we decided to take a little more heartful approach. We know that it's been a couple of tough years with the pandemic, people being locked in. We've been, trying to stay in touch and keep things interesting with our webinars and all things going on online. So we thought we'd come out with a little bit more of a holiday message this year. And so we're really excited to show that to you today. You may have seen it in the commercials if you came in earlier, but we also brought on the artist, Lionel, who actually took our little message and put little motion graphics to it for us. So let's bring in Lionel just to hear a little bit about how he approached putting that together.
Hello, very happy to be here.
Hey, Lionel, how are you doing? So you're going to have to pronounce your last name for everybody.
Well, it's easy. It's VC Domini.
VC Domini. Excellent. Close enough?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay. Hey, Dave, if you could play our holiday animation or our holiday greeting for 2021, we'd love to take a quick look at it, and then we'll bring Lionel back on and hear a little bit more about how he approached the project.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays!
Awesome. Lionel, when we approached you on the project, kind of threw this at you, were we the nightmare client that I thought we might be, or?
No, you've been very, very nice. It was a real pleasure to work with you. And yeah, when I first heard the news, I was really scared because it's a big project, and I had the month of November very full already. But we could put it out, so I'm pretty happy with the result. And yeah, so thank you for asking me to do it.
Well, thanks for squeezing us in. I know it was a little bit of a challenge. We had, if folks out there didn't get it, we tried to reach out to our staff to read the entire message so we could pull a little bit of messaging from different people around the world. Expressing our feelings about the last couple of years and the challenges that that we've given to you as well. The company's been growing like crazy. The updates have been coming fast and furious, and we just wanted to make sure we understood that, and thanking you guys for being there and putting the time in and being resilient, as we say in the messaging, through all the changes that we've been going through as Maxon as well. I'm sure you've experienced some of that as well, Lionel?
Yeah. It was a tough 2 years actually, since the pandemic. It's not over, but it's getting better. Yeah, it was fun on the project to have all the Maxon employee. You might recognize from the training team. There is Simon Walker, there is Ellie Wade, there is you, Paul, and there are almost a lot of people, and with some some bad mic, so we had to
some audio challenges.
Yes.
Yeah, we got audio in several different formats, several different qualities, and you guys did a great job of making it, pulling it together.
It was the idea of the movie to have some kind of collage of different style, because for this I wanted to show very different techniques all throughout. And the idea also is to make tutorial out of it. That was an idea from Simon Walker from the Maxon training team. And there will be tutorial on the subject. There's also, of course, some excerpt from other people in a few sections. So that's interesting to show that all that you can do with the Cinema 40 tool and with the Red Giant tool.
And is they're going to bring you on to the Demystifying series this month, right? To talk, to break down, do some of the breakdown of some of the techniques you use to do this, correct?
Yes. Well, I hope yes.
I've seen it in the schedule. So yeah,
okay,
make sure. Yeah, so everybody should make sure to check out the events page on maxon.net so that you can see when Lionel will be on with people showing off how they pulled that together. And again, thank you so much for squeezing us in. I know you were really busy, and it was amazing to have you squeeze us in and get that done in time for us to get it out for the holidays.
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to thank also the people who worked with me, because I was not alone on that. I worked with two friends from Motion Café, which is a French community we manage in France, of course. And they worked on the clip and made some amazing job. The last scene, for example, is one of them, and it was kind of everybody was working on that.
Oh, excellent!
Not just me.
And thank you. Thanks to them as well. What were their names?
Mathieu Frémaux and Mathieu Waliński.
Excellent. And I'm sure we'll put some more information in the chat if people want to find out more about Lionel and his team and what they're doing. And again, thank you. And happy holidays, everybody. And I hope you enjoy the show that's coming up. We've got a great lineup of artists, and looking forward to bringing you more next year. But anyway, enjoy the show, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays! I said you heard me on the stereo, and it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Nah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Yeah, show me just what you got. Turn around, don't
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
What's up, everybody? We got a brand new tutorial out. It's a quick start guide on Turbulence FD and Cinema 4D. It also includes a breakdown of this rocket render that I did. Check it out at mograph.com/tutorials and tag us with your renders when you're done.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I'm here in Los Angeles studios in Maxon, LA. So we have an amazing lineup today. And one thing I would say, as you get ready, we have a lot of different presenters. But finishing the show today, we have the one and only Noseman. So if you have specific questions, now would be the time. There's going to be additional activities throughout the year. Still, you can get in touch with our training team. But if you want to talk to them live, we will have them here. So up next is a amazing artist, as well as a marvelous designer, Steffi Fung. Check her out.
Hi guys, I'm Steffi Fung. I'm a 3D artist and I will show you guys my workflow for digital fashion. I've been a 3D artist for around roughly 4 years and it's been a ride. I actually started in a graphic design background and now, fast forward 4 years, I am now currently doing digital fashion for all my projects. The programs I tend to use on a day-to-day basis include Daz 3D, Adobe, you're talking about Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, After Effects as well, mostly, and Cinema 4D, Clo 3D / Marvelous Designer, and Substance Painter. Here's a little bit of my background. So I actually studied graphic design and I studied that at university before I moved into motion graphics. Most of my art before digital fashion were very abstract shapes and forms, I would say. But one thing that followed through from my abstract shape and form or my previous work before I dived into digital fashion is the fact that I was always attracted to using bright, vibrant colours. I've also had the pleasure of working with clients such as Vogue Singapore, Xbox, Selfridges, The Face Magazine, Jo Malone, Highsnobiety and Glenfiddich. And the reason why I got into digital fashion was because I worked on a project with Digigirl and Selfridges on a collaboration, and I saw the possibilities of digital fashion. And now at that point, I did not know how to create any digital fashion. I was actually there as a 3D artist to help build the environment, to do texturing, camera animation, anything like that. But I saw there was two fashion designers that were building garments out of nothing, and I saw how compatible the skills for digital fashion and 3D was, and I was so inspired from that project that last year I took the leap of faith and I started to learn Marvelous Designer. As we fast forward a year later, I am now constantly making digital fashion and placing them into 3D environments. I feel like that is my jam, that is my thing. My current inspiration for my fashion, I would say, is mostly coming from a British Chinese background. I always look towards showcasing traditional Chinese garments, but in a modern flair. I'm also really into streetwear and also techwear. So the combination of the both, of bringing modern and traditional, makes it really interesting. So we will cover today in this talk garment creation process, texturing within Redshift, creating a Redshift material, constraints, modeling in Cinema 4D, lighting in Redshift, and AOVs. And the scene we will be analyzing or building, it will be this one right here, which is a collaboration I did with Deadfellas for their Halloween event. So the theme is infected, and it was also based off spooky or Halloween vibes, so we have gone really full on for like sci-fi vibes in this scene. So let's get into it, and I will show you guys how to build this scene. Now the process roughly for digital fashion always starts this way for me. So I would usually sketch my ideas onto my iPad and get the visual sketched down as fast as possible. Once I'm happy with the sketch, then I would bring it into Clo3D or Marvelous Designer, and I will start designing and building my garments on a pre-rigged DAZ avatar, which already has a rigged walking cycle. Now, building of the garment may take an hour, it might take a day, it might take 2 days, it depends how complex the garment is. But once I'm happy with that, I will bring it into Substance Painter for texturing, and then we bring it into Cinema 4D, and this is where we can build the 3D environment. This is where we can bring in the garment, the 3D environment, and build a story around the garment and the fashion. And once that is all set, then we will render out everything in Redshift. So for this Deadfellas collaboration that I did, we won't be showing you guys how I imported the avatar from DAZ, and we won't be showing the Clo3D or Marvelous Designer garment creation process. Instead, we will be focusing on how we export the correct format from building a garment from Clo3D and bringing that into Cinema 4D, and how we link up all the correct textures from Clo3D to Cinema 4D to Redshift. If you guys are curious about the beginning process from DAZ to Clo3D, then feel free to check out my own YouTube channel. So once you have made your garment, you should have something like this. And before we export it into Cinema 4D, there are a few things you want to do. I like to have my animation simulated, so you go to this tab up here, click animation, and when you're now in the animation tab, you can see the timeline. I'm just going to change this to real time so we can see it happening and walking in real time, and I've already baked this. So this is the baked simulation we will be exporting as an alembic. After checking the animation is all good and baked, we can go and press back to the beginning, and also go up to this tab up here, press this animation tag, and we want to go to UV editor. Now in the UV editor, you just want to organize and layer UVs nicely so that when it comes to texturing, at least this will be nice and organized. So I usually texture in Substance Painter or in Photoshop. If that's all done, then you go back to simulation, you can go to File, Export, and we can choose Alembic Ogawa. Create a new folder, we'll call this Alembic, and we will save this in this folder. So we can call this Maxon tutorial Alembic, and we will export it from here. Everything should be default here. I don't think you really need to change anything, so you can press OK here and let it export. Once the Alembic has exported, what you also want to do is go to File, Export, we want to export as an OBJ as well. This is so that you can apply your texture sets onto your Alembic, and I will teach you how to do that in Cinema 4D. So we'll go onto here, and I've already got a folder for OBJ. I've already got one saved, but you know what? I'll save another one. We'll call this one Maxon tutorial OBJ. Copy that. And we'll save. So we've got options here. So I personally like to not include the avatar because you can, but in my work I don't like to. So all you got to do is just untick it here, and you can leave all of this the same, apart from you got to make sure you've ticked your unified UV coordinates. Okay, so I think it's usually unticked, but you just tick it, make it whatever size you guys want, and press OK. And now we are ready to move on to Cinema 4D. Okay, now we're in Cinema 4D, so we want to merge what we just exported from Chloe 3D. So we'll go to File here, Merge Objects, import the OBJ that you exported, and I press OK for everything. And you might notice that this is quite big, so what you want to do is actually go to coordinates down here and maybe put it to 0.0 or 0.1. 0.1 is good. Yeah, something like that. Okay, so we got our OBJ. I'm actually going to rename this to OBJ so we actually know what it is. Let's bring in the Alembic, File, Merge Objects again. And we will import the Alembic. Press OK for everything. And of course it is massive, but we can change that with the scale down here if we make it 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. So what you'll notice is that with the Alembic, it will be moving, which is great. That's what we want. The OBJ will not be moving. But what you can see is the Alembic does not have any textures associated with it. So what we want to do is we want to bring the textures or the texture sets from the OBJ to the Alembic. So what I will do is actually I will rename this to ABC Alembic, and this one's OBJ. So we know which one's which. Another thing I like to do is actually just change the timeline to a bit longer so that we can see the full length of this animation. So we've got our Alembic and OBJ in the same position. So what we want to do now is actually grab in the OBJ, you want to get all of these selection sets or the selection tags, go right to the end, and also highlight this UV tag. So you've highlighted all of them. You don't need these two. And go back here. I want you guys to hold Control. You're going to drag it, so essentially you're copying it over, and you can see it's already copied and pasted it over. So we can actually hide the OBJ now. I don't think we need the OBJ anymore, so if we scrub through now, you can see all of the textures has been imported, and that is good. That is what we want. Okay, now we can delete the OBJ. We don't need that anymore. Next, we are ready to import the textures. And before we do that, I just want to move this Alembic down a little bit so that it's centered, a little bit centered on the camera. Something like this. Nice. So I usually texture in Substance Painter. So this is the Dead Fillers piece that I textured. I won't show you the process of that, but I will show you guys the end product. And we are ready to export this. This is ready to be exported. So we go to File, go to Export Textures. So from here you will choose your output directory. This is the folder you want to save it in. Then I like to choose Redshift as my output template. They've got many other formats, but because I use Redshift in Cinema 4D, this is the one I tend to use. And of course the file type, you can choose whichever one you want to use. I'm using PNG and 16 bits, and my size is going to be 2048 pixels. So once you're ready with all these settings and everything is ticked on the side, you are going to press export, and it will export as images to your destination folder. Now I've already exported, so I won't be pressing this, but for those guys who are interested in exporting from Substance Painter, this is what you will press here. So once you've exported from Substance Painter, it will go into your destination folder here. It's got color, you've got displacement, emission, metalness, and normal and roughness. So I will show you guys how to plug in one of the textures into Cinema 4D. So this is where I strongly recommend naming your selection sets from Clo 3D, because it all follows through. And what I mean by that is that if we look at Clo 3D, everything that you name here, your naming conventions for your layers, it will follow through in Substance as well, okay? And it will also follow through for when you're in Cinema 4D. All your textures will be named exactly the same. So it's very important that you guys name your layers starting from Clo, because there has been many times that, well, at the beginning where I didn't name my layers, and then it took me way longer than I needed to find the correct texture here and link it up. So for example, we can texture the pants here. We can double click on that. And actually right now is a standard Cinema 4D texture. We want to change this into a redshift texture. So what I'd like to do is actually highlight all of these textures here. Go to Create, Redshift, I believe it's in Tools, Convert and replace all materials. Now that they have converted, you can double check by just double clicking. And this is the Redshift shader graph. So we've got here, if you read up here, pants front. Okay, so I now know we need to find our exported textures from Substance Painter. Okay, here it is, pants front. So we can actually highlight all of these. Maybe not emission because nothing's glowing. Got metalness, normal, roughness. I believe that's all of them. We just drag it in. Press no for all of them. Okay, so we have our separate texture maps here. So we can first of all plug in the color to diffuse. So actually, if I move this over a little bit, plug this into diffuse color, and we can get rid of this one. Our normal we can plug into this bump map here, get rid of this one, we don't need that. Metalness, we can go to reflection and go to reflection metalness, and of course if you use metalness, make sure to change the Fresnel type to metalness as well. Now for displacement, we actually need, if you type in here displacement, put in displacement here, RS displacement, and we need to connect that to here, to the text map, and move over here, and then this RS displacement go to output displacement here. And the last one we need to hook up is roughness. So roughness will go into reflection, roughness. Okay, everything is plugged in. Everything is looking nice, so we can close that. Now, of course, we won't see anything here, but if we turn on redshift, we can see the texture has changed. Now, of course, we would definitely see this better if we had some lighting. So let's add a dome light for now. There we go. A dome light, we can add an HDRI. I do have an HDRI pack that I use quite often. All right, so I'm gonna import this HDRI image. We could even up the exposure just a little bit. Now we can definitely see a lot more, and I tend to actually just turn off the background because I don't want to see it, so it's under the environment tab here. So let's just go off our camera for a second. I just want to go a bit closer so you guys can see. So all of the textures are here. One thing you guys do need to do, because we've got displacement on this model, or not even on this model, we've got displacement on the texture. If you guys remember, we've got displacement and we've got the bump. So for the displacement, for it to work on the model, what you want to do is go to the alembic, right click, redshift tags, redshift objects, and you want to go to geometry, override, tick that, and also tick displacement, and that will just help to bring out the displacement in the model. Now we should be able to see some displacement and some extrusions from the textures that it's reading. I mean, you can make it more dramatic by adjusting the displacement scale here. So if we changed it to something, I don't know, something like this, like 8, you will see there's a little bit more extrusion there. It's a little bit more dramatic. So of course, take your time and play with these values here and just find the right balance for you. Because having displacements will make the garments and the look of the piece look more realistic. Since no fabric or texture is ever smooth and perfect, there's always some kind of imperfection or some bumps on it, so it's always good to have a bit of normal bump or displacement on your textures. I won't show you the whole process of hooking up textures to Redshift because that will take a very long time, but hopefully showing you guys one, it will give you a good idea of how to hook up all the other textures. So once you have done all the textures, it should look something like this. And if we go off the camera actually, just get a closer look, this is what it will look like. And this looks exactly as it does from Substance Painter, which is great. That is exactly what we want. Right, you guys might have noticed we've got the addition of a hat and earrings, and they are actually constrained to this animation. So the animation was simulated and baked in Clay 3D. So how do we get a hat and earrings to stick with the same animation? And this was done with constraints in Cinema 4D. So if I open up this null here of the outfit, we have, as you can see here, we have the hat, the headband, and the alembic. So the alembic is just a garment. We've also got an addition. I've named it body track female. So this is actually the FBX of what we exported from DAZ. This is also the same FBX that we use in Clo 3D. And you guys will see that there are bones inside of this FBX because that is what it is rigged with. So you've got the bones here, you got it for the legs and for the neck, for the whole body. And you know it has bones because it will have all of this. So usually it would all be closed. You can see all of the bones here. So how we get the hat and the earrings constrained is what we would do is, let's start with the hat. I'll just show you. With the hat, it's got a constraint tag. So the constraint tag, if you right click on the hat, and if we go to rigging, there will be the constraint button and you click that. Once you get the constraint, you need to tick transform. So this one here, transform. Go to the next tab, transform. And then what you want to put here is in the targets tab here. You want to open it up. So this one here. And you want to drop in the bone you want the object to follow. Now because the hat is going to be sitting on the head, that is what we are going to put on. So what I would do is go to here. This is the FBX. This is the bone. We could open the file up all the way down to the head and you would drag that in. Hold on. Let's find the constraint again. Click on the constraint tag. Find the head and you would drop that in right there. Now I can demonstrate this also by, we can make like a cube. We can make a cube. Make it like 10 by 10 by 10. Okay, so it's a small cube. It's right there. So what we can do is actually use this new feature in R25 Cinema 4D, and you can grab this cube and it will try and align itself to the normal of this body, which is quite useful actually. It's a really cool placement tool. So let's just say this cube needs to be on the face. Let's just say, okay, and of course you can readjust to see to whatever side or angle you want this cube to be. Okay, let's just say this cube needs to be here. Alright, so we'll do the same thing. We'll go to right click on the cube and it's in rigging tags. We'll find the constraint. Here's the constraint. We need to tick transform. Find the head of the FBX, drag it into target, and there it is. So if I was to, for example, actually just, hold on, hide the body so we don't see it anymore. And if we were to scrub through this, you can see now the cube is constrained. And that is exactly what we did with the earrings as well. The earrings are just two donuts. At least that's what I call them. The torus, that's what it is. So all I did, let me see. Earrings are just one torus, and they have been added to the symmetry object, so that's why we got two of them. So it's pretty easy. And I think this is really a good way to attach accessories, especially anything that's like a hard object, like earrings or jewelry, or I don't know, anything you want to attach to a rigged body, you can do it this way, which I think is pretty fun. So now we've got the textured garments, we have the constraints all done. This outfit is complete. We now can focus on building the 3D environments that it lives in, and we will also get rid of this cube. We don't need you anymore. For the next section, we are going to start modeling. So I don't think we need redshift for this. We can do redshift and textures later, so I'm gonna get rid of redshift for now. What I do want to do though is go to panel, arrangement, and go to this view. That we got two views here, and we can change this view here. If we go to cameras and we go to left, you can change it to the left view. If you go to cameras, you go to, of course, you can do any view you want here. So we want perspective, and sometimes when I'm modeling, I like to have it in two perspective views, because one of them will be for the camera view and the other one you can move about freely. Of course, you can do this with redshift, where you can have the perspective view and lock the redshift viewfinder to the camera. However, I sometimes find that redshift does slow down the process, so this, having no redshift renderer turned on, is a lot quicker for me. Another thing I will do is turn this on to gorge shading, and we can start. So what we want to add is a plane. Of course, we want to make it something like, let's try 3000 by 3000. Let's have a look. Okay, that is massive. We can definitely turn that down, so we can make it like 2000 by 2000. So this is the floor, and I like to actually go up to plane here and hold control, drag it, duplicate it, and this other one that we just duplicated, we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. I'm holding shift whilst rotating, and that will be our background. So we will move this back. Of course, we can have a look here, double check. You guys could move it up if you want to. And now we have a simple set here. Might be too big, but for what we need, the camera is clipping off here, so we shall see. We can always change it at the end. One thing I do want to do is currently it's clipping our trousers here, so I'll actually put both of these into a null. So I'll press Alt G, put it into a null. We'll call this background and floor, and we'll move this down a smidge. And whilst we're at it, right now my camera is turned off in the viewfinder, so I actually want to turn it back on so we can see what angle it is going, and I actually want to move or rotate the background to fit the same angle. And of course you can change your view if you want. If you want it from top, you can do that as well, so it's more accurate. And to be honest, I think what we had was spot on, so that's fine. And we can go back to perspective here. And that is good with me. Now we can turn the camera off, you don't need to see that anymore. Another thing I will do is I will rename my layers, just to make sure everything is nice and tidy. So for the concept of this piece, it was for Halloween and the theme was infected and spooky. So I had an idea of placing this piece inside of a sci-fi scene. in particular in a glass which you would see in scientific experiments. And to create that glass tube, we will use one of these. We'll get a cylinder, and of course we will move it so that's in the middle. Maybe move it up a bit. So we click on the cylinder. If we make it something like, I don't know, a bit smaller, we can make the radius a bit smaller. Definitely increase the rotation segments to something like 64 so it's nice and smooth. And this will be our glass container. Okay, so looking at our reference images, we need the top and the bottom of the capsules. So what I'd like to do is actually just hold Control and copy this cylinder by dragging it. So we can call this the bottom one glass cylinder. And we can call the top one bottom. So what we can do now with the bottom one, we can actually increase the radius so that there's a point of difference. But also we want to decrease the height for sure. So you could either drag it down from here, or you could of course adjust it in the height option on the right. So I do think this is too thick, so maybe we'll make it like 51. Another thing I like to do with hard surfaces is give them a fillet or fillet. I'm not sure how you say this, but I turn it on. We can definitely make it less of a curve. We only want a little bit of it. You could even make it 0.5. And it's so subtle, but it does make all the difference to the edge. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll bring this down. Okay, that will be the bottom. And I think it's time that we go into lines so we can see the segments. So with the cylinder, we go back to object. We want to give the height segments maybe something like 8. The next thing we want to do is make this editable, so I'm going to press C on my keyboard. And the reason why we want to do this is so that we can do some extrusions. So you want to go into your polygons mode. Of course, let's zoom in. Now, as a keyboard shortcut, you're going to press UL for loop selection. So if we select that, if we right click, we can do extrude. And what you're going to do is actually push it inwards. Something like this. We're going to do the same with the one below. So we're going to press UL on the keyboard and highlight. I'm going to right click and extrude and just push it in. Something like that. Okay. One more thing we will do is do a loop cut at the top here. So if we go into edges mode up here, and if we click on our keyboard KL and click, so we've done one cut here and we're going to do one more cut. So let's go to KL again. And what we're going to do now is go back to polygons mode. You press UL on your keyboard. We're going to select what we just cut. We're going to right click and extrude this one upwards. Like so. The last part of the bottom section is we are going to actually duplicate this glass cylinder. Because we need another cylinder, we want to expand it, the radius, a little bit. But we want to make the height way smaller, so we'll make it something like 20. And we'll just move that down. So what I'm doing here is that this is going to be the glowing lights as you can see in the reference picture. So what I can do now is I could create a material that we could put on this. And it could be something like green. So when we texture this in Redshift, we will replace this texture and make sure it's an emission texture. But for now, for our modeling purposes, I'm just going to put it as a standard Cinema 4D texture so that we can see the differences between the two. And then lastly, we shall rename this to, we should call it light or glowing lights, because that is what it will be. Now I will put these two into a null. I'm going to press Alt G on my keyboard, group them, call this bottom part. Now for the top part of the capsule, we want to duplicate this bottom part. So I'm going to hold Control, drag it, it will duplicate. Call this one top part. Of course, rename everything. I'm going to call this top. Now what we will do is actually grab that null, bring it to the top, and we're going to rotate it. So we could either rotate it this way and go to the P section and type 180, and that has flipped it round. The next thing we shall do now is actually go to, of course, be in polygon selection. Now you want to press UL again for loop selection, and you want to click on the top geometry here. So we right click, choose bevel, pull this up, and then what we want to do is go to the scale option and just scale the top part down, and you can see the top being scaled down so that it has this kind of smooth bevel to it. You could also go to the move tool and actually just move the extrusion down, and you could have it taller, smaller, it's up to you. I'm gonna have it around here, that looks good to me. And then lastly, stay on polygon mode. We have a little dip in the top part if you look at the reference image, so something like, so we can select these two, or we could even select a bit more, maybe these 4 pieces, right click, go to bevel, and hold your left mouse button and just extrude it in. So what we can see, this green part here, that is the glowing light. We could either make that smaller or just move it down. So we can go to object and we can make the height a lot smaller, so that it's not in the way of any other geometry. Now what I did with this part that we just selected, I actually made that as a set selection to make it a different color compared to the capsule top part. So to do a set selection, you want to go to select, store selection. You can name this glowing light top part. Name it whatever name you want, and what you want to do is you can grab this texture here and drag this selection into here, and it will only texture this part here to be green, and that's exactly what we want, because these parts that are green, they will be glowing lights from the emission in Redshift. So right now we can't see our figure, so what I will do is actually just turn that off in the viewfinder here, and we can see the legs are cut off, which is definitely not what we want. So we will move this down. So we're going to have to grab the bottom part, the background and the floor, and we're going to have to shimmy it down just so there's a little bit of space so we can see all of the outfit. Right, now we can move on to the extra details that are on the floor of the reference image. So what it is pretty easy. We can go to a platonic here, and I was using a tetrahedron, I believe. So this tetrahedron is massive. We can make it something like 10 or 20. Make it, we can always resize it. So we get one of those. We also want a cloner. So you're going to hold Alt on your keyboard and press it whilst platonic is highlighted, and it will of course make the platonic a child of the cloner. Now click on the cloner, I want it to be radial, and we want 4 of them. Well, we want symmetry, so we'll have 4 of them. Of course, readjust to see fit. And of course you can readjust the radius to be something like that. Another thing you can do is offset it, so you can rotate it this way as well. Yeah, something like that. Another thing I did was change the size of the platonic. So in Cloner you can do that. Go to transform. You can change the size, the scale, which is exactly what I did. You can make it wider. I don't want to make it wider, but I do want to make it a bit longer. You can readjust the radius. Put it down a little bit more so it touches the floor. And then I also had one more of these. So let me just rejig this a little bit. I'm trying to match the reference picture as good as I can. Alright, let me just have one more look at the scale. We could make this even bigger. Maybe it's also to do with the radius. You can make this also come out a little bit more. Something like that. Okay, so we duplicate the cloner. So of course I use this trick all the time. So it's holding control and just dragging. Now this will be, if we offset, so we can see it is a different one. And this time we want this one to be way longer, just to give it a point of difference. So it's way longer, however, this one will be a little bit smaller. Something like that. And then we can move this down a smidge. Nice. Another thing we will be adding to the scene is some of the rings on the floor. So the way that I made that was go to here, we go and find a tube. Now this tube is way too big. We can change the rotation segments to 64, make it nice and smooth, maybe make the height 10 or something. Now we want to place this on the floor, so there is a nice tool here that you can use as long as you're on model mode, and you can use place. So this will hopefully, you can move it so that it's aligned to the floor. So that worked. Now all you got to do is shimmy it over. And what I want to do for this is go into top view so that we can see if it's in the middle. I think that's alright. And now for the inner radius, we'll make it something like 90. Could even make it a bit thinner, maybe 94. And of course the height looks too big now, so the height maybe 5. Something like that. And if we use that place tool again, just bring it to the floor. Or you didn't have to use the place tool, it's up to you. It's just a good way to align things to the floor without having to guess, to do guesswork. But you could also do something like this as well. Saying that, now that I've put this on the floor, I've noticed that this whole scene is also not aligned to the floor. So what we will do is highlight this tube, highlight this background and floor, and we will actually move it up until this touches something like this. Maybe move it down a smidge. There, something like that. Now this tube I can see now is intersecting in between here and it is too small, so we will actually make the radius bigger, make it 150, let's see. Maybe even bigger, we can make it 170. And make this 165. Yeah, something like that. And now we can just duplicate and make the rings bigger from this side, so we can control and drag again. And we'll make this radius something like 185. Oh, maybe even more. Something like here. And we'll do 235. We can do one more. We can drag here and do something like 280. And we can do 275. And that's all there is to it, really. You can readjust to however you see fit. And this can be 225. Of course, with all of these, I will highlight them and of course add this fillet or fillet. We will make this a lot smaller just so that it's subtle. We don't need a lot of it, but it does make a big difference. So if we go back to perspective, let's just have a quick look at these. Let's have a look at these edges. And yeah, we could even up the rotation segments as well, but that is completely up to you. If you want it smoother, just increase the rotation segments. But otherwise, this is pretty much the scene, my friends, and it's very simple. We can move on to texturing the scene and of course looking at the lighting. So now we can move on to texturing. What we want to do is go to panel. We can have a single view again. We could also get back our Redshift render view. So we can click this one here and just dock it back where it was before. We can of course restart Redshift. Right, so everything is white. And of course that's not how we want it to be, so we have to readjust of course the textures. Let me just I've also made a Redshift setup, so let me just click that button up here and it will go to my saved layout, which I find pretty useful for when I'm editing. Okay, let's turn on Redshift. Right, so we'll go here. So I do have already some pre-made textures, but I will go through them with you guys. So for the metalness texture, let me just open it up. We double click on it. It is really just in the RS material, just a preset from the iron. So this is a preset that comes with Redshift. You click that. And of course, the roughness is just an image that I have here that's plugged into the roughness to give some kind of scratches to it. So if we're going to apply that metal, let me see, let's rearrange a few things, shall we? Put this into a null. We'll name this tubes on, oh actually, we'll name it rings on floor. And then the cloner, we can name those tetrahedrons on capsule. Just keep everything all together. So we can grab this metal texture and just start applying it to all of these different groups. And for some reason the top's not being seen, so let's open this up. Maybe we have to drag it here. There we go, that's working. Nice. Okay, so here's our basic metal material. And then we want to see through this, we want to see through the glass. So the glass is this one here. Okay, and all it is the glass preset in Redshift as well. So a lot of these presets are really good and you can just use them, you can add to them. So I'm going to add this glass texture to the glass cylinder. And now we can see through this like it's glass. Now we are going to swap the green parts with some emission lights. So this texture, which is what we're going to replace it with. So we've got the diffuse here, diffuse color. And it's just the green color, the weight's all the way up to 1. If you go to overall, you can actually turn up the emission weight. And emission means that it's going to glow, it's going to light up. So if the emission weight was 0, it won't glow up. The higher it is, the more glowy it is. So this is our light, and let me just see, where do we replace it? Here. Now here's a tip, if you want to replace a texture without dragging it multiple times to each one, so we got 2 here, I know I want to replace this normal standard C4D texture with this Redshift one. So I'm going to hold this one or highlight it, I'm going to hold Alt on my keyboard and actually drag it onto the texture I want to replace. And it will automatically use that other one as a reference and replace it with the 2 parts that I have put the textures on. So you can see here it's definitely more of a glow. The last part is having the background and the floor having a texture. So with this, we will drag, I believe this is the background texture. And this is the floor texture. So we'll drag both of those in. Nice. Now all of this looks great, except we have not enabled something for all of these. So what that is everything's looking quite flat, and as I say before, textures are not meant to be flat because in real life textures always have some type of imperfections or bumps. So how we show that in Cinema 4D and Redshift is by actually clicking right click on the layer, go to Redshift tag, add Redshift object, and go to geometry, override displacement. Now displacement will only work if you in your texture, so for example this background, if you've got a displacement node in here and with of course the image passing through it, that is what Redshift will read to make this have displacement. And you can see there's actually already a big difference from that, from what it was before. So for example, if I was to, I'm going to picture view this, if I was to, let's go back to this background and floor, if I was to turn this off, just wait for Redshift to do its thing. If we add this to picture viewer now, and if you look at the difference, huge difference, just looking at the floor and background. Everything looks a bit more pronounced, there's more details, there's almost like crevices and bevels, so you definitely want the displacement on. Right, so the texturing is done, everything's got all their base textures on, and we are ready to move into lighting. Currently we've only got one dome light, so I will show you guys the scene, the actual scene that I worked for this Deadfellas collaboration, and we will go through the lighting. And this was the final scene I was working with for Deadfellas collaboration. So you can see the atmosphere is different, and that's all thanks to lighting. So let's take a look at that. I do have a lot. And this is something I think that Redshift is really powerful at. So I do tend to separate a lot of my lights, and that's because sometimes one dome light might not suit the garment or it might not suit the environment. So I actually split my dome lights into two. So they're using the exact same HDRI, however one of them is probably more intense compared to the other. So let's look at the intensity. Yeah, or the exposures are just a little bit different. And only slightly. And the way you can actually separate them, if you go to project, or project, I think it's project, you can include or exclude the assets that you don't want to include or you do want to include. So for the dome light for our environment, I only want the environment, this null, and the fog to be seen. And for the dome light for garment, I only want the outfit to be seen. So this is where it can get really powerful. So if I was to turn this one off, you can see it's definitely not as bright. Turn that back on, and if we turn off the dome light for environment, yeah, pitch black in the back. So this is where I think Redshift is really powerful, because you can really isolate these lights and just customize it to how you want the light to show. Another thing I like to do in my work is to put in edge lights or rim lights. So I've got two here, and you can see it is highlighting the edge, the red part here. So I've got two because I've got one angled for the upper body and one angled for the lower body. So if I just turn them off, I've got one here and one here. If we turn them off, you can see what is going to happen. So I don't know, I feel like for me, and for this concept for it being spooky, red and green seems like a really good, of course, sci-fi color, but also red will also stand out against the green fog, against the green garment. It will make it stand out. So that is why I decided to go with red. So we'll put those back in. And to keep in line with the red light coming through, because you got to think about where the light source is coming from. So for me, I had to make sure that the red light was coming from a source, and that source would be this top part here. In this section here, I've actually got two lights. So one of the lights is just a normal white light, I would say. And the second one is a red light, which you can see reflecting off here, and that would be this one here, a point light. So if I turn that off, there we go. So I wanted to emulate that the red light was coming from the top here, so that is why I had the red light, but I didn't want it to be too bright. It didn't make sense for the red to be so bright, otherwise that would have affected the rest of the garment, so that is why I added another white light to balance it out. And then we just got 3 point lights actually for the bottom of here. If you think about it like you're showcasing off a sculpture or something in a tube, usually there's lights coming from the top and there's lights coming from the bottom. So for me, I added 3 different lights here, and let me just turn those off. You can see without it, this part gets very lost, gets very dark. So I wanted it to be like almost like spotlights shining on the subject, and that's why we have 3 spotlights or point lights shining up here. And of course, alongside with those point lights, we actually do have another area light that's happening at the bottom here, which is shining, getting all this lit up here. So this scene has a lot of lights. It has a lot of lights, but for different things. So if I was to turn off this light bottom, those point lights are not strong enough to even get that detail across. So for me, I didn't want the details of the garments to get lost, so that's why I added another area light. And for the last light, that is the fog light. That is the light for the fog. And if we didn't shine a light through to the fog, we would not see this lovely green fog at all. But saying that, I just realized we haven't talked about the fog at all, have we? The fog, it is from a redshift volume. And I believe you should be able to get to redshift volume if you go to redshift, object, redshift volume, and it will be one of these. To use the redshift volume, you need to import a VDB file format in there. So I got this fog from a motion designer friend, and he created all of these as VDBs, so that is what I have imported here. To texture the volume, you need one of these. So you go to create, redshift, materials and volume, click on that. You'll get one of these, so let's open this one up. You can put in density, which is how thick it is. So you could either have a really thick smog or you can have a really light mist or fog. So that is something you can play with, of course, in the scatter and in the absorption. So I recommend, of course, putting in density, and then the top one is pretty much where you put in your color, and then the bottom one, I believe, is the one that you play with the light and the absorption. The last thing we'll talk about is AOVs. So I use these a lot for when I render, especially for like color correction in After Effects or Photoshop. This is a really good technique just to make sure that in post-production you're able to change colors more easily instead of re-rendering the whole scene again. So what I like to do is to, of course, organize these into different folders, okay, in different groups. This really helps to just keep things organized. So what it will mean is that the outfit will have its own AOV, the environment will have its own AOV, and the fog will have its own AOV. And how we do that is by going to Redshift, make sure you have a Redshift object, and you just right click, of course go to Redshift tags, click on Redshift object, you get one of these, then go to object ID, and you want to tick this one. It will be unticked, but you want to tick it, put in a number from 1 to 3, or I mean if you've got more objects you can put it all the way to whatever number you guys want, but I've only got 3 here, so this one will be 3. Do the same for this one is 2, and this one is 1. Then you can press Ctrl B on your keyboard, go to your render settings. If we go to Redshift and in the Advanced tab, go to AOVs, Show Manager. Now I've already got Puzzle Mat already selected, but you would want to go through down this list and drag Puzzle Mat to here. Click on Puzzle Mat. Change this from Material ID to Object ID. Type in 1, 2, 3. And the 1, 2, 3, that is referencing what we put the numbers here for. And the last thing I do, I like to tick this direct output, and that will save wherever we save this file. And now you're ready to send this to render, and lastly composite it in After Effects. Thank you for watching, and of course if you've guys got any more questions, feel free to reach out on my social media. My handle is pretty much the same on every single platform, so it's at Steffi Fung. And of course, thank you to Maxon for having me on here.
And we're back here in studio with the one, the only Steffi Fung. Steffi, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Hi guys, thank you for having me. I'm doing good.
Yeah. So people are excited. Somebody wondering, is the live stream going to stay on the Maxon channel? Yes, it will. So for those of you who are asking, it will. We will also be posting links. So if you're on 3dmotionshow.com, we will also post links to the archive there, so you can check that out. So do not worry about that. So you can still watch Steffi later. But we got a bunch of questions for you. We got a bunch of questions. You ready? You ready to talk to the internet? Answer the internets?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Yeah, and the first question is the most important question. And when it comes to fashion, the question is, who is Steffi Fung? The internet wants to know. It was asked. I gotta ask.
Of course.
Gotta ask.
Well,
say.
I like to just say I'm a random person on the internet. I like showing my process, and my process now is full of digital fashion. So as soon as you hear my name, you know I'm going to be doing digital fashion.
Digital fashion. There you go. She is the guru of digital fashion. You think Steffi Fung, think digital fashion. So, random person on the internet, as for one. I wonder who's not a random person on the internet.
We all are.
I guess you have celebrities and then random people on their way to celebrity. So I'm going to put you in this semi-celebrity category after this because you're on this show. You're a celebrity. Okay, now you're known. Now you're known. People know who you are. Let's see. Moving on. More questions. Somebody has a question for you. Said that you mentioned you have a graphic design background, and they're looking for recommendation on design books or any resources you have for color, composition, typography, or whatever you want to recommend. What do you got to share?
See, I like typography. I'm not very good at it. But what I am good at is the design principles, for sure, because that's what I was taught at university. So a few books I can recommend is, of course, Joseph Muller-Brockman, Grid Systems. That's an absolute classic for graphic designers. You will want to look at works of people like Paul Rand and Saul Bass. And I think one book that I really liked, because I was back in the day at university or just when I graduated, I was really into branding and graphic design branding. So Graphic Fest, Identities for Festivals, is a really good one for just brandings and typography and logos all together, mashed all into one.
That is a pretty healthy list. So maybe when we're on commercial break, when we wrap, I can grab some of those from you, or you can text them to me in our private chat, and I will get them out to the interwebs, because I think I've heard a couple of them, but I'm sure everybody would enjoy the full lineup. So
yeah, sure thing.
That's awesome. Somebody's wondering, and this is the standard question. This happens every time. This is an important question because it matters, and that is, what GPU or what's your hardware specs? What's your specs? Everybody wants to look under the hood. It's like, oh, you made a thing? Let me see what car you're driving. Like,
Absolutely. So my classic, oh gosh, I can't speak today. My GPU right now is a 3080, and I was one of those lucky ones that got 3080 on a launch day. I know right now it's kind of impossible to get one at a good value price, but I was quite lucky to get it on the launch day that they released it.
So there you go, folks. And I want to send a shout out to our sponsors, Dell, and because we're going to be giving away one of these amazing laptops, and it has a really kick butt. I'm not going to go people on this. We have a kick butt graphics card in it, so you're able to run Redshift and do all that stuff from anywhere. So we're going to be announcing winners later, so stay tuned, stay on it. All right, more questions. So this is someone saying this is not new, but it's a very interesting technique to use an invisible human model in fashion and commercial ads. Curious for the reasoning for doing this as an artist. Why did you choose to go with an invisible human character?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the technique is not new. This technique has been done, like invisible bodies have been done for many decades now. But for me, the reason why I've decided to use it as my focus is because I don't want people to look at the avatar or like the body shape. I just want people to look at just the fashion and the garments and the way it moves and appreciate just the fashion because it's for anyone to wear. So I don't want the focus to be on the avatar and what textures on the avatar, how they look. It's more so just fashion.
Right. Well, that's huge. I mean, there's so many things that can move the eye, especially in fashion. And it's like, oh, you have the model and everything else, but I really like the idea of using a blank canvas. And I think that with what you do in your work, it creates that blank canvas feel. So you're just looking at what you apply to the canvas versus like, oh, look at the frame of the canvas and look at look at how the canvas shines and everything. It's like, no, look at the art that's applied to it. So I really like the technique, and it's funny now if I even see that technique anywhere else, I think of you. So you're kind of cornering the market, at least in my mind. I'm like, oh, I see somebody. I'm like, oh, they're trying to be like Steffi. I don't care if it was 12 years ago. It doesn't matter.
Thank you. Well, I mean, for me also, the fact that I put the fashion in a 3D environment, that combination is also just to enhance the storytelling or of the animation of the garment, because you can make a garment and just like render that, but I like to put a story behind it and make a theme and also just describe it via the environment it's in.
Yeah, no, and I think in this piece, at least, it definitely brings that about. It's almost like, oh, kind of future sci-fi, almost rebel with the whole camouflage style pants and cargo pockets. So it's like, oh yeah, it gives you a whole feel for a world versus just some clothing, which is super cool. Let's see here. Somebody was wondering about your volume import. I don't know if they have if there's a gamble on it. There's a gambling pool of your techniques that are using. So everybody place your final bets in. And Steffi, for the big reveal, what did you do for the volumes?
Yeah, so the volumes is a VDB, my friend called Ross Mason. He's also another Cinema 4D user. He created them in Houdini, I believe. So he created the volumes in Houdini. They are static. Then I import it as a VDB into Cinema 4D. And if you're asking about, because it does actually animate in my final animation, that was actually done by just keyframing the VDB from like point A to point B and just looping that.
So there you go, folks. There it is. Collect your winnings for those of you who said VDB import. There it was. All right. Somebody's wondering if you have any pro tips on Clo/Marvelous or peeps to check out to get started. So I guess people are looking to incorporate in their workflow. Any tips beyond what you shared today?
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose I can recommend a few people that I learned from, because I'm a self-taught artist. I owe a lot of my learnings or my knowledge to YouTube tutorials. So the people that I can recommend on YouTube that you guys can watch for free is Daniel, Travis Davids, My Dress Patterns, Fashion Tech, and I believe Clo 3D and Marvelous Designer now have their own YouTube channels, which they've been constantly updating for the past year. So make sure to check them out, and you're surely to learn something from one of these guys.
Awesome. I'm going to try and grab some of those links from you too while we're at the break. So Steffi's giving a lot of gold, folks. So thank you, Steph. We're going to grab design books. We're going to grab additional tutorials on workflows. So we'll check that out. Speaking of workflow, somebody was wondering, why do you use so many softwares? It's a pretty general question, but it's good to know. So why do you use so many different things?
Yeah, I mean, when I first started 3D, I just knew Cinema 4D and that was it. And then I started experimenting more. I started doing different things. So the reason why I use so many different programs now, I use at least, I suppose, 5, is because not one 3D program can do everything. Each program has something they're really good at. So I use them for their different capacities and then bring it all together at the end in Cinema 4D and then use Redshift to render out.
There you go. So, I mean, one of the things too on that, when you're using a lot of different software, is some things are really good at very specific tasks. I mean, even if you take a look at us as a company, we used to be Maxon, makers of Cinema 4D. Now it's Maxon, and you'll have Redshift, you have Red Giant, you have Forger. So we have these whole lineup of different tools because they're really good at different things. So you can try, and some places will just keep loading things in, but it's good to have different focuses. And the beautiful thing about Cinema is it's a hub. So if you're doing things other places, you can put it together and assemble it, and it's really friendly that way. So if you don't have to really worry about it, it's kind of like tools in a toolkit. So think about that, or brushes as a painter. Why do you use more than one brush? Well, because different brushes are good for different things. It's like you don't want to use a fine line pencil to paint your wall, or a fine line brush to paint your wall. It's like it's going to take a while. There's different tools for that. All right. So somebody is wondering, and this is a good question because I'm wondering this as well, is how did you get so damn cool? Love your style. Where do you draw your fashion inspiration from, Steffi?
You guys flatter me. Honestly, I do still have a huge imposter syndrome just because I come from a graphic design background, and I'm actually still in the process of learning Clo 3D or Marvelous Designer and learning fashion terms myself. So for me, I feel like, I'm still a beginner in this field, but I guess my inspiration really comes from what I watch. So from like dramas that I watch, or if I go travel, from what people wear daily. Mostly also, I am very into, I would say my fashion is very into my identity. So a lot of my work is based upon my identity because I am a British Chinese person. And I guess growing up, I didn't really assimilate to my Chinese side as much. And only now as an adult, I realized, Chinese culture is really cool. Their fashion's really cool. Their traditional garments really cool. Let me look into that. So my work is actually like an outlet for me to actually learn more about my culture, and also share it with you guys, so you guys actually learn with me.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, China has a huge history, a culture for thousands and thousands of years, and some of my favorite designs come out of that entire region. I mean, I love art from all over the world, but there's definitely stuff from China dating thousands of years. I'm like, I love how art pretty much defines a culture. As soon as you see something, you can identify it with a culture. If you've been exposed to it, it's like, oh, that is from West Africa, or that's South America and China, and so all that stuff is amazing. So that's great. So a creative outlet in your process. So basically, as you've been evolving, so as your art, as you learn more about yourself, you've been incorporating that throughout your process.
Correct. That's right.
Super cool. All right. Somebody was wondering, could you tell us the context for your work? Where and how does it get used by your clients? Yeah. So I guess, are you working with clients, and what type of work are you doing?
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because digital fashion as a whole, the industry has really sped up in 2020/2021. It's pretty new as well. So
there's the whole metaverse push.
Absolutely, absolutely. So where you will see digital fashion projects happening is really, of course, online, or with VR, with virtual reality, augmented reality, with the metaverse, which of course you guys might have heard that word being thrown around everywhere currently. And I've been lucky to work with one client so far on digital fashion, and it was with a whiskey brand, which is like the weirdest combination. Yeah, like the last
whiskey clothing.
Yeah, well,
wow.
It is honestly unexpected, and it was with Glenfiddich, so they are a whiskey company, and they, surprisingly, actually, I did not know this prior to working with them. They invest in the art community every year. They invest in, I don't know, a different art community, and this year they wanted to look into digital fashion, and that's when they reached out to me and said, "Hey, would you like to create some digital fashion based off these whiskey packaging design that we created earlier this year?" And I was like, yeah, let's do this. I've never done anything like this before. Let's try and make some magic happen. And it really did happen. And I was able to create 3 pieces that were based off their packaging design for whiskey. So I'm telling you guys that there's definitely more opportunities for digital fashion in the future.
Oh yeah, I definitely believe that. Well, the thing is this: you mentioned that you're an imposter, so but you're a random person from the internet. So I don't know what more credentials a random person from internet needs, but I think we'll go ahead and welcome you and call you an official artist here today. If you needed that, not that you did, but you said you're an imposter. I'm going to go ahead and say, no, you're now officially inducted into the Artist Collective. And I think the internet will clap their hands or put up emojis or something to validate that. But
thank you.
You're official. No more. Imposter, no more. It's too late. Now you're a full timer. All right. So somebody's wondering, I guess this is a general question. Are motion designers in high demand? So that's kind of more of just an overall industry question. What are your thoughts on the industry and the demand for our folks in motion design?
Absolutely. Anything video, anything that's digital, any brand that needs online services or like marketing or advertising, there's always a demand for motion designers, especially when everything's so video heavy.
Yeah. And I mean, to add to that, the demand keeps growing the more we are going virtual. So everything going into the metaverse and everything like that, you're going to need more and more and more folks in the world of motion design, graphic design, because everything in the metaverse actually has to be built. And that's the thing. We have a lot of real things in this world. Now, we do have kits and stuff like that, but putting it together in a unique way for somebody's personal brand or somebody's identity. There's a lot of people who have ideas, but the motion designers are the people who execute them, bring them to life, and make them look like something you want to look at. And that's so there's going to be demand, and the demand is going to grow and grow and grow. There's so much opportunity out there. And shout out to Mr. Keyframes, who says I look like real Afro samurai. Thank you. I have the number 2 headband in my pocket here, so I'm not going to break it out, but I do have one. All right. So somebody is wondering, and they're curious to know what types of material, fabric, or wear accessories are the most difficult for you to work with. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So yeah, are you working with like? Is jean textures or silks or what are you working with that's like this is so frustrating? Or
there's actually quite a few limitations, corduroy. And I would say the first one corduroy is actually not too bad, but the first one I would say is belts. And if you guys ever want to like tie a knot, like it's difficult, because the polygons tend to intersect with each other and freak out or come undone, and it is not as easy as you think it would be, for sure. And then
so for ties, it's more like for tying belts, not the click-in belts, but any type of tie.
I'll get onto the second part actually, because I suppose in Marvelous Designer and Chloe 3D, they don't really have hard bodies, rigid bodies. They don't really have that. They fake it with like the best thing you could get to it is like a leather material, which is quite stiff, but it's not exactly a rigid body, which of course you have in Cinema 4D. So in order to simulate a hard body, you have to kind of fake anything that is meant to be hard, like a metal belt or like a clamp. You have to kind of fake it, unless you guys are you guys can of course do it second in Cinema 4D, but it does. To have it simulate alongside with the garment and have the physics look right, it's usually better to do it just beforehand, before you jump into Cinema 4D.
Wow. Okay, there you go. Don't do belts. Find a different way. Find a different way to tie things together. Because I guess then the simulation, you don't have all that simulation data when you import it. So trying to work with hard bodies. All right. Take notes, product teams, so we can bring all of that data in and have it interact. Make that easy. Steffi's request. She's an official artist, not just a random person on the internet. All right, let's see here. Next question. Oh, the chat likes you. They're asking you questions. I got lots of questions for you.
Amazing.
Yeah, let's see here. Do you think these 3D digital fashion is going to boom in kind of AR ads in the future? Yeah, what is your prediction for the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. Augmented reality is the next step. Is the next easiest step, and especially with I guess the limitations of augmented reality right now, and with like interactive formats, is the fact we have to reduce all the polygons to like low poly because it takes a lot of memory or a lot of space to put it into that kind of format or that AR format. So I personally like to have all my garments high quality and like lots of polygons and nice and smooth and subdivided, but currently in a lot of AR formats it has to be low poly in order to make it work. So that's one thing. But as technology gets better, and I have full confidence that the low poly situation will get sorted out, you're going to see more people wearing AR, and of course with more AR, more people are going to be using it, which means there's going to be more like advertisements for like people wearing this stuff. So yes, digital fashion is going, as you said in the comments, a boom. I think it's currently happening. It's just the beginning now, but what I'm also seeing is a lack of 3D artists or digital fashion artists with a 3D background, because digital fashion is essentially 3D. You're working in 3D formats, you're thinking in a 3D manner. So I think for anyone who's got a 3D background or motion design background, you're already halfway there. You already know how things work in 3D. So to take that extra step to learn digital fashion is actually not too difficult. And I really recommend anyone who's inspired by this talk today to take a dive into digital fashion.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, industry booming, yes. I've been talking to people and I say it's kind of like 1992 for the internet when it comes to the metaverse and our industry and even NFTs and stuff like that. It is literally just the surface. So everybody's still trying to figure it out. There's a bunch of terrible hacky websites that are going up for crypto and metaverses, and then you have a couple people that are really pouring in some detail, but we are just at the cusp. So if this is something that you're interested in, definitely check out more of Steffi's work. We're going to be sharing more of the links that she mentioned, so you can take a look and dive in and continue your creative journey. So let's see here. We got more questions coming in. Let's see. How do you see digital fashion developing? And are your digital fashion creations being used as online avatars in video games or customizations now in the future? Or is that something you'd want to do?
Yeah.
So yeah, a little bit of
what was
forecast.
The first question?
Yeah, the first is the future. So where do you see it going in the future? And then do you see it in video games?
Of course, fashion and video games it's already happening. If you think about Fortnite and like people having online concerts already, and like people already having their different skins, different outfits, and it being, you would buy a different outfit online on a game. That's essentially what it is. That's digital fashion right there. So it will become more frequent that online games or just games in general will use digital fashion. And of course, the other thing is, as I said earlier, is like augmented reality, virtual reality. It will become more mainstream for everyone to just like pick up their phone and just like wear a digital outfit, or wear, I don't know, like glasses, and then you can see an outfit, or a headset, you can see somebody wearing an outfit. Or if it's not on AR, it will be on an avatar. So, and the other version is in the metaverse, and you've got your own avatar, which is like an extension of yourself, and then you'd be able to jazz up your avatar with all these different outfits, which of course you would do in real life. You wouldn't really wear the same outfit every single day. So that's where it's all heading for sure.
Yeah, unless you're like Steve Jobs or somebody. Just like turtleneck. Oh, it's that guy again. Looks like an NPC. All right. And I have to say, in digital fashion, you definitely, I say, leading the way. You're an innovator, as well as when I saw some of your stuff, I actually thought that you actually had some of your stuff just regularly designed. Your composition in some of your shots on your Instagram, I was really impressed, because I was like, oh wow, she got some of her stuff made, and I was like, wait a second, no, it's AR. Darn it, you got me. So it was just, look, you're doing it really well. So if you haven't seen some of Steph's stuff, she actually models it on her Instagram, so you can actually see that in action. Right now she's using the invisible model, but you can actually see it on somebody in there, and it's very impressive, so you can get a better idea of where we're headed with this. Somebody's wondering what headphones. Simple question. They do
The
look
ones that
cool.
I'm wearing right now,
Yeah.
they are, what's the brand? Arctic Steel. Man, I have to look this up.
More things.
Artist Steel series. That's is the
Artist
one.
Steel series. Are they Bluetooth?
Yes, they are wireless. So I don't have anything hooked up to me. I used to have wired ones, and it was just terrible when I walked away from the desk.
Me pulling everything over every time, just knocking over coffee.
Exactly.
Somebody's wondering, and this is a very good nerd question, and I would like to know as well. Do you ever want to work for Marvel? Do you want to design some characters?
Oh, of course. I would love to. That'd be amazing if I could, even just work with a Marvel character or just like design maybe a costume design. That'd be amazing.
Well, how would you fashion me? I can be a superhero. Look I got a logo. I can do it. We need to team up after this, and I'll build a Maxon superhero suit with Steffi. You guys want to finance that? Give a thumbs up in the chat if you guys want Steffi to design something. Maybe we can commission her. All right, let's see here. Have you ever worked full time in a studio, and your thoughts of full time versus freelance?
Oh, that's a great question. I love this one. I think there's merits to both. I have worked of course, in industry for I think around 2 years before I leaped into freelancing life. And I've had the honor of working at The Mill as well as a post-production company and in their motion design team. And then I worked for at least 2 and a bit years, nearly 2 years, as just a motion designer in a luxury retail department store. So I have the experience of both. I think what's really good in a studio environment are the people. Like, you can't replace that feeling of like having people around you and like they're so knowledgeable in the 3D space or motion design, and you can ask them, and it's like being at school again. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone's so friendly, and like you can just work together on projects and just like have a share. Everybody shares responsibility. And then after I jumped as a freelancer, I realized, oh wow, I realized how much how much responsibilities the team took, especially when it comes to like finance or like project management, or like if I'm stuck on something, I can't really ask someone straight away. I have to go online and talk to somebody online. So for me, that's probably one aspect that I miss, but I do really enjoy freelance at the same time because you get to be in charge of your own projects. You get to be in charge of your own time. You can, if you like to work late nights, then you can work the late nights. If you prefer to work early mornings, then that's totally up to you. So for me, freelancing has been a way for me to also balance between my client work and my personal work. And I really enjoy that currently. I wouldn't go back to full time for a long while.
Feel you there. So thank you so much. Someone is coming in, but I think this is a question for me. I didn't see any thumbs up, so I don't know if we're going to get that commission, but hopefully soon. I mean, there's a little bit of delay with the internet. So I'm thinking, Maxon's going to commission you to build us a super suit, a Maxon super suit. And I can hopefully AR it next year on the show that I'm here dressed in our own superhero VR AR studio or something. So we'll figure that out. Somebody is wondering how to model my hair. That's actually a really good question. If you're into hair modeling, coming up a little bit later, we do have a pretty intensive presentation on hair by Chad Knight. So you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Additionally, Darren Frankowitz, one of our very own trainers here at Maxon, has put together a full detailed hair tutorial dealing with a lot of different hairstyles, a lot of African hairstyles. So you can check that out. I think that's released. If we have that, if my training team, if anybody from that can type in and share some of that information on the hair tutorials and the hair breakdowns, that's there. But stay tuned because, like I said, Chad Knight, the presentation after next, really dives into hair, so you're going to want to stay tuned for that. Steffi, thank you so much for joining us on the show. For those of you who are just seeing Steffi for the first time, definitely check her out. My team will put her links and info in the chat, so definitely go have a follow there. We're going to take a little commercial break, and we'll be back right after this with Tom Corbin.
you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
in so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays! I said you heard me on the stereo. And it's so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
I get down. I get show me just what you got. Turn around. Don't ever let 'em hold you back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. I want my baby back. Just let the heart attack. Call me a maniac. Yeah.
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, woo! Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. I am so happy and so sad this is coming to an end. This is the last show of the season here in 2021, moving into 2022. And if you've been on the internet during this year and you've seen some wacky things happening, chances are you might have seen a piece or two by our next presenter, Tom Coben. Check him out.
Hi, my name's Tom Coben. I'm a freelance 3D artist in St. Paul, Minnesota. I've been working in Cinema 4D for the past 10 years or so, creating visual effects and 3D renders for music video, short films, some concert visuals, and TV shows, including Creepshow and the Jimmy Kimmel Live show this past year. You might have seen some of my work floating around the internet in the form of a bowling robot or perhaps a horrifying spider train. But today I'm actually here to talk to you about creating some psychedelic environmental distortion effects using Cinema 4D and a little After Effects. But first, let's take a look at my reel. All right, so today I'm mostly going to be breaking down this piece right here. This is a personal project of mine called Kicking In. I made it as part of the Distorted Reality NFT exhibition last spring through the Sevens Grant and the Get NFT group. Let's take a look at the full piece. And here's the second piece in the same series. This one's a bit more complex, but they both use the same basic setup to achieve the intense distortion. Alright, I'm going to show you how to set up a rig like this one and use a simple IK chain and mesh deformer to achieve this effect. Let's hop right in. Okay, so here we are in Cinema 4D, and this is our bathroom that I built. You can see that it's basically just an extremely long extruded bathroom, and it's some relatively simple geometry with some sinks and some urinals and whatnot. If I hit NB, you can see that it's actually pretty heavily subdivided. And that's so once we start deforming everything, let me turn off these lights. Once we start deforming everything, everything will move smoothly, and we won't get any weird edges and stuff like that. So it's important that your high poly model is actually pretty heavily subdivided. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do here is, let's go back into hit NA. I'm going to create a low poly cage that's going to be the driver of our animation. So I'm going to bring in a cube. We're going to bring it into the center here and scale it up to roughly the same size as our environment here. I'm going to go to the side view so we can line it up. And that looks pretty good. And some pieces are sticking out, but honestly that's totally fine. It just has to be roughly the right size. Okay, so I'm going to hide our high poly geometry, and we're going to call this low poly driver, and we're going to give it some segments. We're going to add some subdivisions here. So on the Y, let's hit NB so we can see our lines. On the Y, let's give it 8 subdivisions by let's do 9, and then on the Z axis here, let's give it a bunch. I'm going to say 64. That looks good. The main thing you want to just be aware of here is that you want your polygons to be roughly square. It doesn't have to be perfect, but that looks good to me. Okay, so this is our low poly driver. We're going to hit C to make it editable. And the next thing we're going to do is create our joint chain. So let's go to our side view again. I'm going to go up into the character menu here, grab a joint. I'm going to pull it out to the side here, kind of put it in the middle of the room, and that's good. Now, let's see, we're going to make a copy of it and drag it as a child, and this one we're going to move in the Z direction. We're going to move it 75 centimeters. And then we're going to take our first joint, holding control, drag it under the second joint again, so now we have a joint chain of 4 joints, or 3 really. But we're going to do the same thing. With this one selected, the new one, we also hit 75. Now it's even longer, and we're going to repeat that process until it's as long as the actual room. So 75, let's back out a bit, then hit 75. We're going to copy it again, drag it under, hit 75, we're getting close, we just need a couple more, so I'll just grab a few from the end here. Oops. And 75. Okay, and we've overshot by just a little bit, so let's... Okay, that looks good to me. Now if you middle click the top one, you can see that we have 35 joints selected, so that's pretty good, I think. You don't want to have too many because sometimes it can get a little unwieldy, but I think 35 has worked for me in the past, so that's what we're going to do today. Okay, so let's put this in a null by hitting Alt-G, and we'll just call that joints. Okay, let's turn off our low poly driver so we can see our nice joint chain here. And what we want to do next is make our joint chain dynamic, and that's going to give our animation that nice fluid, trippy look. Let's right click on our first joint in our chain, go down to rigging tags, and add an IK tag. We're going to go to the tag here and grab the last joint in our joint chain and drag that into the end parameter. Next we go to dynamics and enable that. So what that's going to do is once we hit play, the whole thing's just going to flop down, which is cool, but that's not what we're looking for here, obviously. So to fix that, go back to frame 0, and we'll turn off gravity by inputting a 0. Now when we hit play, nothing's going to happen, and that's exactly what we want. So in order to actually animate our dynamic joint chain, we're actually just going to apply animation to the null that's holding our chain. You can see that even here in the viewport, you can grab the null, and our joint chain will follow along. And I'm not super happy with how that's looking currently, and we'll fix that in a second, but you can see that the motion follows along with the null. So we're just going to be applying animation there. You can either apply keyframes directly to the null, but I like to actually use a vibrate tag. So let's do that. We right click on the null, go to animation tags, and add a vibrate tag. And this will give you kind of just a nice organic movement. And you can do that either in position or rotation. I'm just going to do rotation for now. So at frame 0, I actually want a rotation of 0 and a frequency of 0.5. Let's add a keyframe to the amplitude, and maybe around frame 50 or so, let's go 10 by 10 by 0. And these are just some settings that I found that look nice. So now you can see if we start from frame 0, hit play, we're getting this nice organic rotation at the origin, and the rest of the chain is kind of just following along. And this green line is kind of distracting me, so let's get rid of that. So let's go to our IK chain, go to display, and turn off the handle line. Great. Okay. So let's mess with some dynamic setting, because I'm not really happy with how this is moving. It's a little too stiff and a little too fast. So we go into the dynamics tab, and we can see that we have these settings here. Now we're really only going to be worrying about strength, drag, and rotation hold. The position hold I tend to leave as it is at 100%. Now when you're moving these around, it's kind of a balancing act. Sometimes you might increase one and then you'll have to decrease another, or you kind of just have to experiment until you get it kind of where you like it. In my case, I have found, I like having more drag because you can see it kind of slows things down. It kind of makes things feel like they're almost underwater. It gets just a nice smooth motion. So I have that a little higher. And in this case, we're going to go with a strength of 32, a drag of 33, and a rotation hold of 25. And that really slows things down quite a bit, but you kind of want it to stay subtle with this, because once you're inside the bathroom or whatever your scene is, a little bit of motion goes a long way, because you don't want it to you don't want it to be too hard to follow, and you'll see what I mean in a second. Okay, so I think this is looking good. One other thing, I want to go back to our vibrate tag, and right around here, right around now, actually about halfway through our timeline, I'm going to hit another keyframe, go forward another 50 or so frames, and set it back down to 0. And what that's going to do is I want to give this time to settle down to the end of the so by the end of the animation, I want it to loop perfectly. And so if I hit play now that there's no more rotation, there's still going to be some inertia left over, so that's going to finish that off and hopefully kind of come to rest in the exact position it started in. And that looks pretty good. We might actually move this just a little sooner. Oops. So this is over the course of 500 frames, or however many you need. I just want to give time for it to settle in place. So when it loops, it looks perfect, and that looks good to me. Great. Okay, so now that that's looking good, let's go ahead and actually attach, bind our joint chain to our low poly driver. So to do that, we can middle mouse click on our first joint in a chain, and that'll select all of them. You can see they're all selected here. and then we can control click on the low poly driver. So these are all selected now. We go to the character tab and click bind. And what that's going to do is it's going to create a skin object underneath our low poly driver and give it a weight tag. And if we double click on that, we can see that it's bound to our joints here. It's this cool rainbow color. So yeah, let's just see what it looks like right now if we hit play. Cool, so that's looking good. It's applied our motion to the low poly driver, although we're getting some kind of weird artifacts here. It's not very smooth. So one thing I like to do is select our object, go Shift C and bring in our weight manager, and I just want to select smooth in our mode here and apply that to everything. And that kind of just, it might be hard to see, but it kind of has smoothed out. I'm going to click it a few times. It just smooths out our weights. So now if we click off and hit play again, you can see that it's a lot smoother. There's less of those little weird artifacts. And that's going to help when we apply this to our high poly mesh. All right, so now that we've built our main low poly driver for this animation, let's go ahead and grab our joints and our low poly driver geometry and group those together. We'll call that driver just for organizational purposes. And now what we want to do is apply the animation, this nice fluid, cool animation, to our high poly mesh. So we're going to do that by using the mesh deformer, which is a really cool deformer. You can find it right up here in the deformers tab. You can go down to mesh deformer, and there it is. What I want to do is, let's hide our driver for now, bring out our high poly model, and let's go ahead and grab our high poly geometry and put that inside of another null, and we'll call that high poly geo. And we're going to put the mesh deformer as a child of that and a sibling of the high poly geometry. I'm going to go into NA to get rid of the lines. Now, what the mesh deformer allows you to do, again, is to inherit the motion of a lower poly model. So it won't have to calculate all of the massive amount of subdivisions that's in here. It'll just be applied using the motion of the other model. So it's really awesome, super fun. So the way it works is you're going to want to go into your driver. You have this cages input here, and we're going to drag in the low poly driver right into that box. And now before we hit initialize, you want to do two things. First, it's always good to save, because I've had this crash on me before, especially if you have a lot of geometry in here. If it's a bigger scene or whatever, it can definitely crash on you. So go ahead and save. And the other thing you need to do is under the Advanced tab, go down to the external option here, and instead of ignore, make sure that's on surface area. And what that's going to do is basically, let's turn on our driver again. If this wasn't selected, if it was back on ignore, basically anything outside of the bounds of this box of our low poly geometry mesh will not have the mesh deformer applied to it, and it'll get all wonky. As soon as there's moving, these things will stay where they are, and it'll stretch out and look bad. So if we hit surface area, though, these will inherit kind of the motion of what's close by to them. So that's what we want. And so now let's go ahead and hit initialize. It might take a second depending on how big your scene is and how much geometry you have. In this case, it's nice and quick, so that's cool. You can see it's cached into memory. Hit another save. And now let's see. Let's turn off. You can see that our low poly driver has been given a display tag to make it see-through, but I should want to just turn it off so we don't have to look at it. I'm going to go ahead and turn off our joints as well. All right, let's get into place here, and I'm going to turn on these lights so we can see a little better, and let's hit play and watch what happens. Okay, that's looking pretty great. We have now inherited the motion from the low poly driver using the mesh deformer, and it's been applied to this high poly model, and it's actually moving in pretty much real time, which is awesome. It means that it's still very parametric. We can still actually zoom out, and I'm going to turn these lights back off, we can literally grab the joints and move it around, and in the viewport, the actual high poly geometry is moving in basically real time, and that's awesome. I think this might not be the case for every scene. Some scenes might be a lot heavier, so this might not be possible. And if that is the case, you can actually just turn off the mesh deformer and continue art directing just on the low poly driver, and then once you're ready to render, just turn the mesh deformer back on. So next I want to take a look at some other deformers we can actually use in conjunction with the mesh deformer. And let's take a look at the original animation again. So as you can see, there's a wave of distortion that comes at the camera before the actual IK chain starts moving the entire scene around. So let's go ahead and build that. Okay, so let's turn back off our high poly geo and bring back in our low poly driver. Again, that's how we're going to be applying this deformer. And then that animation is again being routed through the mesh deformer and being applied to the high poly geometry. Okay, so let's bring in a displacer deformer, and we're going to add that above our low poly driver. I'm going to add a noise to that. I want to increase the scale of the noise to like 1,000. In the object tab, let's increase the height so we can kind of see what it's doing here. That's looking good. And then in our fall off, we're going to add a spherical field, and that's just going to limit where we can see the actual effect of this deformer. Great. Okay, so that's looking good. I'm going to move it over. I'm going to let's give ourselves 100 more frames, and I'm going to shift the keyframes that we put on our jiggle deformer, so that doesn't start until after this deformer has resolved its animation. So I'm going to give it move it out 100. Grab the spherical field. I'm just going to keyframe this from 0 to about 100. Move that across. You can see as it goes. It's cool, but it's not very fluid. So we're going to move it across here. Let's hit play. You can see what it's doing, but I want there to be some secondary motion there. So we're also going to add a Shift C and add a delay, and then put that below the displacer, and in the deformer tab, put this to point, and set the effector to spring and give it a pretty high number. And then now when I hit play, you get this nice organic springiness. I might actually bring that delay down just a little bit. That might be a bit much for me. Yeah, that's feeling better. I'm going to bring our keyframes of our vibrate tag back over just a little bit. I want it to kind of start as the waves are kind of dying down. And let's turn off our low poly driver again, bring in our high poly again, geo, and I'm gonna hide our spherical field, and let's just see how that looks right now. Turn these lights back on. Great, yeah, that's looking good. It's a little heavy, so we can turn down the displacer intensity a bit, or the height. Let's take it to 30 and see how that looks instead. Great, that's looking a lot better to me. Okay, so now that this is feeling good, let's say we wanted to add some different models to our scene. If we bring in, say, a figure, put him on the floor, and we hit play, nothing's going to happen because he's not attached to anything. So in order to have him be part of the scene, you have to, let's make him editable. Let's bring him down into our high poly geo null, and then you have to reinitialize every time you add a new model to the scene. So let's go ahead and do that. Initialize, I'll take a second. There we go, and then now if we hit play, you can see that he's being deformed along with the rest of the scene. Okay, so we've just learned how to add additional static models into our high poly geometry, but there's a very slightly different workflow for adding an animated model. So for instance, let's get rid of our figure here, and let's bring in this dude here, looking great. And let's say we want to have this guy just jamming out in the bathroom. So let's grab him, pop him in. Now let's position him as we want him. He'll obviously be looking at himself in the mirror. Let's move him over here. Perfect. So he'll just be chilling here as the world goes crazy around him. Cool. Okay, so let's bring him into our high poly geo null. And if we just do as we did before, hit initialize, let's see what happens. When we hit play, the geometry is still deforming, but his animation isn't moving. He's moving along with it, and it's all good there, but he's obviously not thrusting as hard as he could be right now. So what you have to do, instead of just hitting initialize, you have to also check this auto initialize, and that'll basically refresh every frame. Now this can, in this case, it's actually a pretty light scene still. Like I can still play it, and it's not going real time, but it's going enough where you can actually see what's happening. But I've had it before where if you have a more high poly detailed model, or depending on just the amount of animation that's going on, it could really slow down your scene. So I would recommend doing this last if this is, or at least once you already have locked down what kind of animation you want for the whole scene. But this is obviously looking pretty good now, so I'm just going to add a few more of these guys, and let's take a look at what it looks like rendered. Great, looking good, not weird at all, and they're sticking to the floor really nice, and they're keeping their animation, so great. I think this might be a masterpiece. So a couple other things to note with this type of setup. You can't actually have a light object follow along in this method, right? So you can't just drop a light into our geometry and hit go into initialize because it won't follow along. It'll just stay where it is. The way, so in these cases, I actually just had light emissive textures on actual geometry that are attached to our rig here. You can see that these overhead lights are just geometry, and they emit light into the scene. But if you really wanted to add a light object, for instance, an octane light, into the scene and have it and make sure it follows along. Here's a method that you could use, and this also would apply to any other model that if it's not working well with the mesh deformer, or you just wanted to do something slightly different, this method could also work. So let's say we wanted to add this octane light over here. And make sure that it follows along, right? So first things first, let's put it into a null, and I'll just say light null. And what I'm going to do is add to the null, I'm going to add a rigging tag constraint, and we're going to add a clamp constraint. And what we're going to basically do is clamp this null to the surface of the ceiling object, which will be deformed using the mesh deformer. So we can go in our clamp, go to origin, change that to surface. And we're going to drag in our ceiling, and now you can see we have this distance slider, and I'm going to move this so it's kind of just right on the surface there, and then I'm going to lock position. So now if we hit play, we can see as the room starts to deform, the light kind of moves along with it, although there is kind of a bit of a delay, and it seems to be kind of floating a little bit. Also, we are passing out of the room. You can see that it's not exactly stuck. It's following along, but just a bit. So let's reset here. Go back to frame 0. I'm going to, in our constraint tag, we're going to go to basic, and under the priority, we're going to change that to generators and edit to change it to 1 there. Okay, so now as it plays through, we can see that it's now following along, but just the position, the rotation is still not working. It's if you can see it, it's kind of just kind of following along there. So to fix that, all we have to do is go a couple of things. We go into our clamp again. In the mode, instead of fix position, let's fix axis, and then let's do as Phong normal and say use normals. So now if we hit play, you can see that it's following along based on the actual rotation, and as it starts moving a bit more, it's actually following along there. It's not perfect. This is still kind of a workaround because obviously like the light itself has no geometry, so it's still going to be a flat plane, whereas this is actual geometry, these overhead lights, and they will deform with the scene. So I think this method is probably more physically accurate, but if you need to use a light or need to attach a different object to the scene that's not working with the mesh deformer, then that's how you would go about it. Okay, the next thing I want to cover in this video is how I created the puddle texture on the floor of the bathroom here. So you can see that there's all these puddles which are procedurally generated as part of a texture on the floor. They reflect the light really nice, and it just looks pretty cool, and it's actually pretty customizable. When I initially started this project, I thought that I would just model out some puddles manually by drawing a spline and extruding it, but when I merged that with the mesh deformer, like with all the other geometry here, I found that it would actually clip through the floor in weird places, and because it was actually an object, it kind of deformed very slightly differently than the floor, and you could only tell because they were basically intersecting, and it just looked weird. So I decided to tackle this as a texture instead. So let's just do a quick rundown of how that works. All right, here we are back in Cinema 4D. I'm going to be using Octane for this material, but I think the principles here should apply to Redshift or other renderers as well. So right off the bat, we have just a plane, just so we can see what we're doing, and some lights, just for the reflections on the ground and stuff. This material here is from Grayscale Gorilla. It's one of their tile textures, and it's very nice. It has some good surface imperfections, and looks very cool, so shout out to them. Okay, let's bring in a Octane mix material and an Octane glossy material. We're going to call the glossy material puddles, and I'm going to go ahead and replace our tiles texture with our mix material, so it's just going to turn white, which is fine. Let's double click on our mix material here, and let's bring in our puddles on the top and our tiles on the bottom. And I'm going to open up our node editor. You can see what's happening here. We have our puddle texture on the top and our tiles on the bottom. Okay, so right now everything's being controlled by a float slider, which is not what we want, because that's just ramping from 0 to 100% of either the puddles or the tiles. So let's delete that and add instead a Octane noise. Plug that right in. I'm going to increase our contrast to 155 and our gamma to about 0.8. And then I'm going to invert that, because this is actually the opposite of what I want. So now you can see this is where our puddles are going to be. Right now they're a little bit small, so let's increase the scale just a bit. Added a UV transform node there. And this is feeling pretty good to me, maybe just even a little bit more. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so let's give the puddles themselves a little bit of texture. So let's add an Octane noise. Plug that in. I'm also going to increase the contrast here to about 10, and this just gives some kind of lighter and darker spots on the puddles themselves to kind of give them some depth. And I want to control the color of those with an Octane gradient, so it'll just ramp the white and black to different colors as you want. I'm going to ramp the black. I'm actually going to change this, the order of this, but make the black kind of a light yellow, get rid of the white here, and make the other side a kind of a darker kind of brown, maybe even a little darker and a little less saturated. Yeah, that's feeling gross. Cool. Okay, so right now we basically have an opaque puddle. This looks pretty bad. So let's bring in a multiply node, and we're going to multiply that gradient with the actual bitmap texture from the tile, from the tile material here. Add that as the second texture, and then put that in the diffuse. And so now you see we're effectively simulating seeing the tile through the puddle itself, and while inheriting the color from this gradient. Okay, so this is looking very flat still. So what we're going to do is we have our noise that's driving where the puddles are. Grab from the invert node. We're going to plug that into the bump. And as soon as you do that, you can see that it basically lifts the puddle off the ground. You get this nice effect. Our puddles are still far too shiny, but it's a nice detail here. And that's basically the bones of this whole effect here. Let's add some roughness to our puddle. I'm just going to add an image texture, and I've been using the Travis David's Surface Imperfection pack. I've been using this goopy one, which is kind of nice. And I'm going to go ahead and, you can't really see it right now. You can see it a little bit. So let's scale that down just a bit. Add a UV transform node, grab that, and shrink it down. And this kind of just gives, it breaks up the surface, and it also just kind of gives this nice kind of scummy texture on the top. And that's pretty much it. And this is nice because you can play with the noise, you can change the octaves, you can give tons of different looks. You change the gamma, you can kind of have it spread, which is kind of cool. It might not update immediately. You might have to refresh. But here we just have like a floor that's covered in puddles instead of. But if we bring that back down, it's kind of more manageable here. The other thing that's nice is that you can change the colors as much as you want. So maybe you don't want it to be pee, maybe you want it to be some slime, or make it green, make it maybe it's a crime scene, make it red, turn it into blood. The roughness channel on this is actually looking maybe a little too strong, so you can actually just go into the roughness node here, or into their image texture node, and take the power down, and that's one way to control kind of the surface of here. So there you go, that's the puddle setup for this texture, and I found it's a very nice way of working. Alright, so next up I want to cover some of the techniques that I use inside of After Effects to kind of polish the render here and kind of give it that sort of psychedelic, trippy look, in addition to the actual 3D motion that we have. So we have some of this kind of surface detail that's kind of breathing and moving, and some of these lighting effects and stuff. So I just want to break that down, and let's take a look. Alright, so here we just have our raw render, no filters applied. And to start out with, I'm going to want to select our layer, and we're going to add a vector blur. So you can search it up here in the effects. I'm going to apply that. Now, vector blur is very cool. As you increase the amount, you can sort of see that it sort of starts pinching things while retaining some of the detail. And that's something I really liked. So what we're going to do, we're going to increase our ridge smoothness to like 20. If we increase the amount of blur, let's take it to like 30. You can see that things are starting to kind of bulge out, and if we take the angle offset and sort of scrub through that, we can see that things start kind of, especially look at the tiles here, things start kind of spinning around and moving, and it's just this kind of very organic, kind of psychedelic feeling filter. So basically, all you have to do is alt click on the stopwatch here, and put a little expression time times let's say 100. Okay, so we just rendered out that vector blur for a little bit, and it's already looking very cool. You can see that we have this nice kind of organic breathing kind of undulating effect on the ground. If we kind of especially see it at the beginning, the tiles are kind of spinning around and the lights are kind of moving. So it's a very cool, I love this effect already, but on top of that I want to add an adjustment layer, and let's go ahead and add a prism displacement from Red Giant. And right away it looks insane, so let's bring down the glass refraction to like 0.1. Or let's say 0.2. Split the difference. Okay, so that's also looking cool, and you can see that this, if we turn this on and off, it kind of just pushes everything around in a neat way and kind of get these nice little refractions. So let's go ahead and add another one, another adjustment layer. Actually, let's call this prism, and oops, move it back up. And we'll call this one CC Glass, because that's what we're going to be putting on there. And CC Glass. Okay, add that on. And you can see that this kind of just pushes it a little bit farther, and it also gives this kind of nice, almost an additional 3D effect. You can see that we have some controls over like the light direction. This is basically it's like a semi 3D effect, so you can move around the light, and as we do, we can see it kind of shift across these surfaces. And I'm going to go ahead and add another expression. So alt-click on the stopwatch here, add another time expression. Let's do time times 80. And I'm going to go ahead and render this, and let's take a look and see what it looks like. All right, so I've rendered that out. I've added a few keyframes to kind of ramp it up. And here we go. It's pretty strong right now. I think it's a little heavy, but you know, whatever. That's cool. This guy just took a little too much, but that's fine. So to finish this off, I mean, that's most of the effect there. But to finish it off, let's add another adjustment layer, and I'm going to go ahead and add. Oops, stop this from playing. Let's just move over here. I'm going to go, it's a red giant universe filter called chromatic aberration. So let's add that to this adjustment layer, and you can see this gives us this very kind of focused effect in the middle with this nice kind of colored refraction kind of look on the sides with kind of a lens blur as well. This is far too strong for me, so I'm going to do 0.1. So that's cool, and then after that, while we also have chromatic already selected, let's grab the chromatic glow as well. Also very strong. So let's bring the intensity down to let's see what 0.2 looks like. And there you go. That if we turn that on and off, you can see that just kind of gives it a nice, this very cool kind of glow. So that's the basics of the filters that I used. Let's take a look at the original one more time. And as you can see, it's actually going to look a little bit different than what we just did, but it's just kind of from tweaking the different parameters. And I've added some magic bullet looks and a couple other things, but the basics are all there. It's mainly driven just by the vector blur, the CC glass, and the prism displacement. And as you can see, it all gets keyframed back off at the end there, so it can loop correctly. All right, last but not least, I want to cover this this next shot here, which is another kind of trippy psychedelic shot. It's actually done in a sort of different way than within the bathroom, in that this is mainly just driven by a simple wind deformer. There's no IK involved. But I mainly want to talk about the ground texture here and how I got it to get this kind of organic, flowy, trippy kind of look. And so let's hop back into After Effects, and I can show you how it works. All right, here we are back in After Effects. I've opened up a new comp with a color map. As you can see, this is a color map from Real Displacement Textures. I've downscaled it from 4K to 2K because it'll be much easier to work with at that size. And for this purpose, we don't actually need to get super close to it. So that's fine. It also included, so there's a color map. There's also a height map for displacing the material, and a normal map as well. The basics of this technique is we're going to be applying several filters to these maps in After Effects, and then exporting them as image sequences. And then we can use those image sequences back in Cinema 4D and Octane as the color, height map, and normal maps, but they'll just be animated. And then this just gives you kind of more flexibility. It gives you kind of more options to do some cooler animations that you can control through After Effects. It obviously bakes everything in, so it's not as procedural, and it takes some time. But it does create a very cool effect. So let's jump in. First off, we're going to add a new adjustment layer, and we're going to add a turbulent displace. So let's search for that, add turbulent displace. And right off the bat, you can see that it gets pretty squiggly, which is cool. We can adjust the amount and adjust the evolution. You know, if you move it really nice and slow, you can sort of see that this is just a much more subtle kind of effect than, you know, like the bathroom that was kind of all over the place and not particularly realistic for an actual psychedelic experience, or, you know, so I've been told. So anyway. Let's go ahead and take our amount down to 25 here, and we have our composition set to 99 frames long, and that's because I want it to loop on the 100th frame and loop back on itself, because our full animation is 500 frames long in this case, and so I'm keeping that in mind to because I want this to loop 5 times during the animation instead of having it be animated the entire time. That would just take too long to render from After Effects. Anyway, okay, so let's go ahead and add a keyframe of the evolution at the very beginning, and then move to frame 99, or 98, I guess, and set the evolution to 1 full revolution. And let's see our keyframes. I'm actually going to move this 1 frame up. So right off the bat, if we hit play, it's going to go all the way through, but it doesn't. There's a hard jump there. It doesn't loop correctly. So we just have to go into our evolution options and turn on cycle evolution. Click on that checkbox, and right now it's already correct. We have a value of 1 in here, which just means after 1 revolution of this rotation parameter, it will loop back on itself. So now if we hit play, that looks good. It's now looping perfectly. Okay, great. So let's turn that off for the moment. The next filter that I want to apply to our color map, we're actually going to select that directly, is the liquefy effect. And the liquefy effect is a very cool filter. It allows you to kind of push pixels around. If we just kind of click and drag and move them, it's a very organic effect. It's very cool. We're actually going to be using just the bloat effect for right now, but honestly, you can use any of these. They're all very cool. I'm going to bring up our brush size. Let's zoom in a little bit. I'm going to find some of these kind of mossy areas. If you kind of just click and drag, you can see that it kind of really bloats out. That's too much, but you can actually bring your brush pressure down maybe to like 30. I'm just going to drag, if you select it again, going to drag across and kind of dilate some of these kind of mossy areas. I think that looks kind of cool. One thing to note when you're doing this, make sure that you don't use the liquefy effect close to the border of your object, or of your composition rather, because if I started bloating this side here, this is a tileable texture, and so now this section will no longer line up with its other side here. So just be careful when you're using this brush not to affect any of the pixels along any of the edges, basically. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just add a few more brush strokes along here, find any areas that I think would look cool, kind of dilating. As you can see, it's kind of a heavy effect as well. This is another reason we wanted this to be a 2K map, just because this effect can be kind of slow. The more brush strokes you do, the longer it will take per frame to calculate if you're animating it, which we will be. So just kind of use it sparingly, or just be ready to have it be a long render time possibly. So anyway, if let's say we were happy with that, I'm going to go ahead and we can take our distortion percentage and bring it on, turn it on and off. This is obviously, a little subtle. We can't really see too much of it, but I'll show you a finished version in a second. But let's go to the center of our composition, keyframe our distortion percentage to 100%, go to the start, set that to 0, and to the end, and set that to 0 as well. And this is just so this will also loop perfectly, because we want it to loop at the start and end of the animation here. I'm going to select my keyframes and hit F9 to easy ease them. So now as we scrub through, we can see that the liquefy is being applied on these areas. Again, this is you should take more time to mess with this than I did. But here is a finished version. You can see that this loops perfectly, and you can see some areas, like here, that's kind of dilating in and out, and there's a few other spots here and there. It's a pretty subtle effect, but you can go nuts with it if you want. But I just wanted it to kind of be simple for right now. So the next step, so let's turn back on our displacement texture, or turbulent displace rather. And what you're going to do now is basically just render this out. So you can hit Control M to bring it into the render queue and save it as a PNG sequence or a TIFF sequence or whatever you want. But make sure it's an image sequence, because then you can reuse it. It can be read in Octane or whatever renderer you're using. So once that's rendered out, you're going to want to do the exact same thing to the height map and the normal map, and it's imperative that you use the same settings, because you want the same distortion to be applied across all of the different channels. So you could create a new comp. Let's duplicate our color, and we'll call it, this will just be our normal, And let's open that up. And all you have to do is select the color layer, grab our normal from up here, and we're going to drag it right on top and hold Alt and then release. And then the exact same animation will be applied to the normal map. You'll render that out as an image sequence, and then do the exact same thing again for the height map. All right, we're back in Cinema 4D using Octane here. We have just a simple plane that we're going to use to see our texture here. I've got a Octane glossy material that I'll apply to our plane. And let's open up the node editor so we can see what's going on. Okay, so in the diffuse channel, let's bring in an image texture. And I already have our image sequence lined up here. So we'll just grab the first one, bring that in. You can see that it's been applied here, so looking good. We're going to want to go into the animation tab up here. Change this to 24 frames because that's what our frame rate is in this scene, and hit calculate. And so this is going to from 0 to 99 frames. We actually are at 120 frames right now, so let's change this to 99 as well, just so we can actually have it loop perfectly. We're going to copy paste our image texture. Let's grab that, go back to shader, grab our normal map. So this is our normal map that we also exported out. Bring that in, say no there, drag that into the normal. Animation, it's still calculated to be correct, so that looks good. And then let's go to a displacement, bring in a displacement node, copy and paste our image texture, and drag in our depth map. And let's do that now. Okay, and then we'll connect that to our displacement. And let's bring up the displacement just a bit. Make it really obvious what's going on. And let's change our resolution here to be 2K. And you can see now that it's already, even if you scrub through, you can see that it's distorting, and the depth, even the depth map is distorting along with the color and normal maps. So it's a pretty unique effect that would be very difficult to get inside a cinema alone, which is why I like doing it this way. Before we render, I'm going to just bring down the specular a little bit, change that to a dark gray, and bring up our roughness. Since we don't have actual maps there for now, you could have done this with the actual maps too, but I didn't. I just wanted to use the 3 for now. So that looks good to me, and let's give this a render and see how it looks. All right, cool. So yeah, this is looking pretty sweet to me. I love the kind of flowy motion of everything. We can see we got some nice kind of dilation patterns in the moss over here, and yeah, I just kind of love the general look. And let's take a look at it in the final animation one more time. Here you can see it again, kind of in context, and it really just gives that kind of amazing, trippy, kind of ethereal feel. I feel like I've pretty much just scratched the surface here with using the Liquify tool to export out materials that you can use back in Octane, but I think there's a lot of potential there, and I'd love to see what people can come up with using this type of method. All right, well, that pretty much wraps it up for this presentation. If you have any other questions about any of these techniques, or just want to talk about Cinema 4D, feel free to reach out to me anytime on Twitter or Instagram at Tom Coben. I also have a YouTube channel, which is just Tom Coben, so feel free to check that out as well. I just want to give a big thanks to everybody at Maxon, and a thanks to all the presenters that I've learned so much from over the years. I've never really had any formal 3D training. I've pretty much just been a solo freelancer watching tutorials my entire career, so it's been extremely helpful, and I think this particular community has been so generous with this knowledge, so thank you for that. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to give back just a little bit and kind of contribute to that little wall of knowledge. So with that, I hope you've learned something today, and thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with the one and only Tom Coben. Tom, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely, thanks for having me.
You're from all the way up in the frigid north Midwest. You're north
True.
of the wall. He's north of the wall.
That's right. Yep, St. Paul, Minnesota. It is very cold right now.
Yeah. Oh man, but it's beautiful up there. And I mean, when it comes to trees in the fall and all that. So, for those of you who don't know, you type questions in. You just at me, just at Matthias. If you got a question for Tom from anything from his presentation, we got a bunch of questions. I've been keeping log of them. So, first of all, Keyframe, as he usually does, tells me I must tell you something. So, Tom, I must tell you that you get a lot of respect for the technique and tutorial. So,
Thank you very much.
Shout out from Keyframe on that.
Keyframe.
So, there is a question, and that is, do you use a mechanical keyboard?
It's a Logitech. I don't know if it's a real mechanical keyboard. It might be one of those fake ones, but yeah, it's a Logitech.
Fake fake machines.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what it is. But yeah, it's loud though.
Yeah, just have the extra like Kermit the Frog typewriter typing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, it feels better to hit keys like that. Like when you hit the enter key and it gives you some resistance, you got to break through to make sure that, yeah. Do you also pour like syrup and stuff on it to give it that extra crunch?
Oh yeah, you gotta. I have Cheez-Its and I just crunch.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, and which one is it? Somebody wants to know the brand because they want to be like Tom.
Let's see, I don't really know. G613 wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. Yeah, it's mechanical.
Boom, there you go. See, is that Logitech?
Logitech. Yeah.
Yeah. Do that. Look, get one of those, and you too can be like Tom. You can make cool stuff and have clickety clack sounds as you type. Most importantly. All right, let's see here. Now that we got some of the tech specs out of the way, I'm sure there'll be more. There's always more tech specs. Everybody wants tech specs. But while we're on it, tech, let's talk viewport nav. How are you flying around your scene? What are you doing?
I have a 3D connection.
3D connection. Okay.
Wireless gaming or wireless space mouse or whatever it's called. It's really nice. It's like a 6-axis kind of controller, so you can float around kind of in any direction in C4D. So I got that a few months ago, and
very cool.
Do not go back because it's very nice.
Yeah, many moons ago, which I consider the outside time in the long ago, when we used to go out. Yeah, I met them when they were just first starting, and I was at a place, PC Mall, Mac Mall, and then again at NAB back in the. For those of you who don't know, NAB is a convention that people used to meet. Anyway, it's a long story, but hopefully it happens again. It's kind of like the World's Fair. It's it's happened every so often. Let's see here. So. Somebody is wondering, I think this was actually one of our own internal questions from our tech team, and that is any reason why you used a delay effector instead of a delay or decay field layer?
Not really. I think I experimented with both, but I was just more familiar with using the delay. I know they do basically the same thing, but I can't really remember why I just chose that one. But yeah, I think they do basically the same exact thing. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's only one right way to do things in 3D for those of you who are watching. And if you've done it the wrong way and it still renders, then shame on you. You should you should be shamed for that.
That's a failure of an animation right there.
Don't consider yourself an artist if you didn't model your cube with points.
That's true.
There's tons of ways to do things. So if you're using delay or decay, some of it's habit. Some people there might be a tool for it, and that's why we try and share as much information as possible, because you might be doing something the hard way, and guess what? There might be an easier way that's 2 clicks and you're doing the 14-click workaround. But anyway, that's how we roll in the world of 3D. We get it done. That's what matters. Is it done? Yes, ship it. All right, back to tech. People want to know machinery. Do you have two 3090s?
I do have two 3090s, and they're pretty great. One of them is extremely loud though, because it's the blower type, and so you may have heard in the tutorial when I was doing the octane stuff that like it would just kick on and sound like a jet engine, but it works.
Two 3090s, folks. Yep. And the next question attached to that: does that make you better than us?
It does make me better, yes.
It does, or at least it makes your renders faster than us.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
And I'm a better person because I have more. So the question is, with something like that, back on those specs, what are render times, and what are the other specs on the machine? With?
Yeah, let's see. Well, render times, definitely depends. I think the subway animation one, the one that I showed at the beginning of the piece, that one was probably my longest one. It was probably 16, 17 hours on 23090s. So yeah, it was pretty long. But yeah, in terms of other specs, I think the bathroom is probably only 6 or 7 hours now. Anyway, other specs, we got a Threadripper. We got like 64 gigs of RAM. I don't know. I don't really remember the names of the stuff.
He has machine parts.
I learn enough to build a computer, and then I forget all of it.
Yeah. Why? Because your PCI down to your bus speed, down to your memory. Building a computer is great because you get all excited about the nerdy stuff.
Oh yeah.
But then you forget to plug in that one 4-pin power connector or something and drive yourself crazy.
Sure. Yeah, that's always the worst.
Yeah. And I would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors, Dell, for putting together computers so I don't have to. So thank you, Dell. It's just grueling work. It's grueling work. All right. Another question, important one here. This might be the most important question of the day, and that is, how did you get so awesome? How did Tom get so awesome?
Man.
Tom, what have you done to become the awesome version of you?
Just years of rigorous training to become awesome.
It's like One Punch Man. Every day,
every day.
He wakes up, does 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10K run.
That's very nice.
That's what he does. All right. Somebody's wondering render time. So how long did it take to render this particular scene? Scene with toilet.
Scene with toilet. It took,
that's how it's known now, as scene with toilet.
Scene with toilet took probably 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours. Well, at the time, I don't think I had 23090s. So it was actually probably more like 12 at that time. But now it would take probably like 6.
Because he has 23090s, folks. That's how you do it. That's how it is. So, this thing kept coming up, and I think it's a typo. Somebody's saying, was the original inspiration for exploring this idea of LSD style animations? I don't know what that is. In Chicago, we used to call that, like, LSD was a nickname for Lakeshore Drive.
Oh,
so like if you're coming down to Chicago, you're in Minnesota, so like maybe he was working on like Lakeshore Drive. It's like there's a lot of turns. It's like across the lake, so it's kind of squirrely.
It might have been LCDs.
Oh, LCDs.
I'm surrounded by LCDs all the time, so that could be inspiration that they're talking about. And in which case, yes, I see lots of inspiration on my LCDs, and I use that to my advantage to create animation.
I mean, liquid crystal displays, right? There's all types of like color and movement. It's actually like liquid, so that's kind of like movement. This guy's deep, folks.
Yeah, no, great question.
That's a good question. I mean, a lot of questions on the LCDs actually. So somebody is wondering if they can have a number to your dealer. Do you have a special dealer for these LCDs, or?
Not for the LCDs, but I did buy one of my 3090s in a parking lot, so I can.
That's how it goes now. I heard a lot of drug dealers going out of business because they're like, I got to change over now. I deal 3090s.
Right. Exactly.
They've caused like it's a better deal. Like better deal.
I think
better
so,
yeah. Keep no drugs, stay off drugs, and do 3090s.
Do 3090s.
Do 3090s. That's it. That's the message to the kids out there.
I will say it's another crippling addiction though, so be careful.
Yeah, that is very, very financially. But you know what? You'll never find yourself in the gutter if all you do is collect 3090s. You'll always have friends if you have plenty of 3090s.
If nothing else, they'll keep you warm.
Yeah, definitely that. All right. So somebody's wondering, did you and David Ariev try psychedelics together? Why the comparison to Ariev?
He's been putting out some pretty trippy stuff lately. So
he does do trippy stuff. It's AI. Just because they can think into the Matrix. This is what the Matrix looks like, folks.
That's true. Yeah, this is the Matrix.
So shout out to my guy Neo and Morpheus, new Matrix movie coming out. All right. So do you have any other trippy experiments in the works that people want to know?
I am working on a third piece in the same kind of distorted environment series. It's probably going to come out in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, I've been putting a lot of work into it. This one is taking a lot longer to render. So this it involves a lot of plants and a lot of light bouncing around. So
it gets messy.
It gets messy pretty quick.
So
what's that? Just saying hi to Todd. He's in the chat.
Hey, Todd. Welcome. Another question. Somebody's wondering about your resolution. So what was the toilet resolution here?
I mean, I do everything just in HD, so 1920 by 1080.
Because you're smart and you don't want to hate life.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what clients ask for, 4K stuff when they do not need 4K stuff, and that's
you're doing 4K. Why? Well, because the iPhone's 4K. But is it? Do you really want to look at that?
Yeah, HD is pretty good for most applications.
Yeah, I have not seen something that I'm like, you know what? If only this was in 4K, I would enjoy it. If it looks bad in HD, it's not going to look better in 4K. And if it looked great in 4K, it probably looks really good in HD. Now, if you're producing something on the big screen, maybe do 2K at least. I think that's it. I think 2K is where they do a lot of stuff.
Yep.
But now with 4K and extra frustration for artists, I'm trying to render some 4K footage at home. The file sizes are just sick.
Yep.
It's like, why do I need 4 separate hard drives for this? Because it's an hour and a half of 4K. That's why. Jeez.
Yep.
All right. So HD is the resolution of choice. Stick to it. Make HD great again, folks. Don't push us to 4K. HD, it matters. All right. Do you have any post-processing, or do you just tweak everything in Octane?
I try to get. I mean, so in this case, obviously, with the toilet one, I went over in the presentation. There's a few things I add through some of the Red Giant plugins and whatnot, but I usually try to get it as close as I can in Octane. And usually, I mean, sometimes I don't have to do anything depending on the project or whatever. But in this case, I wanted to do some kind of some of those kind of trippy extra effects that I couldn't really achieve directly in Octane. So yeah, sometimes I'll do post.
Yeah, grab some Red Giant Red Bullet, some magic bullets, folks. Get on the magic bullets. Yeah, and if you guys have more questions about that, the team's in the chat, so you can ask about all those post-processing things. Or you can always check out VFX and Chill, which covers a lot of the post-process. If you're looking at that stuff, this Friday coming up, check them out. Let's see. Any last-minute questions? I'll take one more if it pops in. If you guys have a question for Tom, I see somebody. One of my teammates is looking to post in a question, but let's chat and give them that last minute.
Yeah.
And that would be, tell us a little bit about your path into this world.
Sure. So I've been a freelancer now for about 6 years. Before that, I worked at a small video production house where I did some kind of in-house animation stuff and also just videography and things like that. But I was always interested in film and animation. When I was a kid, I would do stop motion animations just with toys and stuff. And
what toys?
Like mostly Legos for sure.
Lego stop motion. Okay.
Yeah, Lego stop motion. Did a lot of those. And then my first actual animation gigs were doing. So the video production company that I worked at did trial support and did a lot of work with attorneys, and so a lot of the work was
recreations.
Yeah, it would be accident reconstruction.
Oh, okay, so, yeah.
So car crashes, or weird accidents that are hard to describe. So they want an animation of it.
So then you'd show stuff with weird clipping and V flip, Z.
Yeah, right. They just
it was just like this. That's
it's
exactly
crazy.
What happened?
Yeah, but so I did a lot of just mostly car accident reconstructions, and then some other kind of I was using most of that time to kind of learn Cinema 4D, and that's kind of where I'm all self-taught and just via these types of tutorials and just free stuff online. So I was learning that whole time, and then I went freelance and just tried to just focused on animation. So ever since then I've been freelance, and it was a rough first few years, made no money for 2 years, and then now it's going well. So.
Now you make enough money to buy 239.
Exactly.
now he's set for life, folks. I can render for a living.
Yeah.
That's awesome, and it's great that you can you can tell people like, hey, I've worked in the courtroom. Like, oh, he's an
right.
attorney.
Yeah, I had to get deposed once, or not even deposed. I had to go on the stand once to like talk about an animation I made.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was like it was a murder. It was actually a murder thing.
No.
Yeah, it was like gunshot trajectory animation. And they're like, so if his body was this way, does that mean it should go here? And it's like, well, they told me to put the direction this way, so like that's what I did.
Yeah, you can change it. I can rotate it if you want.
They're like, They were like, is this a simulation or an animation? I was like, it's an animation. It's like, how much are you doing, and how much is the computer doing?
Right, like, that's a difficult question.
It's like I'm moving a doll around, basically.
I love it. And they were like, "Sir, did you do this the right way or the wrong way in cinema?"
Right, exactly. They were questioning which delay deformer.
He used the delay instead of the decay. I question this witness's integrity. Mistrial.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody's wondering, how did you do the initial ripple effect in the toilet? I think you started off with that little shock wave.
Oh yeah. So that was just a displacement deformer with some noise applied to it, and then a spherical fall off or whatever. Like, yeah, it just goes across, and that's what I applied the delay to kind of give it that springiness. And I had that go through a couple of times, just so like it wasn't just the eye cake moving; it was also the kind of ripples kind of going through the whole system.
That's how it kicked it off.
Yep.
Somebody's wondering. Did you add dramatic facial expressions in the courtroom?
Oh no, not really. I just had some generic like models or whatever.
just people with horrific faces. Just
yeah, sometimes the attorneys don't really appreciate when you add too many details that they have to explain. So keep it general, I think.
Keep it general, just the basic model. So this guy got shot and he had no pain, as you can see from here.
Right,
so
yeah, exactly. He's fine.
It really didn't hurt that much. I was like,
yeah.
Take that into account. Tom, thank you so much. I think that wraps up the questions. Every other question that I've seen is more about your trips to Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. Not much there, folks. I mean, Google it. You can just Google Lakeshore Drive, and you'll find out what you need to know.
There's lots of interesting visuals over there.
Yep. And he did the last question that popped up was the mouse that he uses. It is a 3D mouse. If you want to show it, was it the Kinect? What is the?
It's a
space mouse.
3D Connexion with an X.
There you go.
And
that's his space mouse.
It's great.
So,
very handy for navigating in 3D space.
Awesome. So we will be back. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back with our next presenter, Chad Knight, so we can go deep into hair for those who like hair, as I do. So we'll see you after the break, folks.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022. Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays!
Shake it up, be cruel, work it out. Do you? Shake it up, be cruel, work it out. Do you? Shake it up, be cruel, work it out. Do you?
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars, designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? But with my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate illustration and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We are here for our next presenter. Jeez, getting choked up on my own tongue today. Our next presenter, Chad Knight.
Hey, everybody. My name is Chad Knight. I'm the head of cyberware for Wilder World. And Wilder World is an immersive 5D metaverse that is powered by the Ethereum blockchain. And it's going to be opening up in 2022 early, and if you have any interest in checking it out, go over to wilderworld.com, and there is already plenty of information, examples, and NFTs that can be purchased for the platform already. So what I'm going to be doing today is walking you through the hair system in Cinema 4D. It's something that For a long time, I thought was a little bit overwhelming and intimidating looking until I dove into it. And it's one of the most enjoyable things to just play around with and explore in Cinema 4D. So that's what I'm going to be doing with you today. And we can just dive right in. So the first thing we want to do is go up to this cube here and hold it down with your left mouse button and select a polygon. So this is the most basic form of geometry we're going to be able to find in 3D. I'm going to change the orientation here to -Z, which is facing the camera. And I already have my scene set up. So I'm using the Octane render engine. I've got my HDRI. I have my environment tag, which is my visible environment, just have a white background, my HDRI, and my camera. So we can hide this though and just focus on the polygon. So we have a polygon set. Again, I have it to -Z for orientation, so it's facing the cameras. I'm going to keep the segments at 1. We can explore increasing these later. Width is fine. I'm going to hit S to frame it up. Now, with the polygon selected, we're going to go up to the very top here to the Simulate tag and go to Hair Object. You're going to again hold down the left mouse key so that you can keep this menu open. Go to Add Hair, and it will automatically apply the hair to whatever you have selected. And in this case, we have the polygon selected because that's all we have in our scene. So as you can see, we already have hair. It just automatically applies it. And if you go down and press play on the timeline, you can see that this is already set. I mean, there's obviously a lot of things you're going to want to change to optimize, but you know, you've got a very, very complex and excellent looking hair system built in with a couple clicks. So the first thing I want to do is we're going to go through the hair object. Now, there's different settings for the hair object and the hair material. They both have different attributes and control different parts of the hair system. The first part we're going to look at are the guides, and you want to think of the guides as a cloner object that tells the hair where to go. So instead of having to calculate thousands of these guides, it clones them onto this guide, which is already cloned onto the polygon. It's very meta. So first thing we're going to do is change the count. So actually, sorry, the first thing we're going to do is where these are rooted from. So where the guides come out is probably the first thing that you're going to want to explore. It defaults to polygon vertex. There's 4 vertices on a polygon. As we can see, when we set up the shader, there are 4 points on the corners, but we are going to change this to polygon area. The other options are polygon, where it's going to just come out of the polygon area, which looks the same to me, polygon center, which will probably give you 1 in the middle, vertices, which we did before, edge, which will give them around the edges, UV grid, and custom. So what we're going to explore is polygon area. Now, let's change this to 10 first. And we're going to hit regrow. So every time you change these or something with like the growth, hitting regrow, reroute is going to kind of update this. If it doesn't look like, if what you're seeing doesn't reflect the changes you've made, you're going to want to go down here and hit these buttons so that it will update it. So the other option is how these hairs will be grown. You can have normals, which is the direction of the face of the polygon. You can change a custom direction, so these are all going X now. Or you can have them all going Y, etc. Or you can do random, which is going to give you a randomized direction for each one of these hairs. This can be fun, but you're not going to get nearly as much control over the hair object if you're looking for a specific style. So let's go back to normal. And the next thing we want to do is, so, okay, we've explored the guides. We have 10 of them. And this tells the hairs where to grow. There are 5,000 hairs per guide right now. Let's lower that so we can get a little bit more understanding of what's happening here. Okay, so the next thing we'll look at is the segments. If we go up to simulate hair mode, whoops, and we go to points, it will show us the segments. Now the segments for so there's segments in the guide and in the hair. The segments for the guides are going to dictate how it interacts with things like wind, gravity, etc. How the hairs bend. The guides bend. The hairs, on the other hand, their segments are going to dictate how much fidelity you get in the detail of the hair material. So if you have very curly hair, very frizzy hair, the higher this number, the higher fidelity you're going to get. They're not going to look as steppy. So think of it like if you have a spline, a linear spline, and you want to put in and have it bend, the more segments you have on that spline, the more cleanly that spline is going to appear to bend. So let's go back to here to the guides and hit play. As you see, that the guides are dictating where the hair bends. If we increase this, and be careful going up too high because this can crash your computer very easily. Go back to start, hit play again, and now you see you're going to get much more fluid hair movements. Now, one detail that I want to cover right now, while we're talking about the gravity and how it applies to the guides, is going over to dynamics. Now, the one thing that can be helpful if you have a hair system that's bending a little too closely to the surface that the hair is coming out of, you can ask to hold roots. I'm going to increase this to 99. Play it again. And it's going to make sure that the curves do not bend at all near where the root is, which is where its base, which is coming from, similar to our own hair. Something else you can explore is stiffness, which will make the hair a little bit less fluid, or a little bit less limp, if you will. So we'll go to 22, hit play again, and you see now they're very loose. So go back to start. I'm going to change this back to 100. And drag is something else we want to look at. We're going to put this up to 99 just so we can see the result. So drag is essentially how much resistance the hair has against the gravity. So it's like think of it like wind. So it's got a little bit more resistance to the gravity. So it takes a little bit longer to fall. It gives you a little bit more control over what you're trying to accomplish. Let's put this back to 20, or put it to 20. Mass is the mass of these hairs. So if you change it to, let's go to 99 just so we can see the results of it. They're very heavy now. So think about these things as weighing 1,000 pounds now, these strands. They just fall and they're not going to swing. They're just weighed down way too much. So we're going to keep that at 1, which I think is pretty reflective of how a hair would fall. Let's try 0.1. Let's see how that works. Well, okay. Let's Let's change this back to 2. I believe is where we found it. Hit play again. Yeah, now we see a little bit how. Now we can explore mass. So as you see, it's swept very quickly right through. And it did the same thing with mass. So let's not talk about mass. Elastic limit, rest mix, rest hold, deform. These are all things that are helpful in certain scenarios, but I don't think we're going to need to dive deep into these today. There's also different ways to use curves to more directly influence how these certain attributes apply to these hairs. Sorry, to these guides. We can discuss collisions in a little bit, but first let's go into the hair material a little bit and the actual hairs themselves. So let's bring this back down to 500 so we can see a little bit more. So if you go down to roots, you can offset these and have it start a little bit further away from the surface. Extend appears to do the exact opposite. So if we go up here, we are going the opposite direction. We're going to go further into the surface that the hairs are coming off of. Growth, let's not touch that yet, but we're going to explore cloning real quickly. Cloning is another way to clone hairs. So instead of actually increasing the count of the hairs, you can clone all 500. And again, it will help render times. It will help with your computer's memory and crashing, etc. So if we want to make them a little bit closer to each other, we can lower this to 0. So the root of the hair is 0 centimeters from the original, which is just going to be duplicated essentially, but having the exact same spot. The tips, again, if you go higher number, you're going to have a higher variant as to how far away it is from the original. So you want to have a little bit, or it's kind of pointless to have them. I have noticed that sometimes you're going to get weird results when you're doing the simulation and working with the dynamics with the clones. So it's good to use sometimes, but we're going to leave it for 0 for this case. So let's bring this up to 5,000 again. And bring this up to 50, I think. Let's see here. So the other thing we're going to explore real quick is length, which is very self-explanatory. Change the length. This is also something that can be changed in the material. So that is the basics of how to set up a hair system, how you're going to get your guides to operate, the mechanics behind the guides, how you can have more control over them, how you can get them to show up differently on the piece of geometry that you're using, and how the hairs work relative to those guides, as well as how we're going to work with a little bit of the properties of stiffness, holding it to the roots, etc. So next we're going to be going over the material, which is going to give us a lot more finer control over the hair. Now that we've covered the basics of the hair system in Cinema, let's go in and figure out how to refine it a little bit more detailed. So we're going to do that by, so I've got an extra hair material down here. We're going to go to the hair material object that's down here. And when you open it up, you're going to see that you have all these options now. Color, specular, thickness, scale, kink, clump, displaced curl. You know, you start getting into hair attributes essentially. Length is something that we just covered in the last one. This gives you finer control over that. Straighten, twist, bend, density. See, these are all things that give you much more fine control over the actual hair itself, the hairstyle, if you will. So first thing I want to do is I want to reduce the thickness of these hairs. They are looking a little bit too much like looking at hair through a microscope. I'm going to put it 0.1. It's always good to have the tip, maybe 0.2. It's good to have the tip a little bit smaller scale. Let's go to 0.05. And then it's nice to have a little bit variation in there as well. So we'll put 0.1. Okay. That's looking better. Now we can see a little bit better. It looks a little bit more realistic. We can explore scale. Scale is essentially what it sounds. It's going to change the thickness as well as the length of each one of these. I don't use that very often, so we'll click that. The other thing I want to change initially is length. So, you don't want to look like you're coming straight out of the barber shop, or that you've got a bowl cut like I used to get when I was a kid, where your mom literally puts a bowl on your head and cuts around it. You want to add a little variety to the length for realism. So if you go to length, if we select length, go to that tab, you'll realize, or you'll see that it's set to 100 with variation already at 20. So that's already added in. I'm going to increase it up to 50. Give us a little bit more variety there. And you can also adjust the amount of it, as well as you can use a texture to direct it where to have the variations. So now that we've got that set up, this is looking good to me. We can start to explore some of these hair characteristics. Let's go with kink first, and you're starting to get some real nasty looking stuff there. So there's a lot of options in here too, and this is where it gets really fun, because you can just go as deep as you want with this. And these then scale, kink amount, variation, etc., etc. Now we're going to be working with things that are directly impacted by the segments of the hairs. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this nasty hair, and let's increase the segments. You can see right here there's a kink. Actually, let's lower it first, and we'll be able to see it a little bit better. We zoom out, see all these kinks, and I'm going to try something here real quickly. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. We'll undo that. Stay at 22. Take these hair segments to 5. Okay, so the hair segments, like I thought, do not impact the guide segments do not impact the hair segments. So let's put these back up. Let's put it to 50. So now you're seeing that these hair strands are all very, very clean. And this is good if you want to have larger scale curl type of stuff. But let's say, double click our material. So let's go to kink. And we're going to explore how to control some of these things a little bit more refinedly. First, let's increase this to 100%. We got full kink now. And again, the scale of that kink, it looks like someone just woke out of bed, or woke up and, that looks like some serious bedhead. Now, if we change this to 500 and 500, you see the scale of the kink is much, much more fine. But as a result of that, we're getting this kinking again. Maybe that's not the right word to use, considering we're in kink. You're getting a linear curve that's got a very hard angle in it. If we go back to the material, we go to hair segments again, put this up to 200. Again, you're starting to see the render slow down to catch up. You're going to see a much more fine curve again. So we'll keep it at that. And double click on the material tag again. The next thing is let's change the variation a little bit, just make it more realistic. Go to 25%. These are all completely arbitrary numbers I'm using. let's go to our curve. So this right here, the bottom left, is the root. The kink is applied to the root 0%. It's applied to the tip, which is all the way here at the top right, 100%. This would be 1. This would be 0.5. This is 0. So again, we can also use a texture map to define how this curve is done. But what I like to do is, well, you can also do some of these presets. But what I find works best is to take this 100% and drag it up some so that you don't have to wait till the very tip of the hair to get 100% results of this attribute. And you can even sometimes raise this up a little bit, raise the root, but sometimes it can start to get a little bit screwy and will reduce the amount of control that you have over this. Okay, let's click off kink. We'll get some combinations of these going later, but let's just explore each one for now. Let's go to clump. Clump's exactly like it sounds. This is how you're going to get some dreads, basically, or some killer spike action. Now, again, there's a lot of different options here. Count. This is interesting. That should be how many of the how many of the hairs clump together. Do you want 100% of your hairs to do it, or do you want, let's just try 1 and see if, all right. So we're just going to say that this is a number that we're going to ignore. Clump percent, let's go up to 100%. And then this should be how much, or the strength of the clump. Again, we can change that down here if we want to have a little bit more manual control over that. Say, you know what, I want these super spikes to go all the way down to the head. Keep length. If we turn it off, it will keep the length. So let's put this back over to the right a little bit. I think that's a little bit much. Let's bring the clump down to 50 and variation 25, I think is usually good. So the next thing that, the next option we have here is the radius. So this is the radius of this base clump. If we bring it up to 100, that's going to be our full polygon. Our polygon is 100 centimeters. That should clump at 100, at 100 centimeters. Let's take this down to 1 and see what's happening here. Yeah, so if you go to 1 now, it's every single centimeter is the clump. So you've got, let's bring this back up a little bit so we can see the results a little better. And maybe let's increase the hair amount. Let's do 1500. It's going to have to think for a little bit. Okay, so now you can see these clumps. They are 1 centimeter in radius. So in theory, you should have you have 1,000 of them because it's 100 by 100. Now let's go back to the clumping. Oh, maybe that's why it wasn't working right. Okay, so we have that at 5. Okay, so let's raise this back up to 10 so we can get something that looks more accurate to the scale we're working with here. All right, so there we go. That looks pretty good. So, you know, for whatever it is that you're going with, let's twist these bad boys up now. So if we increase the twist, yeah, my computer's not liking live updates too much anymore. Let's do 100 degrees. So this should twist it to about, 6 o'clock if they're all started at 12. Yeah, and you're seeing it's going to go from base, or from root to tip. So from the root to tip, it's going to twist 100 degrees. So it's not going to be very visible down here, but you're going to be seeing it. The more you increase this number, it's going to be much more visible. And again, this one has variation as well that you can work with. So displacement is pretty much like it sounds. It's going to be similar to material displacement. Curl. It's funny that I would not want to have been challenged with coming up with the names for each of these. Curl, 70 degrees. So again, it's going to go 70 degrees curl. Look at that amazing hairdo. Yeah, 70 degree wave there on that epic haircut. Again, variation is built in. Direction hair, you can do direction random. We're going to have all kinds of wild curls going all over. And so again, what I said about, not wanting to be the person that had to name these systems, I think you can sometimes achieve very similar results with different styles here, but each one gives you the ability to do something very special. So let's look at another one, wave. You know what, I'm going to reduce this. Put this at 100, and let's put this to just 1,000. This should update much more quickly now. Okay, let's go back to our wave. You can see you got a little bit of wavy style. I wish I could come up with something witty for every one of these. To give an example of somebody that has hair like this. This kind of looked like Elon Musk's current hair, I would say. And so this is another one that has scale. So scale, again, is how small of scale that wave is going to be. So if we put it up to 500 and 500, you're going to get some really wavy hair. Probably, oh, that's why, 5,000. That. All right, see, again, still, that's looking a little goofy. Let's try 100. Yeah, so it's just going to squish this thing down. Use at your discretion. Transparency, backlit color are as they sound. Length, frizz. Frizz is a good one that I use a lot. It will give you some very fine frizzy hair. Let's put this up to 1,000. And 1,000 might be too much, but we will see. Give it a second to update. Lower this a little bit so we're affecting closer to the root. Let's do 50%. So frizz, again, you're getting some super frizzy hair there, right? Density. It's going to be default at 100%. Let's check it out at 500. And it doesn't like that. Let's skip density. Tighten. Again, let's explore it at 100. And this is just going to... I wish I could remember the big orange guy's name from Bugs Bunny. Bend, twist, straighten. Again, these are all we don't have to go through each one of these. They are as they sound. Bend is similar to curl. Twist is something that we saw in clump, I believe. It's going to give you just the opportunity to apply twist to whatever you have. And let's see. So the other thing that's interesting is we can do several of these at once. So if we want to turn on kink, and curl, which we may have to revisit because I think I kind of ruined curl. And I want it to go the hair direction. And let's lower, let's apply, there we go. Let's apply that strength so it's a little bit closer to the scalp. And so before we move on, a lot of these attributes to the hair are going to compress it significantly. So when you start out and the strands are straight, it's going to look like your hair is super, super long. But when you apply some of these attributes to it, it compresses it. So let's put this up to 1,000, the length. And voila. So now, let's back up a little bit. You've got something that was similar to the original hair length, but now it's got all of these attributes applied to it. And just for the sake, I should have done this a little bit earlier, just for the sake of visual enjoyment, let's make this blue. And something worth noting is the hair material does not work perfectly in Octane, but that is something that we will dive into and check out next. Now that we've familiarized ourselves with the hair material and the hair system, let's go in and check out how to manually stylize this a little bit. I'm going to reduce the length back down to 100 so we have something a little bit easier to work with. I'm going to zoom in and let's change this color to be a little bit brighter. That looks good. Okay, so let's go up to Simulate and Hair Tools. And I'm going to go to Brush. Now, brush is exactly like it sounds. There's some options here. How large of the brush radius, the shape of it, pressure, etc., angle. Selection only, so this would apply to only the hairs that you have selected, and visible only, which I will turn off. I would like to be able to brush hairs that I cannot see as well. So this is very similar to sculpting, really. So what we're going to be doing is just selecting, holding, and moving. So it's also very similar to brushing hair. And as you can see, as I do this, let me increase the radius a little bit. Hold and drag. See, we're getting the ability now to directly, manually manipulate the shape of the hair. Now, if we want to go back in again and explore what it looks like to have the attributes that get applied, it's going to be a little bit harder to tell because of the compressed hair from the attributes of the material. But again, you can still see that it's working. Now, if you did want to do selection only, you would first need to go up. You can't just do this. Okay, you can't just grab the selection tool and select your hair. You need to go back up to Simulate, Hair Selection, and here you have the standard, Live Select, Rectangle, Lasso, and Polygon Selection. You can also, everything that's in the selection for geometry is going to apply here. I'm just going to do Live Selection, and I'm going to increase the radius. No thank you, visible only. I'm going to select these guys here, or gals. I'm going to go back to my brush, selection only now, And now if I brush, it's only going to affect the vertices, or I'm sorry, the segments of the guides. And that's what we're brushing. So if you want more fine control over it, you're going to increase the segments. Now, we can also, if we want to change the length manually, this is a very good tool, cut. Now, I do not want to do selected only. Let me deselect. Selection, deselect all. Okay. So now, this is very similar to what it sounds. You're going to cut the hair, radius 20. So anything within this radius is going to get cut. If you cut something at the base, it's going to cut it all the way to the top. Or you can just kind of give it a little trim. And if you notice, what's really cool is it will update the vertice count to the new length of these hairs. So if you cut these tips off, it's gonna redistribute those vertices, or those what do we got, segments. So the next one, let's check out a couple other things here in the hair tools. Let's go to curl. This one's pretty interesting. So again, well, we can go through all of these, but pretty much what it's going to do is it's going to give you the ability to manually do the things that we were doing to the hair in the material section, but we're doing it directly to the guides now. So you don't even need to select anything. You can automatically just click and drag to the right, and it's going to essentially randomize where the vertices are, or where the segments are. I don't know why I keep forgetting the name of that. So now that we've done that, we've got this hair, it's all screwed up. There's a couple ways to reset it if you want. You can go to regrow, reroot, or let's screw it up again real quick. I'm dragging to the right. I'm going to go to hair tools, and now we're going to go to straighten. Now this is one that you can apply again, or go over here and click and drag. And it's going to straighten those hairs back out to where you found them. All right, so the next thing that I think is worth exploring. So what we've done so far, basically, we've gone through and we've looked at all the ways to stylize hair, essentially. We've looked at how to control the amount so we can control how much it bends, etc. We've learned how to control the density of the hair so that we can change how fine the style or the attributes of the hair is. For example, frizz, the more segments we have, the finer we're going to be able to manipulate that hair. So for the purpose of what we're going to do next, which is exploring the dynamics, let's turn off kink so we can see straight hair, and we'll keep the rest of it as is. I'm going to simulate. Let's go to forces. Now, there's, yeah, this is right. Okay. Pardon me. So let's go to forces, and we're going to go to wind first. Now, thankfully, this is a very simple way now to see kind of where the wind's headed. You see a windmill. Everybody knows what a fan looks like, I would think. Let's move it over to the side a little and rotate it so it's coming at an angle to the hair. Let's look at it from a little bit of a top angle. And hit play. You can see immediately it pushes it to the side. Now, let's actually turn this up a little bit so we can see. So wind speed, this is how quickly the wind moves across the hair. So if we move it up, you're going to see now it's pointing over to the side more. If we had turbulence, you know what? Let's do this first. Something that also impacts the direction of the hair is the gravity. So let's just turn that off right now. So if you go to forces, gravity, we're going to hit 0. Now there's no gravity. You hit play. Now you can see the effect of the wind a lot more because there's no gravity also impacting it. Let's get a better angle on that. So now if we're going to add some turbulence, it is just like it sounds. 50% strength. Essentially what it does is it adds randomness to the wind. The scale, so think of it like noise. The turbulence is noise. We've applied it 50% strength, but let's lower the scale and see what that does. So it's essentially changing the scale of the noise. Let's go up a little bit higher even. And maybe we need to increase the guides a little bit so that we can see this better. Okay, so we've got a lot more hairs. Bring it back to start, hit play. And you'll see all the hairs move in one direction. If we reduce the turbulence scale, you're going to get a lot of randomization in there now. And the frequency is basically the speed of the turbulence. So it would be like the loop speed in a noise. Acceleration, force, and aerodynamics. I think this is something that is not something that really is applicable to hair too much, so we can skip over that. Something else now. If we want to, so if you notice when we saw the gravity initially, it was -9. Let's put it at 9 now and see what happens. And we can even turn the wind off. So your hair is going to go straight up. So again, the beauty of 3D is there is no set rules on the physics of it. The physics are as we dictate the physics will be. Let's put that back. Force objects, sometimes your hair will go right through the object that they're coming off of. This is very problematic sometimes. So what we're going to do is add a tag onto it. Hair tag, hair collider. And we won't spend too much time on this, but now it will slow down a little bit. But essentially, whenever any piece of hair hits that polygon now, it will restrict it from penetrating through it. So you will not see anything, you will see no hairs going through the geometry that it's coming off of. See what else we want to explore in terms of forces. We already looked at turbulence. We can look at rotation, which is pretty interesting. Again, let's scoot back a little bit. Angle speed. Let's see what's at 20. You're going to get twisting essentially. So again, there's many ways to achieve, this is a dynamic twist basically. So if you want to turn this on with the wind, you're going to get turbulence because we have that in the wind. You're going to get wind blowing to the side, and you're going to get this rotation, this twisting. Now, what if you want to have this in a MoGraph setup with cloners? Let's clear out the dynamic forces, and let's put our polygon here into a cloner. I'm going to hold Alt on a PC and left click by holding the polygon object, and it's going to clone them out. So if we drag the cloner now into the hair object and hit regrow, update guides, nothing happens. So what we need to do if we want to apply the hair to the cloner is we're going to need to use the connector object. So right click on the subdivision surface icon, hold down Alt with your cloner selected, and hit connect. Now this turns this basically into a static piece of geometry, or it makes it act like it's been edited or made editable. So now if we go back and click on our hair and we drag in the connect object, and hit regrow, there we go. Now it's being applied to all of them. And again, if we hit play, everything is applicable to all of the clones. Now, if you notice that it looks much more sparse, you know, these polygons are now balding a little bit. So in order to keep up with the new amount of geometry, you're going to have to increase it exponentially to how many clones you have. So you're cloning your guides on these cloned polygons. But let's say that we want, just these outer ones to have the hair and be selected. Let's hide the hair for a second. So let's select the cloner. Go to MoGraph selection. And let's set turns on now. And as you go over these guides here, you'll see them turn off and on. Click off. Now, as you do that, this MoGraph selection tag is going to pop up. And what that does is it says, I want all the ones with the yellow little buttons on them to be applied. And if you turn this back on, it's not going to have any impact though. So what you need to do while you've got this selected is go back up to MoGraph and select Hide Selected. This will hide the polygon that was selected with our selection set. And maybe we need to do that with it selected. Or maybe it's just not working properly. Let's try this again. Let's turn the hair off. Try to invert this maybe. Okay, interesting. So they're all selected. So let's try let's go back here and go to our MoGraph selection. Okay, now it's working. So if we go over them, we can turn some on and off. And now if we apply the hair, you will see that it's only displaying on the clones that are selected by the selection tag. So another easy thing to do if you want to switch them on and off is you can use invert, and that will display the hidden ones. And you can use fields and several other things in here, but this is a really, really great tool for being able to explore tons of different ways to use the hair. The hair is applicable to all these different systems. The selection set is a really powerful tool to working with the cloner objects in the MoGraph. But again, the hair system is an absolute blessing. Do not ignore this thing. It's super fun. So hope that you enjoyed this. Thank you so much for watching. It was really a pleasure to be able to present to you and be part of your learning experience. I know that part of my favorite part about Cinema 4D and why I use it is because of the simplicity of use and my journey through learning in Cinema 4D has been just an incredibly memorable experience, and I've learned through watching and trial and error. So it's really an honor to be part of your learning experience in Cinema 4D. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the show, folks. I am here with the one, the only Chad Knight. Chad, welcome to the show, brother.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here.
Isn't it though?
It is.
You know, it's like we got to meet in person. When did we actually? We got to rub shoulders or pass by each other? Was that many moons ago at this point?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want to get into that, I can tell you the story of when I first met you or saw you and was almost kind of nervous to come say hi. But that was about eight years ago at SIGGRAPH. But the first time we had an opportunity to actually get to chat was at
Camp MoGraph, folks. That was super fun times. You're afraid to talk to me. I'm friendly.
I know. I was just like, oh, I know.
I'm like great. A Tony Robbins with more hair. That's it.
I was just getting started on all this, and I just thought that I was just so fanned out by anybody who was a part of this industry or part of Maxon. Like, it was funny.
Yeah, I get it. It's Andrew Kramer syndrome for most of us, I guess.
Yeah.
So now that we're out of that hairy situation, let's jump into some of these questions. But before we dive into that, why don't we get a little bit about you? Because that was one of the things is let people know kind of your path as an artist and how did you stumble into this wonderful world?
Yeah. So, man, it was probably 10 years ago when I kind of discovered 3D, and it initially started with me getting exposed to 3D Max with a skate park design job that I had. So I was a professional skateboarder for 20 years, and then I overstayed my welcome there for a little bit, and ended up trying to find something to do afterwards. And I went into skate park design for a little bit, and just was blown away by, I think, the potential of what 3D could do. And then that job was short-lived, and I was just like, really, really passionate about the potential of it, I think. And but I came across Cinema 4D, and I realized that it was just like, in my opinion, it was way easier to learn and everything, and the community was all there. So I got myself a computer, or a friend let me borrow a computer. I locked myself in a room for 6 months and tried to figure out how to model shoes. And then I got into that industry. And through my footwear career, I started just doing project management type of stuff and overseeing a team, and didn't have that creative outlet as much. So that's when I started just kind of doing dailies inspired by people, just as like a technical exercise to continue learning, and continue learning and not forget what I had already learned. But that very quickly kind of turned into like a creative exercise where it was just kind of like this daily journal almost that I would come home and do. So I think that was about 8 years ago that I started doing work every day, and I still, for the most part, am in 3D every day. But it's just been a hobby for a very long time.
A hobby turned profession, and now look at you, because now you were at a shoe company for a while, right? Or were you at several?
Yeah.
And now you're into the metaverse. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that and what you got going on there?
Yeah. So, working at a bigger corporation, part of what, I guess everybody that's probably worked with the larger corporation in 3D can relate to the fact that they usually don't know what to do with 3D or where to put it. So a lot of my role was trying to be the voice for the team and try to help inform leadership on where the opportunities were. And through that, I developed like a really good understanding, I think, of kind of where this technology is headed, and kind of finding patterns in the technology that has been around and moving into more immersive stuff. As you look at like video games, how much they've evolved over the last 10 years. It's like, okay, 10 years ago, maybe it would have been hard to imagine that this was going to be the immersive world that we'll be living in someday. But, as you see it continue and you start seeing what Unreal's capable of, and when I was learning simulation software is another part where it clicked of like, anything you can measure, you can replicate. And, and you can replicate anything in the 3D software. So that's when it clicked that like, holy, the stuff's all going in that direction very quickly right now, I feel like. So I really wanted to be part of building that new world, that new kind of universe that we will all have the opportunity to participate in and experience. So, so I met these guys, the Wilder brothers, and they've been working on this platform for 6 years. And one's kind of a tech savant, one's a 3D artist. So they really understand both sides of it. And they're doing it very well. They very thoughtfully with a very strong foundation. So, they needed someone to kind of oversee the wearables thing so that they could focus on other things. And it was just a perfect opportunity for me to be able to kind of shift again, like every 10 years, I feel like I go through a little bit of a transition. And this was just an incredible opportunity to have a platform to be able to participate in building this future.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And speaking of the future, so what do you see with that? If you're looking at like 10 years ahead, or you look and you do forecasting, and especially if you're saying that was one of your key things when working with executives and working with people, is like, oh, how do I apply this and where does it go? Mm-hmm. So what are some of the things that you see, and how do you apply it and where do you see it going?
Well, I think short term, over the next few years, maybe up until like 10 years or something, I think it's going to be a lot of peripherals being developed, like haptics that can give you new ways to experience it, like where you can have feedback and interaction with that universe, the metaverse, if you will. And I think that the wearables is going to be a really exciting part of it too, because you're going to be able, we have possessions in this world that are defined by, like proximity or like contract, but you can't necessarily just go purchase knowledge or a capability and things like that. But for your avatar and in the metaverse, you can. So with the wearables, I feel like there's just a really, really interesting opportunity to kind of redefine how we view like possessions and self-expression and fashion and things like that. So, you could give you some shoes that enable you to walk on water or jump further, So that's where I think it gets super exciting. But long term, I mean, if you want to get real weird, like where I see it going eventually one day is, everything, this universe is simply processed by our brain with the inputs that we receive from our senses. So if you can figure out what those senses are, figure out how to simulate those and have a direct connection with like Neuralink into your brain, you could replace your eyes with virtual cameras, and things like that. And you could truly begin to experience, I think, a metaverse just like you experience this world.
So more Matrix than anything. Just plug in.
I mean, but less dystopian, maybe.
They're happy in there.
We'll just have Amazon come by once a week and clean us up, and
that's it. We'll have Amazon cleaning bots or Tesla cleaning bots, and that's all you really need. So somebody was questioning, so we can dive in. Folks, if you have a question, just go ahead and type it in the chat and just at Matthias Omatola. I'll see it, or my team will see it. They will toss it in my little notes here, and I'll be able to ask Chad whatever you're wanting to ask. So one question as we dive in is somebody was wondering about jewelry in the hair. Working with that, if you're going to, pin it, or you wanted it attached to the hair, or working with the hair, what do you got? Any tips for that?
Yes, so that's an interesting question. It's not something that I've really dove into before, but I can give at least my thoughts on how I would approach it. So the thing that I didn't touch on in this presentation is the tags that can be applied to other objects that are in the scene. So I guess I touch on a little bit with like collider objects, how to prevent penetration of the hair. But there's also another tag. If you go under hair tags, there's a constraint, and you can have it to where whatever object you apply that tag to will hold that position of the hair. So it's essentially it would act literally as like a pin. So I mean, I think that's how I would approach it initially, but I would assume that with the hair system there, it goes very deep. So I would imagine there's probably a few ways that it could be solved.
Yeah, so play with the tags, folks. Play with the tags. There's collider tags, constraints. I know it's an extremely powerful system, like because I know you can even use it to almost like simulate soft bodies in some cases. You can do different things. It's pretty gnarly. Somebody was wondering if you had any tips for rendering in Redshift.
So I haven't tried hair in Redshift. So I can't necessarily speak to that. Maybe you can help out with that question.
Yeah, same here. I have not. So if we have somebody, and I guess what, our trainers are always available, and we have tons of stuff on Cineversity. So I've literally just started. Like, it's been far too long for me for Redshift, and I finally got in, and I have to say I'm extremely happy. I think one of the things that was holding me back was I had a bunch of material packs for like Octane and physical render and everything else. And I was just like, just learning materials. But I got over that, and I'm working with it, and I finally started working with it. And it's like I've always enjoyed the output, but I haven't gotten to hair yet. So I'm just doing some hard surface stuff and things like that now, and working with like glass textures and stuff. And it's working out really well, but haven't played with hair. So if anybody has any hair resources, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, training team, this is the time to go ahead and we can plug some of those links in there for folks.
I would think though that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just going to say that at this point, I feel like most render engines have their own hair preset materials. So you could probably just go and drag and drop that on next to the default material that's assigned to it.
Yeah. And someone mentioned Redshift is overcomplicated. You know what? It feels overcomplicated when you haven't gotten into it. Like, because as I'm getting into it, it's like when you know the couple places to go, it's not. It's like any other renderer. You just actually have a lot more options and customizability. So don't be intimidated. The nodes can be like, oh, it's super complicated, but after you see a couple setups and you get into it, you'll be fine. It's not that painful. I felt the same way for, it just slowed me down. It's like you just kind of really have to dive in and get some red on your hands. Go ahead and get dirty.
I feel like it's kind of the same for any software though. Like,
right,
you're used to something, so the next one just doesn't seem logical. But then once you get into it, you're like, okay, I understand the philosophy now.
Like, I have to do different things. This is complicated. Yeah. No. Yeah. It's like, oh, we have new features, but why? What was wrong with the old feature? Oh, because it actually solves problems. So there it is. And we got someone saying, just apply a Redshift hair material on the object with the native hair material. It reads awesomely. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Saikal, I believe, Dim. Thank you. So let's see here. Somebody is wondering if you have any favorite projects with the hair system, but I'm going to go one step further and say, do you have any favorite projects with or without the hair system? What are some of the favorite things that you've worked on? But if you have a hair one, let's start there.
Well, so that's interesting because to the point of like, you can use the hair system to do other things. Something that I
Oh no, did we lose him? Is he stuck in the metaverse? Oh, you cut out.
Oh,
there you go. Welcome back. He was stuck in the Matrix. It's like my favorite project, and that was my favorite project. And we're back. I'm like, no, we missed all of it. All right, figure from the top.
So one of the reasons this is one of my favorites is Philip Hodis had a volcano with pink smoke coming out once, and it went viral where people thought it was real. So I did this fountain where it's a head leaning back and the hair, that the hair is coming out and it looks like a waterfall or like a fountain. So kind of to the point about using hair for other things other than just kind of hair, that's one of my favorites because it's like, you can go on Snopes and find it now. And it's like, that's part of my favorite thing with 3D is being able to trick people into thinking that something's real, just that you made on your computer. And then the other one was probably, I did the cover for Doja Cat. and got to do some really cool hair simulation on that too.
I'm not familiar with them. What do they do?
Doja Cat is a musician.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess maybe I could drop a link in the chat.
Yeah, shoot it over to me. If you don't have capabilities, just send it to me in the Skype chat, and I'll share it with the rest of the folks. Oh, someone says they love me. I love you too. Thank you,
we all love
interwebs.
you.
Oh, I love all you. It's my nerd family. I love you all so much. All right, let's see here. You can go ahead and find that. And then any tips in the world, because you also, play in the NFT space. So as you talk about future forecasting and things like that, what do you see, between metaverse, NFT, and all that fun stuff? What do you see in that world?
Well, like I was just mentioning with the whole kind of attributes and wearables and things like that, and possessions, I think that it's going to be everything that's a digital asset you could own as an NFT. We just call it something dumb, which is an NFT, which it's just really a digital asset. So, I feel like as metaverses are built and enable people to have true ownership over things, it's going to have to be on the blockchain. So it's going to have to be an NFT. So it's like you have cryptocurrency, which is your currency, which is your money, and then you have possessions, which are the NFTs. So I think that just because that they've been viewed up until this point with or as like images and movies and things like that, people perceive it just as that. But in reality, it can be, I know Kung Fu. You could buy Kung Fu for your avatar. So
right.
I think that that's kind of where this is all headed. In property ownership and all that stuff is going to be in there too. So I think it's just kind of a lack of people really understanding what an NFT is. It's not like you get a screen grab it, but when it becomes interactive things that you can experience in the 3D environment, I think it'll help people kind of understand a little bit better. So it's definitely not going anywhere, because it's literally just how we will have ownership over things in the digital format.
Yeah, I think maybe like what you say, as far as owning a digital asset, that I think that would be a little bit more helpful just for terminology. How many times does NFT have to be explained again and again versus it's a unique digital asset? Oh, okay, it's like a signed digital asset. Oh, okay, it's a verified digital asset. No,
I guess terminology works against us a lot of the time in this industry.
As it does. Well, I have to say thank you so much, Chad. Really appreciate you having the show. Thank you for sharing your wealth of knowledge on the hair system. Check out Chad's stuff if you guys aren't following him. I know he has many, many followers, so join him and be one of them. Follow him so you can check him out. And we're going to take a little break here, and we'll be back. We're going to start emailing the many, many winners. And when we come back, I'll start announcing at least some of the big name winners for some of our big prizes from our sponsors. And then we will go into a presentation as well as Q&A with the one and only Noseman. So stay tuned, and we'll see you then. Thanks again, Chat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination, ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays!
Shake it up, be cool, work it out, do you.
Show me just what you got.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
Let's start at the beginning. I'm Caitlin. I'm really excited that you're joining me for Brush Up. Pretty awesome. Big fan of this. Let's crank this brush up bigger. Add life to those illustrations. What do I have going on here? This little guy right here. Maybe I should make him pink instead. Now that I like. It's pretty cute. Now this is a fun one. You can play around with drawings that you might already have. Does this look good? Does this look right? With my reference screen, I can see the whole thing. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Little isometric view. A little bit of grass here. I am a rat enthusiast. Procreate, illustration, and animation. Simple as that, and it's all perfect. This is going to be a great resource for you. You'll be inspired and equipped to tackle your own creative projects right away. Grab your iPad and your Apple Pencil and let's brush up. Boom. Roll credits.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays!
Shake it up, be through, work it out, do you.
Welcome back to the show, everyone. We're here in the Los Angeles studios at Maxon US. I am your host, Matthias Omatola, aka Major VFX, on all the interwebs, so you can find me there. So we're going to have our next presenter coming up, but before then, I wanted to announce several winners. So I made a phone call just to make sure we could get some extra goodies in there, and our folks over at Embergen, if you guys know Jenga Effects, they're giving away 4 licenses, so I wanted to read off some of the winner of those licenses. One of the 4 is Ferris Williams, and then we have Lauren Neely, Richard Morley, and Eric Hine. So congratulations to all of our winners there. Everyone who wins will be receiving, we have over looks like 47 prizes overall. So be on the lookout for your email. Make sure it's not going to spam or anything like that. So make sure we're good. And we're going to be announcing those and sending those out. But those are the 4. And now for the 2 main winners. We have Todd Gardner wins as far as a Wacom Mobile Studio Pro. So congratulations to Todd. And our number 1 winner for the Dell laptop, the mobile workstation, is Katie Riddle. So congratulations to all our winners. And for those of you, once again, who are looking to win, we have a bunch of coupons from Tool Farm as well as LinkedIn Learning subscriptions. So be on the lookout for those in your inbox if you are a winner. So now we all get to win. Why? Because we have a presentation by our one and only Noseman up next right now, and then Q&A. So get your questions ready. Here we go.
The first setup I want to show is a very simple one. So first of all, we're going to work in Redshift. So let's go and set up our renderer to Redshift. And there are a couple of things I always change. I set it to advanced. I go to global illumination and set everything to brute force, because I want my GPU to work as much as possible. And then I go to the sampling, and as far as the progressive render view, I want this quite low. And again, I'm quite lazy, I can't wait. I'm impatient, so 0.1 will do. And if I need to crank it up later on, I can do that. Now, by definition, we have the color set to the default here. I'm going to leave it as it is for now. If I need to change it, I can go later on and change it. Now, if for any reason you want these settings to become your default ones whenever you make a new scene, all you have to do is set up a project like this and then go and save it as, go and say save project as, go to the appropriate application folder where Cinema 4D is installed, and just go and call this new .c4d. And if you save this, it may tell you that you don't have privileges. So you can go and save it to another folder and just drag it in here, and it will ask for permissions to do so. So I just saved on the desktop, and then I went to my Explorer and I dragged it in the Cinema 4D installation folder. From this point onwards, whenever you make a new project, you will see that in the render settings, you're going to have these settings as default. So that's a handy thing to do. So this method relies on the fact that we are going to use a dome light. And I'm going to go to Redshift, bring up the render view, and I like to dock it over here. Now, one little thing, if you open the materials, sometimes they will open on this side. Just make sure you drag it back on this little panel. It just is more convenient if it's just on the left side of the object manager. So what I'm going to do, let me close this, is go to the dome light, and I want to drag one of my 360 panoramic HDR images in here. So let's go to the asset browser and let's go and type HDR, press enter, and wait a few seconds. And these are materials. I don't want these, I want the actual images. And I'm going to grab this one. Maybe I'll change it in a second. So I'm going to grab this one and put it in here. And when it loads, if you click on this, you will see that it will appear in your render. Excellent. Now let me close this to make some space and make this a bit smaller. Now if I navigate around, I'm actually looking around my scene. Now depending on what you're doing, you will only see a difference if you're actually navigating around, not when you're zooming in or out, because this is always from the perspective of the camera. It's projected into an infinite sphere. Now you can see that this is slightly dark. This is where the color management comes in. So I'm going to revert to the old school because I don't want to do any particular color managing. This is sRGB and so forth. So the way to do that is you go to your globals and you go down here and you say that the working space is Rec 709 sRGB and this is untone mapped. And this will just revert to what you would see before the Open Color I/O and ACES was introduced into Cinema 4D and Redshift. So let me close this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add an object, a very simple sphere for this case, and we will see it appear here in the middle. I'm going to go and increase the subdivisions so it's nice and smooth. But you can see it's just floating in space. So we need some way for this sphere to cast some shadows or something like that. And the way to do that in Redshift is we need an object that will catch the shadows. And I like to create a disk. Now I'm going to take the sphere and make it 20 centimeters. And I'm going to raise it up on the Y by 20, which is its radius. So it sits right on this plane in this disk. And you can see that it's capturing the shadows, but we can't see the floor over here. In order to make the disk allow you to put this projection on it, it's quite simple. You right-click, you go to Redshift tags in the object tag, and you go to matte, you override it, so you turn it on, you enable it, and then you need to go to shadows. You can see now it's become invisible. It's not actually invisible, it's actually getting the background projected, whatever's in the dome light. And I can enable the shadows, and you will see that now the shadows are on that. Now, the great thing about this is that, first of all, you can control where these shadows appear. If I bring this here, you will see that the shadows are clipped. So I'm going to put it back to 0. And now you navigate, and this belongs into the scene. Now, the funny thing about this kind of projection is that size, it's relative. So if I move this over there, it looks bigger because our brains place it further back, and because the size hasn't changed, it appears to be bigger. Whereas if I go like this, and I'm just rotating the camera, this looks like a small marble, where the more we tilt upwards and the further this goes, it looks bigger and bigger, when in fact the size isn't changing. So it's our brains that are actually doing this right now. Excellent. So let's take a look at something else now. So how exactly we can use this to its full potential. Now I'm just going to go and put it here, and I want to be able to see these shadows over here. And we can see that there is a sun that is causing these shadows appear. Now, of course, because we are lighting the scene using an HDR, we're getting a good portion of these shadows in the correct direction. But what if I wanted to create a scene where I just wanted to estimate the actual sunlight? Then we need to find out where the sunlight is coming from. So to do the light estimation, what I'm going to do is go and add a camera. And I'm going to turn off the sphere and the disk. I don't want any objects in my scene. I'm going to take my camera, look through it, and I'm going to go and set everything, the position actually, to 0. Now I'm sitting in the middle of my world, as you can see here. And what I'm going to do is change the way I'm navigating the camera. In the camera's menu navigation, I'm going to set it to camera mode. And this will allow us, when we navigate, to pan around. As you can see, we're just panning around from that center. Okay, so let's go and find where the sun is. I'm going to look and find the sun. There we go. And we go towards the brighter spot. And I can always go to the dome light and dim it down a bit. So I can go to the exposure And this will reveal, because it's a high dynamic range image, it will reveal where the sun is. And all I have to do is slowly navigate until this is pretty much in the center of my render. So now what's happening, if I go outside this camera, the camera is actually looking at, and I can set this to the actual camera, this camera is looking directly at the sun. So if I take this camera and add a light, so let's go to Redshift and get a light, and I'm going to get some sort of infinite light. I'm going to put it under the camera, and I'm going to go and zero out the rotations. There you go, I'm just right-clicking here. And I don't need the camera anymore, I can get rid of it. I'm going to create a new camera later on. And if you take this light, which is pointing towards the sun, press R for rotation and rotate it 180 degrees, now it's actually pointing in the correct direction. So I can turn off this light, and this has the shadow catcher, and I'm going to remove it from here and just turn this off. So the shadow itself now is coming from where the sun is. So let me delete this disk, let me turn this on, let me turn on the dome light, and let's make sure that this is reset to default. And now I can go and control how the dome light and the infinite light affect our rendered image. If you touch the exposure, as you saw earlier, you're going to get a darker image over here. So if you make it more bright, it will be lighter. So the best way to control the contribution of this light or any other light to your render is to go to the details and go and play with the actual values of the contribution of that light. So if I want this to be a bit dimmer, I can bring down the diffuse or the reflection depending on which parameters I want to control. You can see now that the image is controlling less of the diffuse, or maybe I need this to be fully affecting our render, and the infinite light to be much less prominent. I can turn it off in the diffuse and so forth. So there's quite a bit of control when you do this, and you can add a bit more complex things. Let's add some text here, and let's go and make it smaller. I pressed T, and let's move this a bit and bring it here, and there you go, and you can create your nice little materials. Now, talking about materials, let's quickly add a Redshift material here. Create Redshift material, and I'm going to drag it on the sphere. And actually what I'd like to do is go and get a car paint material and replace it. So you can see that it looks really beautiful, and I can click here just to get a nice quick render of what's going on. So this is the base level integration of CG objects into a 360 panorama. Let's continue with something a bit more interesting now. We're going to do some camera tracking. Let's close this document over here, and I'm going to turn this off, and I'm not going to be using this. I'm just going to go to my startup default layout. Now, if we go to the render settings, you'll see that we still have Redshift and all that, because this new file that was generated was based upon that new .c4d file. So I'm saving myself a few clicks. Now, I'm going to do some camera tracking of some footage I shot a while ago. So go to the track layout, although you don't really have to do that, but I'm going to go there. And it's very easy. Double click to create a motion tracker object. So double click. There you go. And let's go to the footage, and let's load the footage I have. So click here and go and select it. So this is a JPEG sequence. I actually shot this on a Canon D5, I think, something like that. And that was quite a few years ago. I think I shot this in 2014. So let me just double click, and it will load the footage. There you go. I always set the resampling to 100%. And this is not very high resolution. It's 1280 by 720. And it's an office I used to share with a friend. He owned it, and I was just an annoying guest. And he had a really beautiful Italian motorcycle that always broke down, but it was beautiful. So what I did over here, I was holding the camera in my hand, and I added these trackers here because I'm going to use them to set some of the axes and all that nice stuff. So again, just to make sure that everything works properly, I'm going to go to my render settings, and I'm going to go to my globals and just set this again to my classic workspace and set this on tone map. Good. So we can see this color when we render. Now, let's go and do an automatic track, and there is a full tutorial on Cineversity about camera and object tracking. So go and look it up. I think it's 20 or 21 videos. It is with the older interface, but all the elements concerned are still valid. So this is how we do an automatic track. We can just go and say 2D tracking, and we're going to do auto track. Now, I could always go and automatically track the whole thing, track the features, and then do the camera track. If you go to the tracker menu here, you can do a full solve. But what I'm going to do, first I want to automatically track whatever the tracker is going to do. And then I'm going to do some supervised tracking, and I'm going to track these 4 here, these 2 here, and maybe another couple of others, just because these have been strategically put in place so I can get some measurements. So let's begin by just going to auto track. I'm just my animation is at the first frame. It's from frame 1 to 401. And let's just auto track. It's going to load all the images, and because they're relatively low resolution, it's going to happen in a few seconds. Now, I'm not going to fast forward this because you will see that for this resolution of footage and for this number of frames, it doesn't take that long to track automatically. I think within the next 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.75, 0.5, 0.3. See, I was quite accurate. So this is my automatic feature tracking. And what I always like to do is go to the 3D Solve and lock the solved data. I don't want this to change in any way. Now I'm going to go into the next phase, which is go to the 2D tracking and go to manual tracking. And there are no manual trackers here. And you can see that this little button is selected now. That's the 2D tracks, let's say, component. So objects, UVs, polygons, edges, points, and UV track. So I'm going to go and track these over here. So I'm going to go close to this. And here we have the track view. It exists in the tracker layout, or you go here and you find the track view. Anyway, somewhere over there. And if you turn on the tracker view, this will show you here. So let me go, first of all, let's add a tracker. At the first frame, frame 1, I'm going to press Control or Command on the Mac, and I'm going to create a tracker. And this tracker is based on luminance. So if I turn it to tracker view, you will see that the feature is not very contrasty. So what I'm going to do here is with the tracker, with the feature selected, the track selected, I'm going to untwirl the color filter, and instead of luminance, I'm going to do a test and see if enhanced red gives me a better contrast, or enhanced green, or enhanced blue. And there you go. I get a quite good contrast here, and you can play around with these values to see at which point the contrast is good enough, because this is what the tracker is based on, and it's contrast. So it's going to record this like a little camera and going to start comparing it frame by frame. And all you have to do is just click on this button, and it will track forwards, and it gives you some information down here. That was quite quick. Now, this will stay locked. So when I start scrubbing, you will see that the tracker remains in position. But if you lose it at some point, and I've got my fingers on the G, which goes forward a frame, and the F, which goes backwards a frame, I'm going to find the last frame where the feature is recorded, and just go and right-click here and insert a key in track position. And this is going to calculate further on, because the shape from this frame to that frame changed quite significantly. So we're giving it another snapshot. So we're going to move. You can see that's not going badly. There you go. And now we reach the edge where it's going to disappear. So one frame before it disappears, or two, just go here, right click and say trim track. So it's going to ignore that from that point onward. So let's go and rewind again, and let's go and navigate to another one. And let's go, and I can remove this if I want. Yeah, I'm going to remove these two. And I'm going to control click here, make it slightly bigger, put it pretty much in the middle, and track this as well. So it only takes a couple of seconds. I'm going to scrub and scrub and scrub and scrub and see where we lose it. Oh, there you go. So it managed to track the whole thing in a fraction of a second. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go and trim track. So from that point onwards, the track is going to ignore that particular feature. So I'm going to do the same over here. Let me select this and delete it. I just want it to be quite clean. And there's one more here I don't want. Let's just move around and see what happens. Excellent. So go back to the original frame, and let's go over here. And I'm going to press Control and make it slightly bigger. There we go, and let's press this button, and a few seconds later it's going to do this. There you go. So I think we got it up to here. Right click, trim track, and now let's go back, rewind. It's pretty much a repetitive task. I'm going to select this and this. I'm going to zoom in, control click, make it a bit bigger, and you can always go and change these values to make it appear a bit more contrasty, but it seems to work fine. And let's track forwards. Again, it takes a fraction of a second. Oops, there you go. Here it loses it. So go to this frame and right click and insert key, give it a snapshot, let it calculate, and there you go. So I'm going to trim the rest of the track. And I'm going to repeat this for a couple more. So this is one. Let me delete this. This is going to be another one. These are the auto tracks. Let me rewind here and go and find these little buggers and control and do this and track forward, and then start scrubbing through. Go to the last frame where it knows where it is and insert a key, and let's continue with this, and then it gets lost somewhere here. So let's trim this track, and let's do the same to that little guy over there. Where are we? We were up here. Let's go here, rewind, zoom in, control, click, and let's see if we can get a bit more contrast on this. There we go. And again, it took a few seconds, and it's going to go and go and go and go and go. It's working quite nice even with the motion blur, as you can see. It's not the most stable one. So what I'm going to do at this point, I'm just going to trim the track on this one so it only holds for the first frames. And finally, I'm going to track these two. So this one over here. So let's go back. Let's zoom out. Let's go here. Let's select this one. These are a bit blurry, but I don't really mind. So the first frame, and let's tweak this a bit. There we go. And press track forwards. Scrub, scrubby, scrub, scrub. And there we go. Let's go and trim the track. Good. And finally, let's rewind and go and do that bottom one over here. That's a bit of a mess, but don't worry. Let's go and see if we can get some contrast in there. Maybe this. I don't even know. We'll see. We'll find out. And going and going and going and going. And oops. There we go. We have some sort of glitch. Let's go here and let's insert key in track position and see if it can follow it a bit better. Again, scrub quickly. There we go. Let's give it another snapshot. Jittering a bit. Let's go. We're slipping a bit, but I think for what we're trying to do, it's not all that bad. And I'm going to trim the track here. Good. So I think we have enough information for this solve to work. I just save the file, just make sure that nothing odd happens. And let's go to 3D Solve and let's run the solver. Now, I'm going to let it evaluate the focal length by itself. But if you're doing something a bit more professional, I would suggest you use a survey shot. And what a survey shot is and how it's used, it's in that tutorial on Cineversity. So let's run the solver. The solve took just over a minute to finish. I didn't want to waste your time. So let's go and see in our full views what's going on. And you can see some particular patterns emerging here. You can see a floor over here, and you can see, I guess, parts of these walls and whatnot. You can see this is the tripod here with, I don't even remember what I put on this. So the solver is not that bad, actually. Now, the next step is to calibrate it as much as possible so that the scale is correct and the orientation is correct, because by default the camera is being placed at the 000 point. So let's go to the startup interface. So let's go to the Objects tab here, and what I'm going to do is add a few constraint tags. So right click and you can go to the tracker tags, and first of all, I'm going to add a vector constraint. And the vector constraint is this line here. And I'm going to take it and I'm going to snap it over there and then click, select it, and then drag it over here. And this is my Z, okay? So it's going to go blue. And not only it's Z, but as far as I remember, that was around 80 centimeters. When I put these down, I measured it. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was 80 centimeters. So I'm going to create another one. You can always go to the tracker and go to constraints and create one by selecting. So let's do that. Let's create a vector constraint, and it says select. You can see there's a little picker over there. It's not visible up there. So let's pick this one, and let's pick this one. And again, it's a Z, and it's known 80 centimeters. And I can also make copies of these and link them, so I can make a copy of this by control dragging, and I can go to the targets and say, okay, so I can pick now this one and this one. The other one is the same. This is an X, and it's 80 centimeters. And I'm going to do the last one where I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to pick the first one here, and I'm going to pick the second one here. And that's an X, and it's 80 centimeters because I already set it. Now, let's see how this has affected the orientation. You can see it's reversed and all that. We're going to fix this using a quick hack later on. Let me press H here, and let me sort of navigate here and see what happens. Good. So let's go to this view and select the motion tracker. Now, let's go and select some Y vector constraints. So I can go to my tracker and say, let's get another vector constraint and select this one and this one. And this is Y, and it's known, and I think this was 80 centimeters or something. I'm not absolutely sure. And finally, let's go and select these two little guys. So again, I'll make a copy. I'm going to say select one and then go and select the other. And now we have another one, which is Y known and all that nice stuff. And let's go and see it again. Again, it's inverted. That's not too much of a problem. We're going to add one more element and see if that fixes it. So that will be, if you go to the trackers and create a planar constraint. And the planar constraint uses 3 features. So let me go to my move tool and click to select this and drag it here and release, and it will snap. Click to select, drag it here, release, and it will snap. Click to select, drag it here, and release to snap. So we have this triangle, and this will give us a y-axis over there. So, oh, this is a bit problematic here. So something happened, and it's going to auto track. I don't want the auto track. I want this to be the track. So something weird happened here. Yeah, there's some sort of switching going on. I don't know why it's doing it. Let's just drag this over here. Yeah, things happen. We're good. And let's go here and good. And the final thing I'm going to do is add a tracker, a position constraint. And this position, this little dot here with the orange circle, will give us the 0, 0 point of the that particular feature. Now you can see that this is inverted here, and we can do with some better calibration. The features are a bit off here. You can see they're not pointing towards the Y, and maybe just maybe this one over here on the, let's find it. Which one is it? That one over here. Maybe that one is causing some trouble for us, because it appears that it wasn't that good of a track. So you can always remove it. It doesn't really make a difference. And if you're a bit more mindful of your tracking and use a better resolution or a better camera or something like that, you can do a much better track. But this is, it's just one way of doing it. Now, one more thing you could do if you wanted is to go here where you have your planar tracker, and you can go and start selecting things that appear to be on the floor anyway. So you can add more than 3 here. So I can select this one, and I can select this one, and I can select this one. I can select this one. Green ones. Those are the best ones to select. Or you can go to the auto features and drag nulls in there. So there are ways to make it a bit better. Now the last thing I want to do is, maybe sometimes when you reverse the axis you get the camera, but now it's not reversing for some reason. But don't worry about that. We're gonna manually do that. So in order to rotate the whole system, you have to put it under a null. So I'm going to press Alt-G to group this and call this Tracker Manual Calibration. And now you can use your standard tools, your rotational tools, to, let's say, bring this on this side over here and sort of rotate it up here. There you go. So this way we're going to get a slightly better view in our viewports, and there you go. So this is moving along nicely, and let's go and add some objects and do some light estimation and create our backplates and all that. Before we do something, you may observe that the horizon actually is quite accurate. Look at the floor. So the camera was sort of moving from side to side, and if your floor plane is aligned with the horizon, that means that you're doing a pretty decent job tracking this, which is all nice and cool. So let's go and add some elements here. I'm going to start with a sphere, and you can see it's huge. I'm going to make it 20 centimeters, and of course raise it above the ground, the same as its radius. So it's sitting where the 0 point is, and you can see that it's pretty decent, right? It's pretty decent. And there are ways to tell the motion tracker to generate a background object. And you go to your footage and you say create background object, and this is going to create a material with the animation in here. Now, there's one thing you need to be aware of sometimes. The particular solve, for whatever reasons, considers that sometimes that the camera has some film offset. So always make sure that you look at the film offset and see if the tracker thought that was a slight tilt shifting in either direction. So most of the time you won't have this problem, but always be aware, because if this is offset, then you're going to have problems aligning the footage with the camera and your objects. But in this case, it's 0. So I'm going to leave the background here for now. And the first thing I need to do, and let's make sure we have redshift, we have all our settings nice over there. I'm going to go and add a dome light. And at the same time, I'm going to bring up my render view, and I'm going to just drag it over here. Good. And again, let's test see. Sometimes the materials come on this side. Just move them on this side, and you're going to be golden. So just make sure that that white line is not all the way down. I just like it this way. So let's turn this on, and let's see what happens. There's a really bright sphere, and there's a dome light. And I can go and load in my dome light the same sequence. So let's click and go and load it. And here it is. Let me select that and just open. And you need to make sure to twirl this down. Make sure that it's animation. Put it in, let's say, simple mode, and detect frames here. And you will see that by definition we get some sort of spherical projection. But here I don't want a spherical projection. Now, because this is the light counterpart, I actually made a mistake. I shouldn't have put it in here. So I'm going to delete it from here. And I'm going to go and add it to the back plate. So I'm going to enable the back plate and go and select the same one from here, twirl it down. This little arrow is always sort of not very visible. Animation, simple, and go down here and detect frames. And start frame 1 and end frame 401. Now, let's see what happens here. You can see there's a slight slippage, and what I have realized is sometimes I need to add an offset to my footage, and I'm not sure why this happens. I'm probably missing something, so maybe put it there and see if that works better. Well, it doesn't, so maybe -1, and maybe that's going to work better. There's something about that, and I need to research it more. I'm just a bit too lazy to do so. So we are getting some sort of illumination over here, and maybe I do tell my dome light to have some light, so I get a sense of the colorization that exists, although this will be spherical, and that's not absolutely correct, but we are going to do some light estimation for this anyway. So let's go and load this again, put it there, go here, and let's go to animation and simple, let's detect frames. This doesn't really change anything. It's just that we're getting some sort of tinting, some sort of tinting of the environment. To do this correctly, you would need to create some sort of HDR panorama, stitching it, or using some sort of spherical camera. Anyway, I'm going to go and increase this to 64. I want this to be nice and round. And just like previously, I'm going to go and get a disk. There it is. And on this disk, I'm going to right-click. I'm going to go and add a redshift object tag. Go to Matte, turn this on, and enable the shadow catching. So now we have an object in our scene, which is not all that bad. So what do we do about the light estimation? Well, let me temporarily close this control and click on that to close it. And let's go to our 4-up view. And you will see that we're getting this area over here, which I presume is the window or something. These here are these over here. So if I put an area light here, it will give me the illusion because the light at that office was coming from this window and a window a bit to its right. But this is the main contributor. So redshift lights, and let's get an area light over here, and let me rotate it around. I'm going to move it over here, just approximate it, and I can go and change its size a bit, make it a bit smaller, and what else can I do here? I can, let's make it shorter, so select the area light, and let's make this, I don't know, 100 centimeters, and let's raise it up. There we go. And I'm going to move it further back. It is massive. Make it smaller. Move it here. Again, this is just estimating the light. It's nothing, you know, extremely important. And let's click here and bring back our render. And now you can see that we're getting the light from outside. And let me scrub this and go to a point where we can see the shadows. And by using the amount of diffusion we have in the shadows, we can make maybe the light taller. Maybe the light is actually 1.5 meters, 150. No, that's width. So let's go 100 by 150 and raise it up and play around with the intensity just to make sure and the exposure, depending on what you prefer to do, to make it seem that the light is coming. And again, look at the shadows and compare them to other things, and if visually they match, you're in good standing. So yeah, we've tracked the scene, we've placed the object, and now for the fun bit, let's add something that actually has animation here. So here we have the usual dancing buddy that does the very well-known dance. There he is, having a lot of fun. And what I'm going to do is copy this gentleman, and let's go over here and paste him. Excellent. Now you can see that our scene is, the scaling is a bit odd, and I can drag this guy outside. But that's not a problem. I can either go and change the estimation of these distances. And let's see how that's going to work, or if it's going to work at all. I'm going to set this to 120, set this to 120. I think that I can make this even bigger, because the bigger these are, the smaller our scene is. Anyway, so there we have a friendly little dancer here, and that's not at all bad. Now, let's make sure that the shadows are not clipped. The render view, you can see that the shadows are clipped, and that's because our shadow catcher is not big enough. So the remedy is quite easy. Just make it bigger until it has enough area to capture the shadows you need, and there you go. So we have some good ground contact. I'm going to move the sphere a bit this way, and just for the fun of it and to talk about a few more things, I'm going to add a slightly more reflective material here and see what happens. So let's open the materials, and let's go and create a new redshift material, and I'm going to drag it on my sphere. You can see we see the window, and we get the floor reflections and all that. Now the rest of the reflections are not very accurate, because the dome we're projecting on the dome light takes the image and stretches it all the way around. If I were to make this, for example, reflect the motorcycle in here and all that, what I would need to do would be to create some proxy geometry and project from the camera point of view that portion of the image, and then that will appear here. But that's another level of difficulty, so we're not going to deal with it in this presentation. But if there's enough interest, we can make a series of tutorials on this, if it interests enough people. That's pretty much it. We can move our good gentleman here anywhere we want, and maybe further back a bit. And the camera is going to go right by him while he's dancing. Yeah, and we can add some depth of field and get a nice little render. In the final part of my presentation, I want to show you how sometimes you can just use eyeballing to estimate the camera position if you're dealing with a still shot. And let me show you what I mean here. And I'm going to use Cinema 4D, no redshift rendering, anything like that. Just go to standard, and that's what we're going to do. So let's first of all use, I would say, a background object here. I just want a flat projection on the background, and we are going to go and create a new standard material. And in this material, I'm going to go and load one of the frames from that studio shot. And I'm going to grab the first frame and open it. And it says whatever it says. I'm not going to save this file. I don't need to. So first of all, you see it's 1280 by 720. And let's make sure that our render aspect ratio is exactly the same. I can turn these off. 1280 by 720. That's totally coincidental. Now I'm going to grab this and put it on the background. And just to make sure that we have the full resolution, in the material properties, go to the viewport and set this to no scaling, and it will show you the full resolution. Now you can see the ground plane here, and first of all, it's not aligned, so I can sort of navigate around, but you can see that I think the navigation, I turned it to camera mode and it's still there. I'm going to go back to cursor mode. So a couple of things we need to do. First of all, we can see some faint lines going. We can see these lines. And you can go and place, let's put the center over here. Now, visually, it looks, the center looks correct, but it may not be, but that's a different story. I'll explain why. So to calibrate things, we need to remember approximately what height the camera was. And I wasn't holding it at my eye height. I think I was holding it slightly lower. So let's go and create a camera. Let's look through it and let's select the camera and go to the coordinates. So this is 2.5 meters. That's too much. I think it was around 165, let's say 165 centimeters. Excellent. So rule number one, just try and place your camera at the height, approximate height it was when you were shooting this. Number one, we are going to have to reset it to that position maybe a couple of times because as we're navigating, we may move it around. Now, the next thing is where the horizon appears. The horizon should be where our eye level through the camera, of course. So I would assume that we are viewing this, we're a bit higher. So this lamp here, I think 165 would be slightly above it. That's about 1.5 meters. So this allows you to estimate the incline. Now, the other thing you need to remember is that the horizon needs to align with the floor. So in this particular case, we may need to find which axis, not this one. It's always the third one, right? Remember that. There you go. I just need to align the horizon, and I can go here and use my up and down arrows to fine tune it. Don't worry if it's not very accurate, but now the horizon is aligned over here. Then I need to sort of look up so that our eye is a bit higher than this light, and the lines are parallel. Now, the perspective estimation, which is basically what focal length we have. So if I increase the focal length, you can see that we get more parallel lines. And that's when you use a zoom lens, you have less perspective. And the opposite happens. And these are concepts you sort of need to remember when you're doing something like this. You can see now the vanishing point seems ever so slightly extreme or not. So maybe this was actually shot with a 15mm lens. And again, in order to estimate this, you need to see how steep the lines that go towards the vanishing point. And you can look at the parquet here, the wood planks, how they sort of move in. And you need to make sure that your world grid has a relative, the direction is pretty much the same. So again, you can see here that our horizon has fallen quite a bit, and I'm going to pull these lines. Yeah, this is definitely not a 15mm lens, so I can go and raise it. Let's try 20 and see what happens here. I'm going to bring my 0 point again here, and I need to raise this up a bit, and you need to make sure that these lines here and this line here follows the grain of the wood. And actually, this doesn't look that bad. I assume my friend that owns a studio had his carpet nicely placed. That sort of looks quite correct. So yeah, maybe the lens was, I don't know, it was a zoom lens and I just randomly zoomed. But the larger this number becomes, the less perspective you get. So that's the eyeballing method of making this happen. And again, it doesn't need to be extremely accurate. I think these lines here and this one here are not that bad. Now, I think I'm going to settle here. Just let's make sure that our camera, again, it's 4 meters, so 165. There we go. I just brought it down, but the horizon stays where it is and the lines stay where it is. And I would assume that this is not the worst placement. So again, we can test it because the grid here has a very specific, it's got 5 meter grid spacing lines, all right? And we can go and change that, but I prefer to go and use a plane. I turn on my Gauss shading lines, and you can see we've lost our 0, point because I navigated a bit. So you can go to your 4 view and find a place where you can see the camera and switch it to world mode and select the camera and sort of move it forward until that little point there. I'm going to turn off the plane. This little point aligns pretty much with that point there because I want that to be the 0, point, so where the axis is going to appear. Just by moving the camera to the front, retain its height. And again, because a projection always visualizes from the camera, it doesn't make a huge difference. I'm just going to move it this way, and here's our 0, point. Let's activate our plane. And what you could do now is project the same material on the plane using a frontal projection here. And the projections, you use frontal, and you can judge if these lines are nice and parallel, which when I say parallel, they align with whatever your reference lines are from the image. And make sure, if I go and render this, you will see we get a luminance discrepancy here. That's because this material is placed in the color channel, which means that depending on the light source, it will be more or less illuminated. So I can render this and you'll see more illumination here, less illumination here. So in order to avoid that problem, you need to make sure that the plane, using right click and going to the render tags in the compositing tag, you set it to a compositing background tag. And this will allow you during render time to retain the luminance of the original image as if you put it in the luminance channel, but at the same time catch shadows. That's one of the reasons why when I use projected materials, I don't put it in the luminance, I put it in the color. Because if you put it in the luminance and you use, let's say, something like global illumination or something like that, then the luminance is going to participate as a lighting source. The floor is going to light anything else. Whereas in the color, it only receives light, but because the compositing background is on, in this particular case, it will only receive darkening effects like ambient occlusion and shadows. So again, let's go and test this out. I'm going to make a copy of this and call it Proj Mat AO, and double click here, and I'm going to say I want in the diffusion channel, which is the multiplication effects, the darkening effects. I'm going to set all the parameters to on and go and add an ambient occlusion because I want this to catch some ambient occlusion. And I'm going to make sure to replace this material here. I don't like to use materials on a background with ambient occlusion because sometimes it creates some noise in the render. Now, if I render this, I shouldn't see any difference. But if I take this the sphere and make it 20 centimeters and raise it to 20 from the ground and the render this, you will see that we are getting that ambient occlusion over here. And to finalize this, I'm going to do my light estimation. Again, this time just by eyeballing it. So go get an area light, and I'm going to rotate it in the appropriate direction. The Z is, let's say, the appropriate direction. And I would assume that compared to our camera, yeah, that's a good, that is oriented well. Turn off the global, and let's move this over here, further to the back, and let's raise it up. Excellent, and do this. And let's render this now, and you can see we're getting the light. And of course, if instead of just the area light, I go and use a PBR material, so a new PBR material, and put it on my sphere, it will capture a bit more of the environment as well. In this particular case, it catches a bit from the floor and all that. But since we have some lights here, I can always go and add some proxy lights as well. The last thing I want to do is, remember in standard Cinema 4D lights, you need to turn on your shadows. So I'm going to turn on my area shadows and render again, and we're going to get the shadow. And always make sure that you go and add some density depending on how dense the shadows are. And when combined with the ambient occlusion, it's going to give you this global illumination style lighting. So I would go and finalize this just by reversing my this light over here. And let me close that. Just Control Command copy, and let's just rotate it, although we don't need to rotate it, to be honest. And make sure that the light on the left is a bit dimmer, and maybe it's coming a bit from the back, because there were a couple more lights in that other room over there. Let's take this, let's go to general, and let's bring down the intensity a bit, and let's go and render this, and we get a sort of bounce light and all that. So again, you can place an object here, and just by eyeballing, if you have enough geometric features that indicate what is upright, what is the floor, and how much perspective you have, those are the main elements. You can actually place objects just by using one photo. So I hope you enjoyed that, and you can start placing your synthetic, your CGI objects into your photos and videos. And don't forget to go and watch the Cineversity tutorials about camera and object tracking, because I think they have quite a lot of interesting tips, tricks, and a lot of information on how to use the motion tracking in Cinema 4D.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with the legend, the sage of cinema, the one, the only, the great and getting better. Somehow he can do it. The immaculate Noseman.
Couple more.
You ran out of words. Damn it. The immortal. Sorry, of course, the immortal.
There you go, the immortal.
The immortal. I got to get that one in there. Welcome, brother. Welcome to the show. It's always a joy to have you.
Always a joy to be with you and the gang and all our great viewers. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got hundreds of folks chilling out, watching, getting ready. Look at folks. This is your last chance to have Noseman on the 3D Motion Show. I know you show up other places, right? You're in the training, Ask the Trainer. You jump in that, right?
Yes, I moonlight there as well, and a bit of Cineversity and the Twitterverse and all those weird places. So,
but he's best consumed here on the 3D Motion Show. You can consume him everywhere else, but here he is best consumed. So, somebody was wondering right off the bat, like Noseman on PC.
Well, at least I'm on a good PC. Dell was kind enough to feel sorry for me and my very old Mac and offer me workstation to do my GPU renders and all that. I'm grateful for that, because that's the only way I could have entered with my 11-year-old Mac. The only way to enter the GPU rendering universe. And yeah, I mean, Windows is Windows, but at least the machine is stellar. And I couldn't, I've heard horror stories about people putting together their PCs and everything from puddles of liquids and noises and weird things living inside and all that. Anyway, I'm a Mac person, so I needed some pampering, and Dell reached out, and the rest is history.
Yeah, so they've been great sponsor partners on the show. So thanks again, Dell, for helping our one and only Noseman to be able to operate in a way that he doesn't burn the building. So that's
appreciate that. And of course, it happened through my Maxon connection. So yeah, I'm thankful to too many people. I don't like to owe favors, and
we got a Noseman favor. Excellent. You heard it, folks. We got a Noseman favor. So, here's what we can do. You guys have a last chance. Everybody who's listening and chatting right now, this is the last opportunity, like I said. So, if you want to ask a question, just go ahead and @Matthias Omatola. It'll pop up and it'll be highlighted my name. I'll be able to see it right away. My team will be able to see it. We'll grab it, toss it in my list of questions, and then we can actually deliver that to Noseman, and he can do what he does, because he knows. Noseman knows.
And when I don't know, I deflect. I'm really good at deflecting. Yeah. So
he will make it sound like you were wrong for asking the question. That's what he'll do. Like, wait,
maybe I can't. Nope.
Maybe I'm the problem here. It's user error, of course.
Mostly.
So
First of all, if you have questions, fire them away, and then I think I'm just going to show, whenever we have 5 minutes, the quick way of rendering hair, since people ask for it, because it's extremely simple.
For sure. We do have a couple questions coming in. We can dive into that, and then we'll jump into hair and then anything else. But I'm just giving them a moment for things to come in while they ask. So we'll just start populating things. But one of the questions off the bat, somebody was asking, what's the best way to merge 2D and 3D inside cinema? For example, track 2D animation with a 3D background.
Track 2D animation with a 3D.
Yeah, so if you've seen some of the animated shows where they'll have like a 3D environment, but then they'll have 2D people moving through that.
Well, so that's basically, if you want everything to live in a 3D environment where the cameras are moving. If the camera is not moving, you just put your 2D animation on top. That's it. You don't need it to track anything. Tracking serves two purposes. One is if you want to reconstruct your geometry for whatever reason, characters going behind something, or you don't have a video shoot and you only have a photo and you want to animate it. So in that, if you have that, then you'll do a reconstruction of the set with whatever data you have. Visually calibrate your camera, or use the camera calibrator in Cinema 4D, providing you have some perspective lines that are parallel, because you need to find the vanishing points. And then you reconstruct the geometry. And actually, if enough people want to see how to reconstruct geometry, although there are quite a few tutorials, but I don't think it will be a problem doing it in Cinema 4D and showing the whole process. We can put it in the pipeline if there's enough interest. Now, if you have a moving camera, then of course, if you want whatever you're putting there, whether it's 2D, 2.5D, or 3D, you want it to comply to the camera movement, then you need to provide the information to your computer, to your scene, as to that movement of the camera. And this is what we did today with that camera track. So once you've done the solve, then instead of putting a sphere or a dancing astronaut in there, you just put your 2.5D animation on a plane. You can create your animation in any composite program and export an alpha channel, and that will be a cutout. And you use that cutout in your scene. And then there are other tricks where if you want that always to face the camera, because if a camera is moving around and something is on a plane, if it turns, it becomes very flat, right? So there are various techniques where you keep the plane pointing at the camera using a target tag or something like that. So although when you create your 2D animation, let's say you're doing a cartoon and someone is walking and turning around, you do the whole 2D animation any way you want, and you just make sure that it's on an it's on a transparent layer so you can find the edges. And then you project it on a plane that always faces the camera. Wherever the camera goes, the plane faces the camera. So that will give the illusion that you're always facing whatever you've drawn. And if the character is rotating, that will be the illusion. But for another thing you can do if you want to mimic perspective, we have a plugin on Cineversity called CV Plane Smart. And that allows you to take Photoshop layered files and create planes with different depths, and each one contains a layer from Photoshop. And that way you can take a photo. I've actually got a tutorial on Cineversity about that. If you look for CV Plane Smart, you take a photo, you retouch it so that you cut out different parts of the photo that lie in different proximity to the camera. So that particular tutorial I did, it was overlooking from a mountain. So there were a couple of rocks in front of me. I put them on a separate layer. I filled in the backgrounds with some of the magic brushes and what Photoshop does. Then there was a hill, two hills. I cut them out and I filled in the background. And there was another layer, which was basically the valley or something like that. And you bring that in a 3D scene, and you put each of these elements on a plane facing the camera. So you're going to have the closer plane safe, the camera's on this side, another plane, and then you do a small parallax. You can actually get away with quite a bit of sideways animation. So you can create a 3D effect using just a photo and some elbow grease, like you need some to cut things out in Photoshop. But if anyone's interested in that, you can watch that tutorial, which shows you pretty much how to do it.
And that's the PlaneSmart one.
The PlaneSmart just automates the process of creating a bunch of layers. It automates their distances. You use a couple of sliders to do that. It does nothing you can't do already in Cinema 4D, but it actually offers a quick way of doing it, and things are pretty much contained in a little generator, which allows you to do changes and all that without having to deal with very specific objects. So it automatically assigns the layers and whatnot. So yeah, there's a bunch of things. And do we have, I sent you a link with the Cineversity tutorial. It's on your personal Skype.
It's in the Skypes.
It's the, okay, so if anyone wants to watch the full detailed 21 video long tutorial,
I got that.
Motion tracking and object tracking.
Here it is now, folks.
Yeah. And although the interface has changed, all the functions are pretty much identical. It's based on footage from Hollywood camera work, and it goes all the way from the raw footage to applying a camera track and an object. So there's an actress that's holding a prop, and I spent 2 days making a prop, which didn't make it in my tutorial. Anyhow, yeah, Home Depot is becoming one of my favorite places to go and buy things, which I don't use eventually because I over-design things. But hey,
over-engineering.
Over-engineering.
But who would do it better? I don't know many. I don't know.
Thank you very much.
So let's see what else we got here. So somebody is wondering, back with the scene, even though you did this a little bit, but they were wondering, would it be better to add a light near the window to create shadows instead of only the HDR? And for that, I mean, you kind of showed some of the big benefits of that as far as the customizability of your light, right?
Yeah. So I think the question refers to the fact that I took the 2D projected one and I put it in the dome lights emission. And the reason I did that was the dome light itself is a single color. Whereas if you use a photograph, even if it's the wrong photograph, because if you can see some shades of red, which only exist on the left side of the photo, appear on the right side of the objects. But yet the overall tint you get by applying a photo is, gives you a better immersion of your CG into your scene. Now, if I was doing that, this scene professionally, I would prefer to actually spend a few hours and do a reconstruction, especially if you if you go to a studio to work, if you have a set, then part of the process is to take your measurements and model this with real units and doing a few other steps. Or better still, you go where your character or characters are going to be and you start shooting photographs. There was an amazing video that popped up a few weeks ago. I think it was by the Weta, I think, come on, or the Foundry, I think it was Weta, on how they shoot their HDRs, exactly how they do that. And it's a well-known method. You need a camera that can do auto bracketing shots, where it shoots a range of photos with different aperture increments automatically, so you don't have to fiddle with the camera. And you should shoot enough photographs to cover the whole 360 of where you are. But you need to do that ideally from where your hero character is going to be. You put the tripod on and you start rotating the camera, then tilting it and rotating all the way around. And then even Photoshop can do this, and there is dedicated software where you throw all these photos in and it creates a high dynamic range because each shot is taken with quite a few brackets. So it gives you a much higher dynamic range. That's how you stitch things into, you create high dynamic range images from a series of images in Photoshop, but this stitches the whole thing in a panorama, automatically aligning each of the shots. And suddenly you have from the point of view of your hero object, not the camera, the hero object, you have the actual lighting. Now, funny enough, that particular studio, I did that. I used the same camera. I used software. I did the stitching. I couldn't find it. I looked through 10 hard drives because this was back in 2014. It is somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, I'm
the photo stitcher program, right? That would just stitch it all together.
I actually got the one that was color with a K. Color. I think it's a company that GoPro bought eventually, and they discontinued, I think, that particular product. But you can do this in Photoshop. What's it called? It's not Photoshop. It's Adobe Lightbox. No, Lightbox is Apple. It's one of
one of the things.
One of the things that Adobe has that allow you to look at photos and all that. That's the long description.
Wouldn't be Bridge, would it?
No, it's not Bridge. It's the other one. Oh, come on. And
they have many things.
Anyway,
they have many things.
They have many.
But let's talk, because when we look at the photo stitching, we can get on that, or somebody else can take a look, and you can just toss that in the chat if you know it. And we can keep this boat a sail, because I have more questions. They have some questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. Somebody was wondering if you wanted to have a character pass from behind the walls at the end of the hall. So in that shot that you have at the hall, what is more preferable? Projection mapping of footage on a virtual wall or something else?
Oh, that you just reconstruct the minimum amount of geometry you need to make that work for you, whatever is going to cover your character. And you can even do it in post. At the end of the day, if it's a door, which is a straight line, you just cut it in post. But if you want to see it in your render view, you just create a very thin cube, a very flat cube, and you put it so that it aligns with eyeballing 99% of the time. For simple stuff, eyeballing will get you everywhere. If you want to have a more complex reconstruction, if you, for some reason, you need to be extremely accurate, then the amount of work is much more. And if you have access to the actual set, it's good to take literal measurements. And what I find very interesting is that using an iPad Pro or an iPhone Pro or anything that has a LiDAR or something like that, you can actually use that to get a low resolution proxy mesh of the area you are. And that will help you reconstruct it, because it gives you the rough surfaces of where everything exists. I wouldn't suggest you use the actual geometry, because it's quite jittery, that you never get flat surfaces which are very accurate. But once you have a point cloud and a sort of a rough triangulated mesh that resembles the space you want to reconstruct, you actually can do your job much better. But for a novice like the one I shot, it will be less than half an hour to get all the appropriate measurements and then reconstruct it in Cinema 4D. It would take me another half hour to model that. And then all you have to do is project from the camera view, from where you are viewing. So the backplate from the dome light, that will be the ideal one. And you just project on that geometry as well, and you turn it into a shadow catcher as well, so that any light that casts shadows will be caught on the wall as well.
Very nice. I hope you're taking notes or watch the replay. It is. But we got a number of people chiming in for Lightroom, as well as there was a specific extension, PT.
Lightroom, that was
PT GUI. Okay. So moving on, next question. Is it possible to create masks on the imported 2D footage / backplate? For example, having a 3D object partially disappear behind the wall. But I think you pretty much covered that in the last.
That's exactly. So you would just, something? Let me try something. Can you share my screen if you may?
All right, we're going for it. We're going inside the machine of Noseman.
Let's go inside the machine of Noseman, and let me see if. Let me see. Ooh, all right, I'm just going to do it. I want an image, so I need to get. Let me just make a material. So that's what happens when I'm thinking too much. Just bring this here. I'm just going to my other window, and I'm going to go and load the actual, just so that people don't think that I'm hiding something. There we go. So I'm going to my meta.
But that's what they want you to do. They want you to hide something.
Okay, I'm hiding it. So this is the same footage. I don't care about the same location. Go here, animation, simple, calculate, 401 frames. There you go. So I have my footage over here, and I'm going to make a background object and put it over here. So this is pretty much from on the background, so it's as similar as projecting from a camera. So let me just go here, set the viewport to no scale. Always do this. This was the down sampling was something for 15 years ago. Turn this always to no scaling. You get your image, and all graphics cards can handle it perfectly. So you don't really need to align it as well. If you're doing something as simple as wanting something to move behind there, I would do this. Oh, look at me. It's perfectly aligned now. There we go. Done. 3 seconds to align your scene. Now let's go and create this wall, and let's make a sphere go behind there. Now I'm not going to mask out this, right? It's a bit too much. So I'm just going to take a cube, and on the cube I'm going to put the same. It's not that button, it's this button. I'm going to put this, and I'm going to set this to frontal projection. So basically the cube now, look, and if I want to be even more fancy so you can see, I'm going to create a camera. I'm going to set this to have a camera mapping. So instead of frontal, you tell it to have a camera mapping. If you don't know camera mapping workflows, you don't know what you're missing. Calculate. Now watch this. If I exit the camera and go to my, and go here, look at that. Let me turn off the background for a second. Look at this. This is the camera projecting on the cube. But because if we're viewing it from the camera, it's seamless. Totally seamless. And what you would do is take your cube and place it where you think. So the cube needs to come up 100 because the floor is down there. And you eyeball it. Let's go and do some eyeballing. Do this. It's moving.
And the camera projection just works just like a projector in real life. It's just projecting light.
Exactly. And if you're projecting from the same point you're viewing, so if you're projecting what you're viewing from the same point you're viewing, you actually get exactly the same thing. So it's these, this is how these fake projections work, and some weird, the rooms and all that. And watch this. I'm going to make this editable and see how dirty you can be with this kind of stuff. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go up, and I don't even care that the camera has perspective. There you go. That there's a distortion. If you want to fix the distortion, go ahead and fix it. So what's going to happen now is that if I take my sphere, I'm going to add my disk. I want to create a disk, and I created a cylinder. What does that say about me, Matthias? If I want to create a disk and I create a cylinder, is that something I need to be worried about?
You're looking for more depth in your life. It's so flat.
Whatever is on the cube, I can project it on the disk as well, because I want this to be the shadow catcher. I'm getting the sphere and the disk and move them back where the behind the cube. Look at that. Whoop. There you go. I'm going to make the disk as big as I need it to be. Whoop. So it catches all the shadows. And if I render this, you will see we get the color discrepancy because it's in the diffuse channel. And the only thing you need to do is go to the objects that are going to be catching the projections. And in the render tags, just set them to compositing background. So now I'm rendering this perfect. And I'm going to make another material with ambient occlusion over here to get some contact shadows. And this is exactly what I showed earlier in the video. Make sure this is on the disk. So now if I render, I get the shadow, and my sphere goes behind the wall. There it is.
Ta-da!
Because it's behind.
There's your masking.
Yeah, and there's your masking. Now, if you, so this is, you know, $500 for this, but if you want it to be behind the tripod, then it's like $2,000 because you need. So when you're doing, in this particular case, if the tripod was not necessary, I would actually prefer to go and comp it out. It's easier to do that than try and make a model. Now, if you're really, really desperate about this, well, and you have some time in your hands, then you can do exactly the same thing with the tripod. So the tripod was in front of the wall. It was quite thin. It was quite tall. And you just place it here. And a cool thing you could do is you have a null. You have your camera projected here and your the render tag. You remove this you remove it from the cube, and you can put everything under the null, and it's going to inherit everything you put under the null. This is the mat with the ambient occlusion. This is the mat without the ambient occlusion. So the sphere, anything that goes in there is going to receive the textures you're putting there. So I'm going to go make the cylinder very, very thin. Maybe not that thin. I'm going to place it here and maybe rotate it a bit in the view. If I render this, now I get, I messed something up. I put the disk and it's UV mapping. Yeah, I actually changed that. Let's go to camera mapping. Let's drag the camera back in here. I did some things I shouldn't have, and put this over here, render. Yep, and the sphere needs to go outside. There we go. So now I'm behind one element of the tripod. So if you need to do this, the technique is pretty much the same. You just need to account for all the elements that are in front of your object. So let me put this 60 above the ground, and let's send it back. So it's behind the wall. Good. And let's move it a bit this way. And now we are behind the wall, but behind the tripod as well. But this has cables and so many other things.
Yeah.
Another thing you can do in this particular case is just extract this in your compositing program for each frame and then just recomposite it on top. So there are all sorts of ways. That would have been my preference. If the video is moving, then that's sort of a different story. I've done some sort of miscalculation here. What have I done? Yeah, the background. Yeah, but
I think they get the general of it though, and you can clean it up. But somebody was wondering how to track anamorphic footage using Red Giant lens distortion matcher.
Actually, if you watch my tutorial, it was shot anamorphic. The tutorial on University, it was
the one that I posted earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay,
So
I'll repost that again in the chat for you all.
yeah, I had to stretch that. When you open the tracker, so you go to the tracking and you create a new scene, double click for the tracker and the scene. What you can do in the footage, you can change the aspect ratio. So basically, if your shot is square and you want it to stretch to 16:9, that's what you do. You stretch it to 16:9. And the tracker is able, then it uses the stretched image to do that. So whether it's anamorphic or anything like that, it won't be a problem. What is a problem is distortion, so spherical and cylindrical distortion. So with every camera, unless you have a telescope, everything at the edges is round. So this is not a straight line here, in case you hadn't noticed. Both Cinema 4D and in Red Giant has a tool that does, I think we can do on distortion. The proper process to do a full track is you get your footage, you undistort it with whatever method you have available to you. You track it, and then you render on the undistorted footage, and then you redistort your render and then composite it on the original image. So the distortion happens before the tracking. The undistortion happens before the tracking. Then you get rid of your undistorted footage because you don't need it. And then you render and you distort the render opposite.
And then you add the distortion.
And you add it, yeah. So that will be the proper method. And always remember, if you want correct camera estimation, the focal length of the camera, always do a survey shot. I do show in my tutorial what a survey shot is. It's very simple to do. And it allows you, if you have any props, to see, you can get a good idea of its geometry, and you will get a very good idea of your camera's focal length, because no two lenses and two cameras with numerical focal length are exactly what the number says. It's approximate. The only way you can extract useful data is by using some sort of algorithm that calculates the sphericity, the parallax, and all those things that define what a lens is.
Yeah, and a little shout out to Michael. He's just giving me a little tip, and I'm tossing this in, and that is, undistort tracking. Redistort is exactly what Red Giant Tools set is used to do. So take a look at all those goodies.
Oh, we have a bunch of things where you don't need to use other software. The whole Maxon One package includes an enormous amount of tools. I mean, there's so many, I haven't touched them all yet.
I'm still clawing my way through so many, because a lot of them have a lot of depth, and then some of them just are instant solution. Here's the solution that you're looking for, which is awesome to know. So familiarize yourself with the Maxon One package, because the chances are there's already tools in there to solve something while you're looking for other plugins and things like that. It's like you probably already have something. Somebody was wondering if you could explain how we could use the weight attribute in scene nodes. Oh, well, that's out of left field.
Yeah, weight attribute in scene nodes. I mean, that.
Let's ask that back.
Particular question: what are you trying to do? Ask me on Twitter or something like that.
Yeah, if you have something that you're trying to accomplish with it, instead of explain how, you could say what you're trying to do, and then it would have some context to that. It's like, how could you use it? Well, you'd put it in the scene and you'd start clicking buttons is how you would use it. But what are you trying to do with it?
I guess it's where do we get the vertex map attribute? I would guess in the scene nodes. I haven't used them yet. I'm not even sure. Well, that's actually a good question, but not for now.
Yeah, we'll play with that off air. So let's see. Another question is it possible to use reality capture models and use it with this technique? I'm wondering if that's like photogrammetry, if they're asking. I don't know. Yes. Do you know reality capture models? I think that's...
Yeah, Reality Capture is a company where you buy credits, like the credits I bought 2 years ago, and I didn't use them yet. And basically you upload, they have a cloud of computers, and you upload your images or something like that, and it does photogrammetry and creates the models. Yeah, any method that allows you to recreate a geometry. If you go for a very expensive, a very slow, and a very meticulous way of doing it, you will get geometry which will be good for more applications. If you don't have money, you don't have time, and you don't have the computing power, you can do it to the level where you can get proxy geometry to the point where you can use it to remodel something, and it will just give you a basic sense of the volumes of where each thing is and so forth. So instead of scrambling through your trackers in your motion tracking software to see, oh, is this the wall or is this the window? I made a mistake, and I thought that where my green trackers were, it was a window. Actually, it was a motorcycle. The window was further back, but for some reason I didn't see it. But if you had even a simple reconstruction of that, like some sort of photogrammetric reduction, you would actually see the bulk of the motorcycle there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, someone mentioned, as far as another technique for masking out, is if you just did a plane and then you masked all of your objects there, and then you tracked it, the plane would stay in space, and so would the mask. So that's another way, as far as masking things in the foreground or whatever. It would sit on the plane, and the plane would act as a mask. But that's back to that. Another question, and this one is, I guess it's just more of a general getting started question, and that is, how much does coding help with a base understanding of how to cinema, basically? How to cinema 4D coding. What would you say to our coders out there who are watching, and where they should be applying their coding knowledge within cinema?
Well, if you are a coder and you want to start coding for Cinema 4D, you do need to have a basic understanding of what Cinema 4D does, because you can know a programming language, you know how to use that language, but the specifics of what you are going to manipulate, you need to understand how these things work in 3D to do that. So the simplest things, you can you need to know, first of all, some fundamentals about math and geometry, which are unique to 3D, which I assume a lot of programmers are, if you've done anything with any visual media. So like vectors, crossing and dotting vectors and matrices and all that. You need to understand solid data structures, and some software has certain limitations because of various reasons. So you need to follow a very specific and tight set of guidelines in order for things to actually work. So you need to understand priorities. If you're making something in Cinema 4D, if you're making a tool, you need to understand exactly what the flow of data is within Cinema 4D, so that your code, your plugin can slot within the system. Now, the advantage is that Maxon is one of those companies that help developers and coders, I think more than any other company. We have a dedicated team at Maxon that supports developers and hobbyists alike. You can register as a third-party developer. It requires some sort of credentials, and you get more access. You get plugin ID. Anyone can get plugin ID. The documentation is open. There's a forum where there's a bunch of people that reply to dozens of questions every day. So if you want to take the plunge, you start at, I think it's developers.maxon.net, if I'm not mistaken. There's a forum. We have a C++ and a Python API. Take it from there. I'm not a coder myself. I'm what's called a spaghetti coder. The Command C and Command V are my favorite tools. I understand I can read code.
That's solid coding right there.
Yeah, you go. Command V, and why isn't this blummin' thing, making all sorts of various noises that make my wife scared. But yeah, but anyone that's a coder, there's a great ecosystem they can rely on, and yeah.
Awesome. Somebody was wanting a more general question, and it looks like just when it comes to questions about full motion capture suits for body and hand tracking that will integrate with Cinema and are affordable. Rokoko looks interesting. I actually used the Rokoko within the last 2 or 3 weeks working on Halo project, a little thing with John Jaggs, and hopefully we'll be releasing it in the beginning of the year. Rokoko for the Cinema workflow is pretty cool because especially with our retargeting, our animation retargeting tools, that is the model comes in and you get to select your skeleton, and then you can actually blend some of the motions that were already within our library. So we have that motion library from our assets library, and you can just take that and you can start blending those. So I'm sure there's more on that inside Cineversity. I'm sure you can dig up some tutorials on that, but also you can look at some of Jonathan Winbush's presentations from us earlier this year, and he'll showcase that as well.
Yeah, Jonathan has done, he's got his own suit. He's done some great stuff for real time, and his 3D program is Cinema 4D. So I think he would be the man to talk about suits. I have a friend which procured one of those Rokoko suits recently, and I just need to take the 2-hour drive and invade his home and steal it. No, I'm not going to steal it. Nick, I'm not going to steal it.
Are you the same size? Are you guys roughly the same size? Because it is sized, though. You can't just use anybody's suit.
He bought it for my size. No,
there you go.
No idea. I'm going to use pillows because I've lost some weight.
Oh, there you go. Just fill in, or stilts, or whatever you need to pad your shoes.
But currently, currently the authority on this side of affairs is Sir Jonathan Winbush.
That's it, the legend of Winbush, for those of you who can't MoGraph. So let's see here. Somebody, and I think that's pretty much it on the general questions, and we do have time for you to showcase what you wanted to showcase. And Somebody was just wondering back to that weight question as far as using the weights. They're saying, let's say you wanted to extrude polygons based on weight. So that you can use as an offline question if you wanted to play with that, Noseman, and share that on your Twitter spheres. Or the rest is, can you use weights to do extrudes using nodes?
I'm going to give the quick answer. So currently, our modeling nodes don't support variable inputs for like the extrude, but you can make a loop. If you contact me on Twitter, I have a sample file that uses a loop carried value, a loop construct that allows you to go through each polygon and apply a different value. So that will get you started. And it's not vertex weights, it's just arbitrary values you can read from anywhere pretty much. So
yeah, well, I guess they're wondering if you can use weights to drive that, but
something similar. Yeah, the closest to that, if they contact me, and I'm going to share the file.
Excellent. So there you go. Noseman gives. He doesn't just know, he gives. All right, Noseman, what do you got for us? You got something to share in the hair, right? You got some hair,
I'm gonna
or what do you got?
The really quick setup for hair. So this is it. All right. Thank you very much for. Okay. So it's just this little bugger here, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to do it, because the integration between Cinema 4D's hair system and Redshift is pretty simple. Embarrassingly simple, I would say. So there we go. Empty scene. Make sphere. So are you taking notes, everyone? Make sphere. Then simulate. Add hair. Then tell the sphere, because I'm a perfectionist, in the simulation tag, hair tag, to be a hair collider. Press animation. Stop animation. Render. Give it some time. There you go. So now let's make it look a bit better. So number one, it's already integrated. What they've done, which I find quite interesting, and that makes it very easy to work with, is that the hair system itself creates the guides, and then it creates the hair strands. The hair material, as we saw today, has all these frizzes and kinks and colors and whatnot. And all these parameters are propagated to the system, to the Redshift system. Now, Redshift has its own hair material, right? I pretty much don't use it, Redshift hair, because the integration of Cinema 4D's hair tag is so good. But if you go to the Redshift hair tag, what you will get from here is an idea of which parameters of your Cinema 4D material propagate to the Redshift material. So color, what is this? Reflection color, transparency color, blah, blah, blah. And these are the parameters that propagate. Wave, for example, the wave controls geometry. The kink and frizz control geometry. The clump and density control geometry. All the visible parameters, color, specular. I don't know if backlight works, but that's a different story. It already has some sort of subsurface scattering. But the great thing is that once you start changing the materials, you don't need a Redshift material. That was the sort of the long story to say something very simple. Always add your dome light. Always reduce your dome light when you're doing hair, and hair looks beautiful when you're using rim lights. And as they're already known, it's hair lights. So let's go here, turn off the background, and let's go here and add a Redshift area light. And let's move it back and rotate it 180 degrees. That's how you do hair. And then you can change the specular. Anything you change from Cinema 4D's material will propagate to the Redshift hair material. And that's pretty much it. So make sphere, make hair, press render.
That was way less pain. That was not painful at all.
No. And, you know, if you want to do other fancy tricks and so forth, go ahead. But if you just want hair, that's how it works. And if you want fewer hairs, you know, to match me, you do this, right? So that's precisely me, and that is on the back of my neck. But if
looks good, ship it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, you can see them. It's pretty quick in its response. I'm not sure. I don't know if these were. Let's put 64. They do work. Yeah, they become more nice and look at that, nice and squiggly. Whereas if you use 12, they're going to be less squiggly. And you can see there's a subsurface. Look at that. And even the gradients works. So I can say I want the roots of my hair to have a color of red. There you go. You have a color of red. And I'm going to make the specular this a bit less strong. And I want my hair tips to be not as roots, but another color, to be green. I envy hair, so I can make fun of it. Okay, don't judge me. So, and yeah, so you can see the control is pretty much straightforward. That's my dream head.
That's what Noseman dreams of.
And yeah, it's pretty interactive. What I would suggest is when you're doing test renders for hair dynamics and all that, just put a few hairs so you can see what's going on. And when you're happy with what you are doing, just increase the number, turn off your renderer, cache your hair, make this, let's say, 5,000. And let's assume that this is the amount of hair you want. Good. And you go and you cache your hair. Then you can do a quick calculation here. It takes less than a second. Now with the hair or nice and cached, then you can go and scrub around. Look at that. No dynamic problems, nothing. Everything is nice and cached. So there you go.
Very smooth, super smooth.
This looks like a hairy strawberry for some reason. Anyway, sorry, I digress. I get these.
So how can we have the color of the surface on the hair?
Yeah, there's a way. There are tutorials that show this, but basically you apply, let's go to the material. I'll go to the roots and you just apply as a texture, the texture you want on your material. So I think if I put a noise here, so I need to make my hair a bit shorter. I can make it the length. Can I change the length here in the renderer? I don't know that. Yes, you can. So, and let me make the hair color, the tips, same as roots. Now my backlighting is killing me, so let me get rid of that. Let's increase the dome light to 0. And let's see what this does here. I can't zoom in there. Let's see. As roots, it didn't work, but maybe if I copy this, and paste it here, maybe that's going to work. Well, that's interesting. And get rid of the specular. Maybe that's a specular. That is interesting. So I need to see why that is happening. I'm missing something. It's probably me, but nonetheless, this is possible. 100%. I'm going to look into it. And again, contact me on social mediums. Oh, maybe. I don't even know how we're going to do that. Yeah.
Contact them on the social webs, folks. Hit them up on the Matrix. Noseman is the Matrix. There it is. Noseman, brother, thank you so much. It's always a joy having you. Thanks for sharing your wealth of knowledge. And people are still going to be able to get a hold of you from not just on the web, but then also with the Ask the Trainer series. Anywhere else that people should look, or from Cineversity, Ask the Trainer, anywhere else?
Yeah, if you Google Noseman, I come up first, noseman.org, and I have my links to Twitter, where I mostly interact with people. I have a link to my YouTube channel where I seldom upload new videos. I need more incentive. Yeah, there's some live shows there that talk about various subjects. People seem to like them. There's a link to my Instagram where I don't post, but I do need followers. I've told you it's a matter of principle. I want followers, and I want them for no reason whatsoever. I say nothing. I think I only made one post once when I was migrating one silent account onto another silent account.
Yeah, just follow him because it's the right thing to do. That's why you follow him.
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, everyone, that concludes a long season here for another season of the 3D Motion Show 2021. I thank everybody for tuning in and joining us. Please, once again, connect with me. I'm Major VFX on all the social stuff. But most importantly, we're going to have a survey coming out. And that's going to be here in the next couple of weeks. So if you signed up, once again, on the 3D Motion Show, under the player, you'll see a little place that says sign up. If you put in your information there, we're going to kick it out, probably kick it out on social media and stuff like that, but watch your inbox. From there, we're going to ask a number of questions. What do you want to see different about the show? Who would you like on the show? What you want more of, less of, yada, yada. All that stuff is your chance to give the feedback so we can produce, the best show for you, keep the community connected, inspired, keep you guys educated, motivated, all the good things that we do here at Maxon. So thank you once again, and I will see you in the new year.
I did it.
Holidays.
I did it.
You did it.
Yeah, I think my noise was just too small. If
on the way out.
Yeah,
on the way out, folks.
Roots
there
and
it
roots,
is.
tips and tips, and here's my weird cow skin. Right, it was just that my noise was, I think, too flimsy. So it's just as simple as setting your, and if instead of this you use an image, you can go and load an image. That's what it's going to do. And if it fails, just tell me and we'll find a solution for you.
You leave Noseman alone long enough, stuff gets done. It's just fixed. I have a problem, Noseman. Let's cut the break, and now I don't have a problem.
Put it under a connect object.
It's classic connect object wizardry. All right, everyone, we will see you in New Year's. Be safe out there. Take care of each other. Be kind. Be good to each other. And the happiest of holidays to you all around the world. I miss you. Hope to see you in the new year. Ciao.
Thank you.
It's been an exciting
and challenging year.
We are constantly amazed by the creativity,
artistry,
imagination,
ingenuity,
and tenacity
the community has achieved when using our tools.
In so many styles and mediums.
Thank you for your resilience as we grow and innovate.
Thank you for your creativity, passion, and excitement.
Thank you for being part of the Maxon community.
We look forward to gathering together in 2022.
Wishing you a joyous holiday season and a prosperous new year.
Happy holidays! I say you heard me on the stereo, and it's smooth, so smooth. Got that rhythm, got that groove.
Join specialist sports production instructor Jason Hare for a series of free webinars designing and creating statistics-based MOGAT templates for use in Adobe Premiere. Using real-world techniques he developed for the 2018 World Cup and 2019 Rugby World Cup, Jason will show you how to build templates in After Effects, combining Red Giant Universe, custom expressions, essential graphics panel techniques, as well as data-driven graphic workflows. See how to share these templates with Premiere Pro, helping editors achieve more in less time.
MoGraph.com, an online resource for motion graphic artists. Start your week with the MoGraph podcast. Industry news, interviews with your favorite artists, and terrible humor. Watch live shows and interviews from MoGraph events like NAB, SIGGRAPH, Half-Res, and local meetups.
This is exactly what I should be doing.
Our MoGraph Talks feature live demos and motivation from artists all around the world.
Sometimes you gotta make stuff that you're not gonna put on your reel, and I'm not here to judge.
What if Rick and Morty show up for the countdown at midnight? That's where I peaked in life, in my career.
We gotta stop this thing, Rick! It's gonna kill us all!
Hear from the people that create your software, design your render engines, and artists that are changing the face of modern motion graphics.
You get that render done. Yeah, you better frame what?
MoGraph tutorials and online classes will teach you about Cinema 4D, After Effects, as well as other popular software and render engines.
Throw in HDR Studio, take the render settings, pick the HDR, put in a reflection, and gorgeous.
Join the conversation in our live sessions.
Ah, that's so funny! All right, I'm gonna live forever!
Subscribe today and get the latest updates on our YouTube and other social media channels.
Take all your dreams and just do it!
Subscribe to MoGraph.com.